Chapter 545. Do you think Lu Ming has any hope in half a year? How is that possible? The sacred star will probably become a peak king in half a year. How can Lu Ming have any hope? There's no hope at all. I think so too, but I'm still looking forward to it. Me too. We can't miss it in half a year. Around them, everyone was discussing excitedly. The sacred star didn't say anything else. He turned around and left, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. This Lu Ming. He has escaped a calamity again. Sheng Wushuang clenched his teeth. So what if he escaped? He's still going to die in half a year. We'll just let him live for another half a year. Sheng Yao snorted. But Sheng Wushuang still had some worry in his eyes. Lu Ming was just too monstrous. Every time he saw Lu Ming's cultivation would increase explosively. Sheng Wushuang was already a little afraid. He was afraid that the next time they met, Lu Ming would have reached an unknown level. Even if Lu Ming has some talent, do you really think he can catch up to the Sacred Star Young Lord in half a year? There's no chance at all. Xing Yao said. Not bad, not bad. Sheng Wushuang kept comforting himself, but he was still very nervous inside. After that, the crowd slowly dispersed. However, the news of Lu Ming challenging the Sacred Star in half a year's time, as well as the news of Sheng Wushuang marrying Mulan in half a year's time, spread like wildfire. It caused an earthquake. On the Divine Guard battle platform. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have challenged the Sacred Star Young Lord. Mulan's looked at Lu Ming with some blame. However, she didn't know why, but she was a little happy. She knew that Lu Ming had challenged Sheng Wushuang mostly because of her. Senior Sister Mulan's, don't you have so little confidence in me? Don't worry, in half a year, I'll definitely beat Sheng Wushuang until he's half paralyzed and can't marry you. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're still so confident. Mulan rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, revealing a smile at the corners of her lips. Hey, Senior Sister Mulan's, why don't you want to marry the Sacred Star Young Lord? Although this guy has an arrogant expression that makes people unhappy, to be honest, he still has some ability and looks good. Wait, don't tell me you don't want to marry him because you like me? Lu Ming smiled at Mulan's. Like you? Stop dreaming. Mulan pouted coquettishly. Her face was a little red, and she looked incomparably charming. Then she sighed and said, who would want their fate to be determined by someone else since they were young? Besides, it's hard to say when it comes to feelings. Although Xing Chen is a genius, he doesn't have any feelings for him. Lu Ming had a spurious smile. Cough, cough. At this time, Mu Xian coughed a few times and said, shouldn't we leave this place now? Then yes, let's go. Mulan's face was red as she said hurriedly. Lu Ming's gaze and smile were too much for her to handle. Immediately after, Mulan gestured for the giant eagle in the sky to leave on its own. She, Lu Ming, and Mu Xian walked down from the fighting ring and walked toward a street. Lu Ming, where are you staying now? Mulan's asked. I'm staying in a house in the city. Lu Ming said. Oh, how about this, you can move to the 4th district. You can cultivate faster in the 4th district. I'll arrange a courtyard for you. Mulan said. Mulan's father was the palace master of the Tianxian branch. He had the authority to arrange a courtyard in the 4th district. Then, the three of them walked toward the 4th district. The 4th district was blocked by a city wall. There were experts guarding the city gate. Ordinary people were not allowed to trespass or they would be killed without mercy. However, Lu Ming had Mulan's and Mu Shiyuan to lead the way. Naturally, he entered the 4th district without any obstacles. What a strong spiritual chi of heaven and earth. What a strong realm of heaven and earth. As soon as they entered the 4th district, Lu Ming exclaimed repeatedly. He realized that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was extremely dense, as if it was about to materialize. The realm of heaven and earth was even stronger than the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the east. It was hard for one's cultivation not to improve if they stayed here for a long time. No wonder the younger generation of the Sheng family had so many experts and martial king experts. In such an environment, even a pig would be able to cultivate to a decent level. Mullins and Mu Shuyun led Lu Ming to the depths of the 4th district. Soon, they arrived in front of a courtyard. Miss Mullins. At the entrance of the courtyard, an old man bowed to Mullins. Well, Elder Qian, Lu Ming will stay in this courtyard from now on. Mullins pointed at Lu Ming. Elder Qian looked at Lu Ming with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He then nodded and said, "Yes. Lu Ming, let's go in and take a look at the environment." Mullins smiled. But Lu Ming nodded. The three of them walked into the courtyard. In terms of size, this courtyard was not as big as the East Sky courtyard in the east. This was normal. This was the 4th district of Tianxian City. Its value was terrifyingly high. The area was naturally not big. However, the layout was very elegant. It was very suitable for cultivation, comprehension of realm, and martial techniques. Lu Ming was very satisfied. The three of them walked around and returned to the courtyard. Lu Ming, this token is for you. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the 4th district. Mullins took out a purple token and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it and kept it. Senior Sister Mullins, I wonder if there are any inscription masters in Tianxian City. I would like to ask an inscription master to refine a spear for me. Lu Ming asked. Previously, the tip of the demon vanquishing spear was already broken. As for ordinary level 5 inferior grade long spears, Lu Ming had 2 of them. They were obtained from others. However, level 5 inferior grade spears were not of much use. Of course, there are inscription masters in Tianxian City. Moreover, there are more than one. What grade spirit spear do you want to refine? Mullins asked. It's best if it's grade 6. Lu Ming said. Grade 6. Mullins and Mu Shuyuan were both shocked. Grade 6 spirit weapon was a spirit weapon specially used by Sea of Soul Realm experts. Its power was extremely frightening. However, the materials required were also terrifyingly expensive. Lu Ming actually wanted to refine a grade 6 spear? Lu Ming nodded. His cultivation progress was very fast. Moreover, his Zhenyuan was too abundant. It was 10 times more than ordinary people. Moreover, the martial techniques he cultivated were extremely tyrannical. The requirements for spirit weapons were extremely high. Ordinary spirit weapons simply could not bear his explosive power. The demon vanquishing spear's material was already very good. However, it still could not bear it. Only a grade 6 spirit weapon would be enough for Lu Ming to use for a period of time. Lu Ming, the price of refining a grade 6 spirit weapon is terrifyingly high. I don't have that many spirit crystals on me. Chapter 546. Senior Sister Mullins, you don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it. Lu Ming smiled. He had nearly 9 million spirit crystals on him. He believed that it was enough to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. Mu Shuyuan and Mullins were extremely astonished. Lu Ming could even afford a grade 6 spirit weapon? It seemed like they'd still underestimated Lu Ming. All right then. There's a grade 6 inscription master in Profound Sky City, and he's a good friend of my father. However, he's not free these 2 days. How about this? I'll come look for you in 3 days and take you to see that inscription master. Mullins said. All right, all right. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that there would really be a grade 6 inscription master in Profound Sky City. Grade 6 inscription masters were extremely rare. Their status was extremely high and respected, and they were even more respected than ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. Sea of Soul Realm experts were extremely rare in the entire Profound Sky region. Every single one of them was a figure that could dominate Profound Sky region. The 3 realms of spiritual God were respectively Sea of Soul Realm, Spiritual Embryo Realm, and Spiritual God Realm. Every realm was incomparably profound. At the same time, the power they grasped was incomparably terrifying. It simply had the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. It was absolutely not something that Martial King Realm experts could compare to. After the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm was the Martial Monarch Realm. The peak of the Spiritual God Realm was also called Supremacy. Supremacy 9 Suns was the peak of the Spiritual God Realm, and was only a step away from the Martial Emperor Realm. Of course, That realm was extremely far away from Lu Ming. Now wasn't the time to think about this. Next, Lu Ming chatted with Mullins and Mu Shuyuan for a while. Lu Ming, heal your injuries first. Mullins instructed with some concern. Then she left with Mu Shuyuan. After Mullins and Mu Shuyuan left, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated his qi to heal his injuries. Previously, Lu Ming had taken 2 of the Sacred Star's attacks head-on, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. He also knew that the Sacred Star hadn't used much strength in those 2 moves. Otherwise, Lu Ming definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand them. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's injuries were much better. He believed that he would be completely healed in less than a day. Half a year. If we want to catch up to the Sacred Star in half a year, we need more resources. The most important thing is the will of the heavens and earth. As long as the will of the heavens and earth increases, as long as I have supreme-grade spiritual crystals, my cultivation will continue to increase. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming now had the Enlightenment Ancient Tree and comprehended the concept of heaven and earth extremely quickly. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied. At this speed, there was no way they would be able to catch up to the Sacred Star in half a year. Profound crystals. If I have a large amount of profound crystals and the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, I'll be able to comprehend the will of heaven and earth much faster. Only then will I be able to catch up to the Saint Star. Lu Ming pondered. To be honest, Lu Ming was also under a lot of pressure. The main thing was that the time was too short, only half a year. Half a year later, I must defeat the Sacred Star. If I can't defeat the Sacred Star, how can I fight against Martial Emperor D in the future? Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his gaze firm. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the Enlightenment Ancient Tree and placed it beside him. Then, he took out a Fire Profound Crystal. He planned to improve his will of fire first. Now, Lu Ming's will of fire had reached the early stage of level 1 lesser success, which was only slightly weaker than the will of thunder. However, Lu Ming had 320 fire attribute profundity crystals in his hands. He could comprehend the fire concept the fastest. Lu Ming exerted his strength and crushed the fire attribute profound meaning crystal. Threads of concept permeated the surroundings of Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes and started to comprehend the will of fire. Originally, the will of heaven and earth in this area was a little stronger than in the Enlightenment Ancient Tree and the profound crystals. Lu Ming's comprehension of the will of fire had reached a terrifying speed. His comprehension of the will of fire had increased crazily. Lu Ming crushed another piece of fire attribute profound meaning crystal after he had used it up. One after another. After a day, Lu Ming had consumed 20 fire profound crystals. Lu Ming's will of fire had a breakthrough, reaching the middle stage of level 1 lesser success, catching up with the will of thunder. Fast, too fast. 1 day's time was equivalent to a year's time for others, or even longer. At this time, Lu Ming's injuries had already healed. Continue. Lu Ming continued to take out fire profound crystals and crush them, continuing to comprehend the will of fire. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day time limit with Mullins had arrived. In less than 3 days, Lu Ming had consumed a total of 60 fire attribute profundity crystals. Lu Ming's comprehension of the will of fire had reached the peak of the middle stage of level 1 lesser success, almost reaching the late stage of level 1 lesser success. The comprehension of the will of fire was more difficult as one progressed. As long as his will of fire reached the late stage of level 1 lesser success, Lu Ming's cultivation could be improved again, reaching the 5th level of Martial King realm. If the will of fire did not improve, it would be difficult to improve one's cultivation. On this day, Mullins arrived at Lu Ming's courtyard on time. Lu Ming, let's go. I'll take you to see the inscription master, Mullins said. But Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was looking forward to it. Mullins led Lu Ming into the depths of the city. There were very few pedestrians on the streets of the 4th area. Presumably, if he wasn't training outside, he was working hard in closed-door cultivation. Lu Ming followed Mullins, turning left and right, and came to a shabby stone house. Is this the residence of the inscription master? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes, This inscription master has a strange temper, but he is good friends with my father. He should agree to help you, right? Mulan said. However, from her tone, she didn't sound very confident. Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. The two walked into the stone house. There was a small courtyard inside, but there were all kinds of scrap metal piled up in the courtyard like garbage. Uncle Huang, Mulan's called out in a low voice. Who is it? You're disturbing my dream again. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded in the courtyard. Lu Ming was shocked. The voice seemed to be ringing in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming hurriedly turned around, but he did not see a shadow. Lu Ming sensed carefully, but there was no aura at all. Uncle Huang, it's me Mulan's. I have something to ask you for help today. Mulan said softly, looking around with her beautiful eyes. So it's little Lan. Okay, I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want from me? The old voice sounded again. Uncle Huang, I want to ask you to help me refine a level 6 spiritual weapon spear. Mulan said. Level 6 spiritual weapon spear? This little girl really dares to ask. You want to refine it for this young man, right? Well, have you brought the spiritual crystals? Have you brought the materials? The old voice sounded. Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists in the air and said, I have the spiritual crystals, but I don't have the materials to refine a level 6 spiritual weapon. You don't have the materials to refine a level 6 spiritual weapon? Well, I'll exchange them with spiritual crystals. I'll pay the materials for you, a total of 5 million spiritual crystals. The old voice sounded. 5 million spiritual crystals? Mulan's widened her eyes in shock. Uncle Huang, 5 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals is too expensive. On the market, a LV6 spiritual weapon is only a few 100,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Chapter 547. Indeed, a level 6 spirit weapon was many times more expensive than a level 5 spirit weapon used by kings. But to say that one needed 5 million spirit crystals was a bit frightening. It was completely exorbitant. Clang, clang. This old man's hair and beard were a mess. It was unknown how long it had been since he last cleaned it, as it was covered in dirt. Lu Ming was stunned. This old man had actually been sleeping in the pile of scrap. This was the level 6 inscription master? Little girl, don't compare those pieces of scrap metal with the spiritual weapons that I have personally refined. Moreover, those LV6 spiritual weapons that are worth hundreds of thousands of pieces of supreme-grade spiritual crystals are all lower LV6 or middle LV6. What's the use of them? Those that I have refined are definitely at the peak of LV6. Do you understand? The moment the old man appeared, he ran in front of Mulan's and yelled, Uncle Huang, 5 million supreme spiritual crystals is too expensive. Mulan said. 5 million spirit crystals was something that even peak kings might not be able to take out, not to mention them. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts would feel the pinch. If you don't have spirit crystals, then forget it. I don't do business that loses money. The old man waved his hand. As long as the spirit weapon's quality is good, spirit crystals are not a problem. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Ah! Mulan's looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. Could Lu Ming even take out 5 million spirit crystals? The old man also looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. If you have spirit crystals, then it's easy. Tell me, what requirements do you have for the spirit weapon long spear? The old man asked. Every martial artist had different requirements for their spirit weapons according to the martial techniques they cultivated. Some people liked nimble ones, while others liked heavy ones. Hardness. First, whether it's the spear shaft or the spear tip, it needs to be absolutely tough and able to withstand an intense explosion. Also, the spear shaft needs to be tough, and flexible. Lastly, the heavier the better. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before replying. Little fellow, you sure have a lot of requests. The old man grinned and went into deep thought. After a long while, the old man said, there are very few people who use spears. I don't have many materials that are suitable for making spears. And I do have a piece of steel that is not bad. It is suitable for making the spear tip, but what about the spear shaft? We do have ordinary materials, but we don't have anything that meets your requirements. The old man frowned and muttered, "Little guy, think about it. Since you use a spear, you should have collected some materials. Think about it. Do you have any suitable materials to refine a spear? If you do, I will charge less spirit crystals." The old man said, "Myself." Lu Ming was also racking his brains, but he really didn't have any suitable ones. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a move of his hand, a broken spear appeared. This broken spear only had half of it. The other half of the spear was missing. It was the broken spear that was shot out from the heavenly gate. This broken spear didn't have any spirituality, but its material was indeed very tough. Lu Ming didn't know what material it was made of. Maybe it could be useful. "Senior, look at this broken spear, whoosh." Before Lu Ming could finish his words, a figure flashed and the broken spear in his hand disappeared and appeared in the old man's hand. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The old man's cultivation was unfathomable. He didn't even see how the old man made his move. He saw the old man staring at the broken spear. His originally turbid eyes were now as bright as two light bulbs, blazing with passion. The old man gently stroked the spear shaft with both hands. As the old man's palms moved, strange runes appeared on the spear shaft. This is a refining method from the ancient era. There are inscriptions from the ancient era in it. It's a priceless treasure, ha! The old man suddenly laughed hysterically. Lu Ming and Mulins looked at each other. It was just a broken spear. What value did it have? Why did the old man say it was a priceless treasure? "Little guy, where did you get this broken spear from?" the old man asked. "I got it by accident in an ancient battlefield." Lu Ming lied. "Yes, this broken spear has a long history. Although it has lost its spirituality and only half of it is left, it's a waste in your hands. But in my hands, it's a priceless treasure." The old man laughed. Seeing Lu Ming and Mulins's puzzled faces, the old man explained. "The remnant inscriptions on this spear are ancient inscriptions that have been lost for a long time. They are extremely useful to me. After I study them, I might be able to reach a higher level in the art of refining. Just this point alone makes this a priceless treasure. Little guy, give this spear to me. I'll do my best to refine a spear for you. I won't take a single cent. How about it?" The old man looked at Lu Ming. But Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. Anyway, this spear was useless in his hands. If he gave it to the old man, he could save 5 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming was willing to give it up. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the elder was very happy. He smiled and said, "Young lad, I won't let you suffer a loss. This half of the long spear contains a rare and strange metal called the infinite black gold. If you use this metal to forge the spirit weapon, it will have infinite potential. In the future, as long as you continue to condense and smelt other metals into it, this spirit weapon will be able to evolve and upgrade continuously." What? It can continue to evolve and upgrade? Lu Ming and Mulins were dumbfounded and shocked. There was actually such a magical metal. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing and burning with passion. That's right. In ancient times, there was quite a bit of infinite black gold. But now there is less and less infinite black gold. It is a great fortune for you to be able to obtain some. Wait for me to study the inscriptions on it, then I will smelt this infinite black gold into your spirit weapon long spear." The old man said. "Thank you, senior." Lu Ming bowed and cupped his fists. There's no need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. However, with such a good material, the other materials can't be lacking. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Now, the key is the material of the spear shaft. The old man frowned. After a while, the old man's eyes lit up. "I got it. For the spear shaft, it's most suitable to use 1,000 refined blood gold." 1,000 refined blood gold? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. 1,000 refined blood gold is an extremely precious metal. It has to be refined 1,000 times, and every time, it has to be added with the blood of demonic beasts. Only after 1,000 times can it be refined. However, I don't have any 1,000 refined blood gold, so I'll need you to make a trip. The old man said. Where can I get this 1,000 refined blood gold? Chapter 548. In the Tianxian region, only the weapon forging sect in the north has it. Coincidentally, I once helped the weapon forging sect's sect master. As long as you go to the weapon forging sect and say that I asked you to go, the weapon forging sect's sect master will definitely give you a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold. The old man explained. Oh, so it's in the weapon forging sect? Mullins nodded. All right, I'll make a trip there now. Lu Ming nodded. Little guy, take this pagoda. It's my keepsake. My name is Huang Pagoda. You can call me Elder Huang in the future. The old man took out a fist-sized pagoda and threw it to Lu Ming. Yes, Elder Huang. After Lu Ming put it away, his gaze flickered and he said, Elder Huang, I still have something that I need your help with. What is it? Speak. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help. Elder Huang smiled. He was in a good mood after obtaining the broken spear. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply adorable. A long sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was an ordinary long sword, a rank 2 spiritual weapon. It was the heavenly star sword that his father had left for him. Lu Yuntian had said that the heavenly star sword contained the secret of the martial emperor's treasure. However, there were inscriptions on the heavenly star sword. If one forcefully broke the heavenly star sword, the secret would vanish. First, one had to decipher the inscriptions to open the heavenly star sword. In the past, Lu Ming had never found an inscriber to open the heavenly star sword because he felt that his cultivation was too weak. The martial emperor's treasure was left behind by the martial emperor. Without cultivation, even if the martial emperor's treasure was placed in front of him, he wouldn't be able to obtain it. With his previous cultivation, if he really entered the martial emperor's treasure, even the slightest danger would be enough to take his life. Lu Ming's mind was clear. He wouldn't go looking for the martial emperor's treasure as soon as he heard about it. But now, he had an idea. Even if he didn't go there now, he would first take a look at the martial emperor's treasure's secret and its general location. Elder Huang, there's something hidden in the sword. However, the sword is protected by inscriptions. I would like to ask Elder Huang to break the inscriptions. Lu Ming said. Oh, that's easy. Elder Huang took the heavenly star sword and looked at it. This is only a low-level inscription. It's easy. Immediately after, old Huang's palms glowed. Inscriptions appeared on his palms and he swiped them across the celestial star sword. The inscriptions on the celestial star sword appeared one after another and then collapsed. All right, the inscription has been broken. Take it. Elder Huang returned the heavenly star sword to Lu Ming. As for what was hidden in the heavenly star sword, Elder Huang had no interest in knowing. When Lu Ming received the heavenly star sword, he sighed inwardly. The methods of a 6th-rank inscription master were truly profound. Elder Huang, this junior would like to purchase a level 5 spear. Do you have it? Lu Ming didn't have any spears that were of great use at the moment. Before he could refine a level 6 spear, he could only purchase a level 5 spear for now. I do have a few level 5 spears. A dark purple spear appeared in Elder Huang's hand. This Thunderwind spear can be considered the best among level 5 spiritual weapons. Take it. Consider it a gift from me. Elder Huang tossed the spear to Lu Ming. Thunderwind spear. Lu Ming caught it and shook it slightly. Buzz. The spear shook and the space trembled slightly. Not bad. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This Thunderwind spear was much better than the demon's suppressing spear. It was enough for now. Lu Ming put it away and expressed his gratitude to Elder Huang. Go. Bring back the 1,000 refined blood gold as soon as possible. I'll help you forge a spear as soon as possible. Old Huang waved his hand and said. His eyes were once again fixed on the broken spear. Lu Ming and Mullins left Elder Huang's stone house. Lu Ming, the weapon forging sect, is extremely far from the Profound Heaven City. It's in the north of the Profound Heaven region. I heard that the battle between the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace is the most intense there. You have to be careful. Mullins warned. She was a little worried. Senior Sister Mullins, don't worry. I'm only going to get the 1,000 refined blood gold. I won't participate in the battle. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. Oh, then when do you plan to set off? Mullins asked. Half a month later. Lu Ming replied. Since Elder Huang had to comprehend the inscriptions on the broken spear, he wouldn't be able to refine the infinite black gold so quickly. Lu Ming had the Thunder Wind Spear to use now, so he wasn't in a hurry. Lu Ming planned to cultivate in the Profound Heaven City for a period of time and refine the remaining Fire Profound crystals before heading to the weapon forging sect. And that's good too. Mullins nodded. The two chatted as they walked. After a while, Mullins bid farewell to Lu Ming and returned. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard alone. The first thing he did was to take out the Heavenly Star Sword. Powerful true yuan poured into the surface of the Heavenly Star Sword. Lu Ming sensed that the center of the Heavenly Star Sword was indeed hollow. Clang. His true yuan shook violently. Now that Lu Ming's true yuan was so powerful, the Heavenly Star Sword couldn't withstand it at all. It cracked and shattered into pieces with a bang. Something was revealed from the Heavenly Star Sword. This is... Seeing the thing inside the Heavenly Star Sword, Lu Ming's pupils shrank in shock. The thing inside the Heavenly Star Sword was actually a small jade sword. It was the size of a finger and was sparkling and translucent. More importantly, Lu Ming had seen this kind of jade sword before. Back in the Blazing Sun Empire, Xian Yanqing had obtained a jade sword in the Dongyi tribe's ruins. It was exactly the same as the one before him. At that time, Lu Ming had said that he wanted to use a king's storage ring to exchange for it, but Xian Yanqing had refused. The jade sword that Xian Yanqing had obtained was exactly the same as the one before him. Just what was the relationship between the two jade swords? Could it be that the jade sword that Xian Yanqing had obtained was also related to the martial monarch's treasure? Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. How do I use this jade sword? Lu Ming fiddled with it for a while. Then he carefully poured his true yuan into the jade sword. Buzz. The jade sword trembled slightly. Then, inscriptions appeared on the surface of the sword. The inscriptions glowed, and a picture appeared in the air. To be more precise, it was a map with densely packed routes marked on it. There was also a line of words beside the map. Lu Ming came to a realization after reading it. This was indeed a map, and this jade sword was the key to the martial monarch's treasure. Most importantly, there were a total of 9 keys to the martial monarch's treasure. The martial monarch's treasure could only be opened when all 9 keys were gathered. 9 keys? Lu Ming let out a wry smile. It seems like Xian Yanqing's jade sword is most likely the key to the martial monarch's treasure, but where are the other keys? Have they fallen into someone else's hands? How can I gather them? Lu Ming kept thinking. He had no idea how long it would take to reach the martial monarch's treasure. Forget it, with my current cultivation, it would be very dangerous to enter the martial monarch's treasure. I should wait and see. Cultivation is the most important thing now. Having this thought, Lu Ming carefully put away the jade sword and adjusted his state of mind. He then began to cultivate diligently. He continued to comprehend the fire intent with the fire esoteric crystal. Chapter 549. Half a month later, Lu Ming had refined all the remaining fire profound crystals. Lu Ming's fire essence had reached the peak of level 1 lesser success. The next step would be level 1 greater success. Level 1 lesser success of fire essence. Does that mean I can reach the peak of LV6 Martial King Realm now? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If his cultivation reached the peak of LV6 Martial King Realm, Lu Ming was confident that he could fight a King Realm expert. Even a King Realm expert of LV7 Martial King Realm would be no match for him. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately took out a large amount of supreme spiritual crystals. He planned to improve his cultivation first before going to the forging sect. Bang, bang, bang. A total of 50,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals exploded. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and devoured all the energy of the crystals. Then he began to refine them like crazy. However, after an hour, Lu Ming opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. His eyes were full of confusion. What's going on? Why is 90% of the energy in the crystals gone? Why can't I absorb it? Why is my cultivation increasing so slowly? Lu Ming frowned. When he was cultivating, he found that most of the energy from the crystals could not be absorbed by him and turned into genuine qi. Instead, it flowed out of his body and dissipated. Most of the 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals were wasted. Lu Ming had never encountered such a situation before. Essence, wind essence. When I was cultivating, the fire and thunder essences were too strong, and the wind essence was too weak. A huge gap was formed, which led to the loss of energy. Lu Ming kept thinking in his mind and finally came to this conclusion. But before, my thunder essence was the best, and the other two essences had not condensed any essence runes. Why didn't this happen? What's going on? Is it because the other two essences had not condensed any essence runes, so it was fine? But once they all condensed essence runes, this would happen? Yes, it must be so. Thinking of this, Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. The drawbacks of cultivating so many concepts were finally beginning to show. When all the intents condensed into intent runes, all the intents had to be roughly balanced in order to increase one's cultivation. If many intents lost their balance, it would be very difficult to increase one's cultivation. Now, the concept of fire was much stronger than the concept of wind. It had exceeded a level. It was no wonder that others said that cultivating several states at the same time would become increasingly difficult. This didn't just mean that there would be a huge resistance when condensing concept runes. That was only one of the reasons. But when multiple intents were condensed into intent runes, an even greater drawback appeared. He had to cultivate many different intents at the same time and maintain a balance in order to increase his cultivation. If you gave up on all the other intents and only cultivated one type of intent after condensing all the intent runes, then even if you cultivated that intent to a high level, it would be very difficult for your cultivation to increase. If someone wanted to raise a concept first, then raise their cultivation, and then turn around to raise other concepts, it would not work. This was equivalent to stepping onto a path of no return. Once he stepped onto it, he would have to walk to the end. However, a person's energy was extremely limited. Their lifespan was also limited. One had to maintain multiple intents at the same time in order to increase one's cultivation. This speed was too slow. There were such people in history who cultivated multiple intents at the same time. But in the end, because they had to comprehend every single intent, their cultivation speed was extremely slow. In the end, their lifespan was exhausted and they turned into dust. Some people were even peerless geniuses. If they cultivated only one intent, their achievements would be limitless. But in the end, their ambitions were too great and they died on this path. There were too few people who could complete this path. They were all rare geniuses. Next, if I had known, I wouldn't have cultivated the concept of fire to such a high level. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. However, Lu Ming wasn't too worried. He had the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Even if he cultivated 3 intents at the same time, his speed would still be faster than others. Moreover, as long as the Enlightenment Ancient Tree grew in the future, his speed of comprehending the concept of heaven and earth would definitely be faster. Forget it. Next, I'll focus on comprehending the concept of wind. I originally wanted to put it aside, but it looks like I can't. I'd better go to the forging sect first. I'll cultivate on the way. Lu Ming muttered. Immediately after, Lu Ming stood up and left the courtyard. Not long after, Lu Ming left the profound heaven city. He soared into the sky and flew towards the north. The forging sect was located in the northern part of the profound heaven region. It was located at the intersection of the central and northern parts of the profound heaven region. It was extremely far away from the profound heaven region. Currently, the Heavenly Corpse sect had already occupied the northern part of the profound heaven region. The vast territory was completely under the Heavenly Corpse sect's control. Currently, the territory of the Forging sect was at the front line of the war between the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was extremely chaotic there. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry. Not long after he left the profound heaven region, he rushed into a large mountain and captured a half-step king-level swift gale eagle. He sat cross-legged on the swift gale eagle and flew towards the forging sect. The swift gale eagle's speed was extremely fast. A half-step king-level Swift Gale Eagle's speed wasn't inferior to some Martial King-level cultivators. Moreover, its endurance was extremely good. Lu Ming could use the Swift Gale Eagle to travel while cultivating and comprehending the concept of wind. Lu Ming took out the Tao comprehending ancient tree and placed it beside him. Then he took out a profound wind crystal. He had a total of 40 profound wind crystals on him, all of which he had won from the Xing clan in a bet. Crushing the profound wind crystal, Lu Ming started to comprehend the concept of wind. Just like this, Lu Ming traveled while cultivating. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In a month's time, he had already refined all 40 profound wind crystals. As for the concept of wind, he had also made a breakthrough. He was only a step away from the initial success of the first stage. At this time, Lu Ming had also arrived at the territory near the Forging Sect. This territory was in the middle of the war between the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Forging Sect was also a subsidiary power of the Heavenly Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Naturally, they would stand on the Heavenly Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's side against the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Go! Lu Ming patted the Swift Gale Eagle that he had been riding for a month. Then, his figure moved and he flew forward alone. At this point, the Swift Gale Eagle was already useless. Bush. Lu Ming hadn't flown for long when the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Two huge coffins stopped in front of Lu Ming. They were from the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Hee, my luck is pretty good today. I just came out for a walk and I met a little brat. His cultivation seems to be pretty good. I can take him back and refine him into a new corpse. A dry laugh came from the coffin. Today's one should be mine. The next one should be yours. An unpleasant voice came out from the other coffin. All right, I'll let you have him. Let's end this quickly. After dealing with this little brat, we'll go elsewhere and see if there's any prey. The voice from the previous coffin sounded out again. The prey you're talking about, is it me? Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face. Nonsense, if it's not you, then who is it? Little brat, don't even think about escaping. You won't be able to escape from the two of us. Chapter 550. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and formed a long spear with his true essence. The long spear quickly grew to 1,000 meters long and whipped toward the two coffins. Its power was extremely shocking. No, it's a king of lower success. How is this possible? Two panicked cries came from the coffins. At the same time, the coffins flew backward, trying to escape. But how could they escape? Boom! The huge spear light directly hit the two coffins. The coffins exploded and 6 figures appeared. 2 old zombie guards and 4 refined corpses. The 2 zombie guards were 3rd layer Martial King Realm and the 4 refined corpses were also 3rd layer Martial King Realm. However, under Lu Ming's spear light, they could not withstand a single blow. The spear light shrouded and suppressed them. The 2 zombie guards screamed and were torn apart along with the 4 refined corpses. His true essence rolled up and put away the 2 storage rings. Then, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. After a few hundred miles, a series of explosions came from the front. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming frowned and pondered for a while. Then he walked toward the direction of the sound. 10 miles away, 2 parties were fighting. One party was obviously from the Heavenly Corpse Sect. The other party had a total of 6 people. One of them was a young woman in her 20s. She was as beautiful as a flower. There were 2 other young men, and the remaining 3 were middle-aged men. But now, the 6 of them were completely at a disadvantage and were surrounded by the people of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. The Heavenly Corpse Sect had 8 zombie guards and 17 refined corpses. Their strength was far above the 6 people. Lu Ming quietly appeared not far away. He hid in a remote place and looked forward. The strongest zombie guards are 2 mid-4th layer Martial King Realm. Lu Ming could tell the cultivation level of everyone present at one glance. On the Heavenly Corpse Sect's side, there were 2 4th layer Martial King Realm kings controlling 4 refined corpses. The other corpse guards were either 3rd layer Martial Emperor Realm or 2nd layer Martial Emperor Realm. As for the group of 6, There was only one middle-aged man with a cultivation of the peak 4th layer Martial Emperor realm. The other 2 middle-aged men were only at the 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm. As for the 2 young men and the young woman, they were all 2nd layer Martial Emperor realm cultivators. They were relying on the middle-aged man with a cultivation of the peak 4th layer Martial Emperor realm to barely resist the attacks from all directions. However, he would not be able to hold on for long on his own. "Kaka, that little girl is not bad. She's so soft and tender. I'll catch her and play with her. Then I'll refine her into a refined corpse and bring her along with me every day. That would be a great joy in life, Kaka." A shriveled old zombie guard let out an ear-piercing laugh. He was one of the 2 mid-4th level Martial King zombie guards. "Old ghost, don't even think about it. I'd rather die than submit." The young woman cried out with a pale face. "You would rather die than submit? If you die, I can refine you into a refined corpse, hee." The old zombie guard let out a weird laugh. The young woman's face turned even paler. She then clenched her teeth, and lines of inscriptions appeared on her jade-like palms. With a wave of her hands, 3 battle swords danced around her body, before slashing at the old zombie guard. However, they were easily blocked by a refined corpse. What a strange way of attacking. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with curiosity. He realized that the attacking methods of the 6 people were very unique. Just like the young woman, inscriptions appeared on their palms as they controlled several mystical weapons at the same time to attack their opponents. Furthermore, the power that each spirit weapon could unleash was extremely powerful. The martial artists that Lu Ming had seen before usually used a mystical weapon in order to unleash the strongest power of their martial skills. For example, Lu Ming was able to unleash the strongest power of his spear art with a long spear. As for those who used a battle sword, they were able to unleash the strongest power of their sword art. It was Lu Ming's first time seeing someone controlling several mystical weapons at the same time. However, although the method of controlling the mystical weapons was mysterious, the difference in strength was too great. They were no match for the 6 people. Not long after, 2 middle-aged 3rd layer Martial King realm men were injured and vomited blood. "Big brother, take the young lady and break out of the encirclement. We'll hold them off here." One of the men yelled at the peak 4th layer Martial King realm man. "That's right, nothing can happen to the young lady." The other man also yelled. "No, we'll leave together." The young woman yelled. "Hee, you want to leave? How is that possible? Today, none of you will leave." The old zombie guard sneered. "Big brother, quick, take the young lady and break out of here to find reinforcements." One of the men continued to yell. "All right." The 4th layer Martial King realm man clenched his teeth and madly charged in one direction, while yelling, "Young lady, follow me, break out." "Trying to break out? In your dreams, deal with that guy with all your strength." The old zombie guard sneered as he controlled the refined corpse to pounce at the man without fear of death. At the same time, the other 4th layer Martial King realm zombie guard also controlled the refined corpse to pounce at the man. The man controlled 4 sabers at the same time and slashed wildly, but it was useless as they were all blocked. "Damn it!" He let out a furious roar, his voice filled with despair. "Kaka, don't even think about escaping. Little beauty, serve this old man obediently. If you serve this old man well, this old man might be merciful and not refine you into a refined corpse." The old zombie guard sneered. "Old bastard, go to hell." The young woman was in despair as she clenched her teeth and attacked the old zombie guard. However, she was easily blocked by a 3rd layer Martial King realm refined corpse. The zombie guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect did not seem to be in a hurry to kill them. It teased the young woman and the others like a cat playing with a mouse. "Oh, I see." Lu Ming glanced to the east and west as a cold grin appeared on his face. He discovered that there were auras hiding in the east and west. Although the auras were very weak, Lu Ming could still sense them. The auras were all from the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. They're trying to attract the young woman's reinforcements and catch them all in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. However, the strongest aura among them is only at the 5th layer Martial King realm. Lu Ming let out a cold grin as he no longer concealed himself and walked out in large strides. Who's there? As soon as Lu Ming walked out, the zombie guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect noticed Lu Ming and yelled, "Of course it's the one who's here to kill you." Lu Ming sneered. "Hee hee, little bastard, you're alone? You're courting death." The old zombie guard let out a strange laugh. At this moment, the young woman and the others also looked at Lu Ming. When they saw that Lu Ming was alone and was so young, they were immediately disappointed. "Young hero, leave quickly, don't worry about us." The young woman yelled. Lu Ming was alone. If they did not leave, they would also be killed. "Beauty, it's okay. I'll leave after I kill these monsters of the Heavenly Corpse sect." Lu Ming smiled brightly at the young woman. Chapter 551. "Brat, you're talking big. Kill him." The old zombie guard waved his hand. Immediately, a third-layer Martial King zombie guard controlled a third-layer Martial King refined corpse to attack Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked the zombie guard away. It flew at least 1,000 meters and hit a cliff, almost breaking it. It lay there motionless. Everyone was dumbfounded. A third-layer Martial King refined corpse was destroyed by Lu Ming with a kick. Was it still a refined corpse with copper skin and iron bones? When did it become so fragile? Fourth-layer Martial King, you're a fourth-layer Martial King. The old zombie guard yelled. They were shocked that he had reached the fourth-layer Martial King at such a young age. The eyes of the young woman and the others also lit up. With one more fourth-layer Martial King Lesser Success King, they might have a chance to rush out. "Little brother, come and help me. Let's rush out together." The man at the peak fourth-layer Martial King yelled. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear him. He said with a smile, "Why rush out? Just kill them." After saying this, Lu Ming walked toward the old zombie guard step by step. "Brat, so what if you're a fourth-layer Martial King? You want to kill me? In your dreams?" The old zombie guard roared and immediately controlled a fourth-layer Martial King zombie guard to attack Lu Ming. 5 or 6 black iron chains pierced toward Lu Ming. There was a faint smile at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. He stretched out his hand and grabbed 5 to 6 iron chains. Then, he activated the thunder essence and shook his arm. Sizzle, a huge force of thunder and lightning followed the iron chains and blasted toward the fourth-layer Martial King refined corpse. Bang! The refined corpse was directly burned into charcoal by the force of thunder and lightning. At this moment, the old zombie guard's face changed. His dry and pale face turned pale and his eyes flashed with shock. How could he so easily defeat a fourth-layer Martial King realm refined corpse? How was that possible? This young man's combat strength was too strong. As for the young woman and the others, their eyes lit up. Perhaps they would be saved today. "You are a DTon Divine Guard. You are a genius among the DTon Divine Guards." The old zombie guard shouted. To have such a cultivation base and battle prowess at such a young age, he could only be a top genius among the DTon Divine Guards. "You guessed right." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Kakik, it's worth it to be able to kill a genius from the DTon Divine Guard today. Do it." The old zombie guard sneered, then suddenly roared, his voice spreading far and wide. "Bush, bush." In the next moment, a deafening sonic boom echoed from the east and west as coffins flew over one after another. On each side, there were more than 20 coffins. In total, there were more than 50 coffins in both directions. "Ambush, there's an ambush." At this moment, the faces of the young woman and the others were as pale as paper, and they were filled with despair. "Young hero, leave quickly. Don't worry about us." The young woman shouted. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This young lady was kind-hearted. However, this was already within Lu Ming's expectations. More than 50 zombie guards. Fortunately, I still have a lot of soul-sealing crystals on me. When I seal their souls and bring them back, they will all be rewards. Lu Ming thought to himself. The rewards for sealing the souls of the Heavenly Corpse sect's zombie guards were not limited to the scaled demon plane. It was the same in other places. As long as one killed the zombie guards, sealed their souls, and brought them back, there would be rewards. "Young hero, leave quickly. Seeing Lu Ming standing still, the young woman became anxious. It's too late to leave now. The old zombie guard sneered. The coffins flew above everyone's heads from 2 different directions. They were so dark that they blocked the sunlight in the sky. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming stomped on the ground and his figure soared into the sky, dashing toward the high altitude. He wants to escape, stop him! The old zombie guard shouted. Several iron chains flew out from one of the coffins and wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and sent them flying. Lu Ming rushed into the sky. Escape? Who wants to escape? Lu Ming's indifferent voice came out. In the next moment, Lu Ming looked down and took a step. After taking a step forward, he took another step forward. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming took 3 steps in a row. 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. 3 steps in a row. Boom. The whole world seemed to be about to explode. An incomparably terrifying force violently rushed towards the coffins. Bang, bang, bang. More than 50 coffins exploded as if they were made of paper. Several figures appeared from the coffins. Some of the zombie guards with weaker cultivations directly exploded, dying tragically on the spot. Some of the stronger zombie guards also spat out large mouthfuls of blood. 10,000 dragons kill. As the 3 intents gathered, Lu Ming's spear shuddered and fired at least a few hundred spear glows, which transformed into a few hundred tricolor dragons that lunged at the zombie guards. Cries of agony could be heard. Regardless of the zombie guards' cultivation level, they were all unable to resist the attacks. Their bodies were torn apart by the tricolor dragons, and their corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. For a moment, only some of the stronger refined corpses remained in the air, as motionless as a log. More than 50 zombie guards were killed in an instant. Below, everyone was stunned, no longer fighting. They just stood there, staring blankly at the sky, completely petrified. Heavens, more than 50 zombie guards, including more than 10 4th layer and 5th layer martial emperors, were killed in an instant. Not a single one managed to escape. What kind of strength was that? Was he a greater success emperor? But, a greater success emperor at such a young age? How many were there in the Tianxian region? The crowd could not wrap their heads around it. Monster. After a while, the old zombie guard came to his senses and screamed in fear. He frantically ran to one side. But swoosh! A spear glow fell from the sky and nailed him to the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, spear after spear fell and nailed the other zombie guards to the ground, leaving none alive. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 50 soul-sealing crystals flew out. They sealed the souls of all the zombie guards and stored them away. There are only so many soul-sealing crystals left. If we kill more zombie guards, there won't be any left. Lu Ming sighed. If he had known earlier, he would have bought more soul-sealing crystals. After storing them away, Lu Ming moved and appeared beside the young woman and the others. Greetings, Lord Divine Guard. Apart from the young woman, the others quickly bowed to Lu Ming. Such a young and powerful D. Tian Divine Guard must have a high status in the D. Tian Divine Palace. Naturally, they were respectful. No need to be so polite. I just happened to pass by. The Heavenly Corpse sect and the D. Tian Divine Guard are mortal enemies. Since I saw you, I naturally won't let you go. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lord Divine Guard, you are so powerful. Your name is Xian Xiang. May I know your name? The young woman's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Ming. It was her first time seeing such a young and powerful genius. I am Lu Ming. Chapter 552. Master Lu Ming, you're so powerful. The geniuses of our crafting sect are nothing compared to you. Xian Xiang looked at Lu Ming with sparkling eyes. Ahem. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. He coughed a few times before he came to his senses. Are you from the forging sect? Yes, my father is the sect leader of the crafting sect. Xian Xiang had no ulterior motives. She said it directly. She stared at Lu Ming curiously. Miss, please mind your manners. The burly man reminded her. What? Master Lu Ming is one of us. Xian Xiang chuckled. Lu Ming smiled as well. This Xian Xiang was obviously a young lady who had no experience and was not scheming. Miss Xian Xiang, everyone, I'm going to the crafting sect to look for your sect leader. Lu Ming said. You're going to the crafting sect to look for my father? That's great. Let's go together. Xian Xiang's eyes lit up. But Lu Ming nodded. The others were also overjoyed. With Lu Ming with them, they had nothing to fear from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Then, the group of people went on their way to the north. Sir Lu Ming, you are really amazing. You are so powerful at such a young age. How did you cultivate? Master Lu Ming, you're so powerful. What's your rank in the Imperial Sky Divine Guards? How many geniuses like you are in the Imperial Sky Divine Guards? Master Lu Ming, do you have a girlfriend? Why don't I introduce one to you? I'll introduce myself. Hee, I'm just kidding. Master Lu Ming, I heard that Sheng Xingchen is the #1 genius in the Tianxian domain and is on the list of top 1,000 talents. How do you compare to him, Master Lu Ming? Have you seen him before, Master Lu Ming? Along the way, Xian Xiang followed by Lu Ming's side, her mouth rattling, asking nonstop. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and cast a pleading look at the others beside him. However, they all revealed helpless expressions and turned their heads away, pretending that they did not see anything. Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. After flying for hundreds of miles, Xian Xiang asked at least dozens of questions. At this moment, Lu Ming's reinforcements arrived. Bush, bush. In front of them, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. More than 50 people were flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Every one of them had a strong aura. They were obviously experts. The leader was a young man in a white robe. It's Shen Zhong. A burly man at the side said. Soon, more than 50 people arrived. Xiang Xiang, are you all right? The young man in the lead looked at Xian Xiang with concern and asked. It would be strange if we were fine. If it were up to you, we would have died long ago. Why did you come so late? Xian Xiang curled her lips and snorted coldly. Xian Zhong's face changed and said, Did you guys meet someone from the Heavenly Corpse sect? Nonsense, of course we met. If it wasn't for Master Lu Ming, you wouldn't be able to see me. Let me introduce you guys. This is Master Lu Ming, a Tian Divine Guard. Master Lu Ming is a peerless genius. Those corpse guards were killed by Master Lu Ming in a few moves. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful genius. Xian Xiang stood beside Lu Ming and introduced him to everyone with a look of admiration. However, she did not see that a trace of coldness flashed in Xian Zhong's eyes. Tian Divine Guard? Xiang Xiang, he really is a member of the Tian Divine Guard. Don't be fooled by him. Maybe he was sent by the Heavenly Corpse sect to get close to you. You also know that people from the Heavenly Corpse sect have been appearing more frequently around the weapon forging sect recently. Xian Zhong looked at Lu Ming unkindly and said coldly, You're talking nonsense. Master Lu Ming is so powerful. He must be a genius among the Tian Divine Guards. Moreover, he killed so many corpse guards in a few moves. If he's from the Heavenly Corpse sect, how could he kill so many corpse guards? Moreover, those disgusting fellows from the Heavenly Corpse sect are all so ugly. How could they be as good-looking as Master Lu Ming? Xian Xiang retorted loudly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly at the side. Xian Xiang was really naive and innocent. Xian Zhong was obviously interested in Xian Xiang, but Xian Xiang still praised Lu Ming. Didn't this make Xian Zhong even more unhappy? As expected, Xian Zhong's face became even gloomier. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, right? Now that I've arrived, we're going back to the weapon forging sect. Please leave. In other words, he wanted Lu Ming to leave. Hey Xian Zhong, why are you like this? What's with your attitude? Master Lu Ming saved me before. Moreover, he's going to the weapon forging sect to see my father. He can go back with us. Xian Xiang's face darkened and she said unhappily. He's going to the weapon forging sect too? No, what if he has evil intentions? Xian Zhong said with a gloomy face. This is my Divine Guard token. Do you want to take a look? Before Xian Zhong could finish his words, Lu Ming interrupted him and took out his Divine Guard token. Lu Ming was going to the weapon forging sect to ask for the 1,000 refined blood gold. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Xian Zhong. Seeing Lu Ming take out his divine guard token, Xian Zhong's face became even gloomier. The weapon forging sect was affiliated to the D Tian Divine Palace. Since Lu Ming was really a D Tian Divine Guard, Xian Zhong had no reason to stop Lu Ming from going to the weapon forging sect. I already said that Master Lu Ming is a genius among the D Tian Divine Guards. Someone didn't believe me. Xian Xiang snorted coldly. This made Xian Zhong's face turn even uglier. Let's go. Let's go back to the weapon forging sect. Xian Zhong waved his hand and led the way. The group continued to head towards the north. Along the way, Xian Xiang followed Lu Ming and chatted with him. From Xian Xiang, Lu Ming found out that Xian Zhong was the only son of the weapon forging sect's great elder. He was also the #1 genius among the younger generation in the weapon forging sect. He was only 28 years old and he had already reached Martial King Realm lower tier. Lu Ming nodded his head. Such talent was considered top-notch even in the D Tian Divine Palace, where geniuses were as common as clouds. Lu Ming could also tell that Xian Xiang had some feelings for Xian Zhong. Lu Ming naturally didn't think that Xian Xiang liked him. Xian Xiang was just a simple-minded girl who worshipped experts. When she saw a genius like Lu Ming for the first time, she naturally admired him and was curious about him. However, she didn't like him. In front of them, Xian Zhong's face turned gloomier when he saw Xian Xiang and Lu Ming chatting happily. Murderous intent constantly flashed in his eyes. They chatted as they hurried on. Soon, they had covered a distance of 10,000 miles. A huge and majestic mountain appeared in front of them. This was the weapon forging sect. Following Xian Xiang, they entered the weapon forging sect without any obstructions and arrived at the peak of the mountain. Miss Xian Xiang, young Master Xian Zhong, you are back. The sect master and the elders are having a meeting in the meeting hall. I'll inform them about it, a white-haired old man said as he appeared in front of them. All right. Grandpa Zhong, please inform my father that Lu Ming, the D Tian Divine Guard of the D Tian Divine Palace, has something to discuss with him. Xian Xiang nodded her head. Oh, all right. Chapter 553. Not long after, the white-haired elder returned. Miss Xian Xiang, the sect master has asked you to enter. The elder said. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xian Xiang, and Xian Zhong followed the elder into the hall. As for the others, they dispersed. They followed the elder and passed through several checkpoints before arriving at a large hall. There were 8 people sitting in the hall. Sitting at the top was a middle-aged man with a square face. He was extremely burly. Father! Xian Xiang called out with a smile as soon as she came in. This burly man was the sect master of the crafting sect, Xian Long. I heard that you were attacked by the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. How are you? Are you all right? You little girl, I told you not to run around but you didn't listen. Xian Long stood up from his seat and walked down. He looked at Xian Xiang carefully and scolded her with a smile. Obviously, Xian Long had received the news that Xian Xiang and the others had encountered the corpse guards. Father, I'm blessed with good fortune. I have a benefactor to help me. What are you afraid of? Come, let me introduce you. This is Lu Ming, a peerless genius among the D Tian Divine Guards. Those zombie guards are powerless in the hands of Lord Lu Ming. Be it novice kings, all of them are useless. Xian Xiang pulled Xian Long's arm and said with a smile. Then, she looked at Lu Ming and introduced him to Xian Long and the others smiled. They did not pay much attention to Xian Xiang's words about Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming looked like he was in his 20s. Even if he was a genius among the divine guards, how strong could his cultivation be? How strong could his combat strength be? It was already amazing for him to reach the 4th level Martial King realm. In their opinion, Xian Xiang was innocent and rarely went out. She was just a little excited to see a decent genius. However, Lu Ming was after all a divine guard. There were still some rules that could not be ignored. Xian Long cupped his fists and said, Little brother Lu Ming, thank you for saving us this time. You're welcome, Sect Master Xian. It's just a small matter. Lu Ming returned the gesture. I heard that you have something to ask me. What is it? Xianlong said. Sect leader Xian, it's like this. Elder Huang asked me to come. Lu Ming did not beat around the bush. He took out the small pagoda that Elder Huang had given him. Elder Huang. At this moment, not only Xianlong, but the expressions of the others in the hall also changed slightly. It really is Elder Huang. Xianlong sized up Lil Pagoda, his face filled with respect. He couldn't help but think more highly of Lu Ming. According to what he knew, this pagoda was Elder Huang's keepsake. He wouldn't easily give it to others, but now he had given it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's position in Elder Huang's heart wasn't low. Elder Huang has done me a great favor, and even the weapon forging sect owes him a great favor. It's a pity that he hasn't come to the weapon forging sect for more than 20 years. May I ask why you've called this little brother here? Xianlong asked in a much more polite tone. It's nothing major. Recently, Elder Huang has been wanting to forge a spirit weapon and is lacking materials. He called me here to see if I can ask the sect master for a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold. Lu Ming said. 1,000 refined blood gold. Xianlong and the others' expressions changed once again. 1,000 refined blood gold. You want 1,000 refined blood gold? Impossible, we can't give you 1,000 refined blood gold. A voice rang out. It was Xian Zhong. At this moment, Xian Zhong's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at Lu Ming with hostility and said, Brat, do you know how precious 1,000 refined blood gold is? We don't even have enough people in the crafting sect. The entire crafting sect can only forge one piece of 1,000 refined blood gold in a few years. Who do you think you are to ask for 1,000 refined blood gold? Don't even think about it. Xian Zhong, shut up. What's with your attitude? How dare you speak to little brother Lu like that? Xianlong shouted, glaring at Xian Zhong with rage. Sect master. Xian Zhong was startled by Xianlong's anger and kept his mouth shut. Little brother Lu is here on Elder Huang's request. What is a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold? Little brother Lu, a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold is not a problem. Xianlong said. Sect master, there's only one piece of 1,000 refined blood gold left in the sect. You said it was for me. How can you give it to him now? Xian Zhong shouted again. That's right. At this moment, a man in his 50s with a long beard stood up and said, Sect master, since we said it was for Zhong, it belongs to him. We can't just give it to him because of Elder Huang's words. If Elder Huang wants it, that's fine. We'll forge another piece of 1,000 refined blood gold in a few years and I'll personally give it to Elder Huang. This man with a long beard was the crafting sect's grand elder and also Xian Zhong's father, Xian Yuan. Xianlong frowned and said, Elder Huang has not only shown great kindness to me, but also to all of you. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. We haven't repaid his kindness for many years. Since Elder Huang has spoken, it must be urgent. There's no reason to refuse. I've already made up my mind. This piece of 1,000 refined blood gold will be given to little brother Lu. As for Xian Zhong, we'll wait a few years. No, sect master, I refuse to accept this. Xian Zhong shouted, Who knows where this brat came from? Who knows if he was sent by Elder Huang? Even if he was, who does he think he is? How can he take my 1,000 refined blood gold? Impossible, I refuse. Xian Zhong, that piece of 1,000 refined blood gold isn't yours yet. Father only said that he wanted to give it to you, but that was only on purpose. Xian Xiang glared at Xian Zhong. Xiang, even you? Good, very good. Xian Zhong repeatedly said, good, before turning to Lu Ming with a sinister expression. Brat, I don't care who you are or who sent you here. Treasures belong to the strong. If you want the 1,000 refined blood gold, fine, but we'll have to see how capable you are. I heard that you're very strong. Come, let's fight. If you can beat me, I'll give the 1,000 refined blood gold to you. Lu Ming bitterly smiled. He didn't expect that a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold would cause such a commotion. It seemed that the 1,000 refined blood gold was more precious than he had imagined. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed and said, Brother Xian, there's no need for a fight. How about this? I'll buy the 1,000 refined blood gold with spirit crystals. How about that? Buy it with spirit crystals? Fine, I'll sell it to you as long as you take out 10 million spirit crystals. Xian Zhong sneered. Xian Long frowned at his words. Lu Ming also frowned. Xian Zhong. Xian Xiang glared at Xian Zhong and said, "You're clearly making things difficult for him. How can a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold cost 10 million spirit crystals?" Xian Zhong clenched his teeth and looked at Lu Ming with disdain. "What? Brat, you don't have spirit crystals and you don't dare to fight? What genius of the Empyrean Divine Guards? Bullshit. All you can do is trick Xiang Xiang. Show your true colors now. In my opinion, Elder Huang must be lying to you." Lu Ming frowned. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't speak, Xian Zhong became even more aggressive and said, "Brat, kneel down and apologize. Then get lost and I'll forgive your crime of deceit." "Enough. Xian Zhong, little brother Lu has Elder Huang's token. It can't be fake. In the Tianxin region, if Elder Huang isn't willing, no one can obtain his token." Chapter 554. Sect Master, in my opinion, the reason why Elder Huang called a young man here is to test him. Let the young people settle their own matters. We shouldn't interfere. Xian Yuan said. "All right." At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. He looked at Xian Zhong and said, "Since you want to fight, I'll keep you company." "All right, I've been waiting for you to say that. Let's fight outside." Seeing that Lu Ming had accepted the challenge, Xian Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and he strode outside. Lu Ming followed closely behind. Xian Long let out a sigh and walked out of the hall with the other elders. "That Xian Zhong is really despicable." Xian Xiang snorted. Outside the hall was a spacious square that was perfect for a fight. Lu Ming and Xian Zhong stood opposite each other. "Brother Xian, how about we stop when it's appropriate?" Lu Ming said. After all, he was the one who came to the blacksmith sect to ask for the 1,000 refined blood gold. Therefore, Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. "Stop when it's appropriate? Hee, on the battlefield, swords have no eyes. If you're afraid, quickly admit defeat." Xian Zhong's aura was imposing. Lu Ming frowned again. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, Xian Zhong's aura exploded. At the same time, inscriptions appeared on his palm. With a wave of his hand, a total of 5 spiritual weapons appeared. These 5 spirit weapons were all different from each other. There were 2 battle swords, a saber, a spear, and a dagger. "Kill!" Xian Zhong shouted and pounced on Lu Ming. At the same time, the 5 spiritual weapons also charged at Lu Ming. Buzz. Buzz. The 5 spiritual weapons came from different directions and slashed at Lu Ming's vital points. Their attacks were swift and vicious. It didn't seem like a spar, but a battle. Lu Ming frowned. His figure swayed, avoiding a few spirit weapons and appearing in another direction. "Trying to dodge? You wish." That Xian Zhong's eyes were filled with vicious killing intent. He waved his hands and the 5 spirit weapons continued to attack Lu Ming at lightning speed. The weapon forging sect's method of controlling weapons was truly wondrous. Lu Ming executed his movement technique, wanting to dodge. At this moment, Xian Zhong revealed a ruthless expression and shook his sleeve. Bush, bush, bush. More than 10 sharp piercing sounds could be heard. More than 10 sharp steel needles flew out from Xian Zhong's sleeves and pierced Lu Ming's eyes at lightning speed. "Xian Zhong, you're despicable!" Xian Xiang shouted. "Damn it!" Xian Long roared in anger. However, it was too late for him to save Xian Long. At this moment, Xian Long was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have directly given Lu Ming the 1,000 refined blood medal and allowed Lu Ming to return to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. If Lu Ming died in Xian Zhong's hands, he really didn't know how to explain it to Elder Huang. "Don't push your luck." At this moment, Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Boom. Following which, a terrifying aura exploded from Lu Ming's body. A huge spear radiance shot out from Lu Ming's body and soared into the sky. When the steel needles came into contact with the spear radiance, they exploded and turned into iron powder. Boom. Lu Ming waved his hand and the huge spear radiance swept towards Xian Zhong. Bam. Bam. The 5 spiritual weapons were sent flying a few thousand meters away by the spear radiance. The huge spear radiance continued towards Xian Zhong. Xian Zhong was completely stunned. In front of Lu Ming's terrifying aura, he was like a pitiful worm. Stuff. Grand Elder Xian Yuan shouted from the side. However, would Lu Ming care about him? Bam! The spear radiance struck Xian Zhong's body and sent him flying. He slid a few thousand meters on the square and spat out blood from his mouth. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had purposely held back and only used 10% of his strength. Otherwise, Xian Zhong would have been blasted into nothingness. Xian Yuan rushed over to check on Xian Zhong's injuries. Such powerful combat strength. He is only at the early stage of LV4 Martial King Realm, but his combat strength should be at the late stage of LV5 Martial King Realm or even the peak of LV5 Martial King Realm. Not bad. He is so young and yet he has such cultivation and combat strength. No wonder he is a genius among the Tian Divine Guards. Xian Zhong's defeat is justified. The elders of the blacksmith sect discussed and exclaimed. Xian Zhong was also at the early stage of LV4 Martial King Realm, but he could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. If they knew that Lu Ming had only used 10% of his strength, what would their expressions be? Humph, I told you that Lu Ming is a peerless genius, but Xian Zhong did not listen. Now he is beaten. Xian Xiang snorted and walked over to check on Xian Zhong. Xian Zhong's injuries were not serious. He stood up and looked at Lu Ming in shock. But deep in his eyes, there was a trace of murderous intent, but he hid it. All right, since little brother Lu has won, the 1,000 refined blood gold belongs to little brother Lu. Xian Long announced. He then looked at Lu Ming and smiled. Little brother Lu, the 1,000 refined blood gold is still in the demonic beast blood pool. If you want to take it out, you will have to wait until tomorrow. How about you stay in the blacksmith sect for a night and I will give you the 1,000 refined blood gold tomorrow. No problem. Thank you, Sect Master Xian. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Xian Long then asked someone to arrange a room for Lu Ming. Lord Lu Ming, let me show you around. There are some interesting places in the blacksmith sect. Xian Xiang smiled. All right. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. The blacksmith sect was indeed a great blacksmith sect. There were places and secret rooms for blacksmithing everywhere. Lu Ming followed Xian Xiang and wandered around with great interest. As for Xian Xiang, she was also chattering away. Her curiosity was very strong, asking non-stop. Since young, Xian Xiang had always been active in the area around the blacksmith sect. She had never left the sect, so she was very curious about the outside world. Lu Ming also had a good impression of Xian Xiang. Although Xian Xiang was a few years older than Lu Ming, she was like a naughty little sister in front of Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming would briefly talk about the things that could be said. Lu Ming only left Xian Xiang in the evening and returned to his residence. Then, he entered the Temple of Paragon and placed the Enlightenment Ancient Tree beside him. Lu Ming continued to comprehend the concept of wind. In the blacksmith sect, 3 figures sat in the Grand Elder's living room. One was the Grand Elder, Xian Yuan, and the other was Xian Zhong. The last one was a burly man in his 30s. Father, I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely kill that little bastard Lu Ming. Xian Zhong roared and his eyes were filled with hatred. Don't worry. I don't care if that little bastard is Elder Huang's man. He must die. Xian Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. Father, when are we going to carry out the plan? Xian Zhong asked. You finally thought it through? Are you going to carry out the plan? Xian Yuan asked. I was reluctant to let that bitch Xian Xiang go. But now, that bitch has only seen that little bastard Lu Ming for a short while, and she's already flirting with him. Damn it, all of them deserve to die. Chapter 555. It's good that you've thought it through. How can you be held back by personal feelings when doing great things? Xian Yuan nodded and continued. The Heavenly Corpse sect only used 300 years to expand to its current strength. In my opinion, it won't be long before the Heavenly Corpse sect's strength surpasses the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. If the Weapon Forging sect and Emperor Sky Divine Palace are tied together, the Heavenly Corpse sect will be destroyed sooner or later. How can we die with the Weapon Forging sect? Right now, the Heavenly Corpse sect has set their sights on a treasure in the weapon forging sect. They will take action soon. At that time, we will cooperate with the Heavenly Corpse sect and defeat the weapon forging sect together. We will be the heroes of the Heavenly Corpse sect. How many more days will it take? But Lu Ming, that little bastard, will leave after taking the 1,000 refined blood gold tomorrow. Xinzhong said. How about this? After Lu Ming leaves tomorrow, ask your senior brother to go with you. We will kill Lu Ming on the way and take back the 1,000 refined blood gold. Xian Yuan said. Yes, master. The strong man in his 30s replied. How good. Senior brother's cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th martial king realm. With senior brother's help, it will be more than enough to kill Lu Ming. Xianzhong laughed. Then, they started to conspire again. The night passed quickly. The next day, Xianlong sent someone to pass on a message. Considering that Lu Ming had been in Tianxian City for a long time, the 1,000 refined blood gold might lose some of its spirituality if it was not used for a long time. Therefore, Xianlong and the rest planned to inscribe a layer of seal on the 1,000 refined blood gold to seal the spirituality of the 1,000 refined blood gold so that the spirituality of the 1,000 refined blood gold would not be lost due to time. Therefore it would take some time. It would probably be done in the evening. Lu Ming nodded. He did not mind and continued to wait. Sure enough, in the evening, Xianlong asked someone to bring Lu Ming to the meeting hall. When he arrived at the meeting hall, he saw Xianlong and Xianxiang. There were only the two of them here. Little brother, sorry to keep you waiting. That's the 1,000 refined blood gold. Xianlong smiled and pointed to the center of the hall. Sect Master Xian, you're too polite. Lu Ming said and looked at the center of the hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a piece of dark red metal. This piece of metal had been polished into a perfect square, with a length, width, and height of about half a meter. On the surface, there were lines that looked like the growth rings of a tree. There were more than 1,000 of them. On the surface of the 1,000 refined blood gold, there was a layer of glowing inscriptions. It must be the inscription array that Xianlong and the others had set up to prevent the loss of its spirituality. This was 1,000 refined blood gold. Lu Ming walked over and picked it up. His expression changed slightly. This piece of 1,000 refined blood gold was incomparably heavy. Little brother, the 1,000 refined blood gold is forged using a secret technique of the weapon refining sect. It needs to be tempered 1,000 times, and each time, precious metals and the blood essence of demonic beasts are added. The entire process takes 3 years. This piece of 1,000 refined blood gold weighs 999,900 kilograms. Xianlong smiled proudly. Lu Ming was inwardly shocked. This piece of 1,000 refined blood gold weighed almost 1,000,000 pounds. Moreover, the process was so complicated, which showed how precious it was. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude once again and put the 1,000 refined blood gold into his interspatial ring. Lord Lu Ming, if you have time in the future, come visit the weapon refining sect more often. I still have many questions to ask you. Xianxiang said with some reluctance. Okay. Lu Ming smiled. Girl, all you think about is going out and adventuring. You don't know how dangerous the outside world is. Xianlong scolded with a smile. Sect Master Xian, Miss Xianxiang, take care of yourselves. If you have the chance, come find me in Profound Heaven City. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bid farewell to Xianlong and Xianxiang. He then left the weapon refining sect and flew towards Profound Heaven City. Lu Ming finally obtained the 1,000 refined blood gold. He couldn't wait to return to Profound Heaven City and enter seclusion to comprehend the concept of wind. As long as his concept of wind reached lesser success, it would reach a balance with the concepts of lightning and fire. Then, his cultivation could continue to increase. Flying as fast as lightning, tens of thousands of miles passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. Suddenly, a ghastly white saber gleam slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed and he dodged the saber light. 2 figures appeared in front of him. They stepped on the air and walked towards him. Xianzhong. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. One of them was Xianzhong. The other was a strong man in his 30s. Hee, Lu Ming, let's see where you can run now. Die, the 1,000 refined blood gold is mine. Xian Zhong sneered. Xian Zhong, you really don't give up. I originally wanted to spare your life for Xian Xiang's sake, but you just had to come and die. Lu Ming's gaze also turned cold. Shameless boasting. My father sent my senior brother here. You're dead. Also, don't mention that bitch Xian Xiang in front of me. Speak, did something happen between you two? That bitch is a bitch. And that old man Xian Long, in 2 days, I want them all dead. All dead. Xian Zhong's expression was extremely ferocious. Lu Ming's expression changed as he snapped, what are you going to do to sect leader Xian and the others? Hee, what am I going to do? Let's talk about it when you're in the underworld. Senior brother, kill him. Xian Zhong roared. Bang, bang. The burly man stepped on the void, exuding an incomparably powerful aura. Every step he took in the void produced a clattering sound. Peak 6th layer Martial King Realm. Lu Ming was startled. Lu Ming, my senior brother has reached the peak 6th layer Martial King Realm. He's only 1 step away from breaking through to the greater success stage. You're strong, but are you comparable to my senior brother? That. Xian Zhong laughed excitedly. That. The strong man yelled as his muscles bulged and he slashed out with his saber. The saber light was mighty, slicing the air in half and stirring up gusts of wind. In the blink of an eye, the saber light was about to land on Lu Ming's head. At that moment, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and was placed above his head. Clang! The saber light collided with the spear and a powerful force was emitted. However, Lu Ming's body remained motionless like an ancient sacred mountain. You? Xian Zhong and the strong man's expressions changed drastically. Peak 6th layer Martial King Realm? He. Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward with the long spear in his hand. Mountain-splitting slash. The strong man roared as he unleashed his full strength and slashed out again. This slash was twice as powerful as the previous one. This was the strongest attack the strong man could muster. However, in the next moment, he was in despair. Lu Ming swept out with his long spear and the saber light shattered into nothingness. Oh no, junior brother, run. The strong man's expression darkened as he yelled. Lu Ming merged with his spear and performed the extreme Dao strike. The spear light flashed and blood spurted out. The strong man's forehead was pierced through. Then, a devouring force erupted and devoured the strong man's blood essence. No, how could this be? Xian Zhong almost burst into tears as he ran toward the crafting sect. Chapter 556. With his cultivation, there was no way he could escape. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind Xian Zhong. The spear struck Xian Zhong's shoulder. Xian Zhong's body fell to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! Suddenly, a crater with a diameter of tens of meters appeared on the ground. Xian Zhong was lying in the crater, blood spurting out of his mouth. Lu Ming appeared beside the crater and looked at Xian Zhong coldly. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I beg you to let me go. Xian Zhong struggled to get up and begged. He was trembling in fear. Now, his life was in Lu Ming's hands. He felt like he was drowning in endless fear. You said that Sect Master Xian and the rest would die in 2 days. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked coldly. No, nothing. I was just talking nonsense. Xian Zhong shook his head. You don't want to talk? Then you can die. Lu Ming was stunned. Killing intent surged out of him. No, wait. Xian Zhong screamed. Lu Ming looked at him coldly. Cold sweat dripped down Xian Zhong's face. The Heavenly Corpse sect wants to steal a treasure from the crafting sect. That treasure is with Xian Long. My father has already contacted the Heavenly Corpse sect. In 2 days, we'll launch a surprise attack on the crafting sect. What? You colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming was shocked. I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. Xian Zhong looked at Lu Ming anxiously. Now, he only wanted to save his life. He did not care about anything else. I'll let you go. Go plead with Sect Master Xian and the rest. Lu Ming waved his hand and True Yuan entered Xian Zhong's body, sealing his True Yuan. Then he carried Xianzhong and flew to the blacksmith sect. Xianzhong's face was pale and he was terrified. Soon he arrived at the blacksmith sect. Someone wants to kill me. Someone wants to harm the blacksmith sect. Just then, Xianzhong shouted crazily. In the silent night, his voice could be heard far away. Who is it? Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, several dozen experts flew out from various parts of the crafting school. Deacon Pang, this brat wants to kill me. He wants to steal our sect's treasures. Xianzhong shouted, his face flashing with a sinister look. It's Xianzhong. What? Brat, you're courting death. The weapon refining sect's people furiously roared and attacked Lu Ming. Get out of the way. I have no ill intentions. I have something important to discuss with sect leader Xian. Lu Ming shouted. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's up to no good. Kill him. Xianzhong shouted. He had thrown caution to the wind. When he saw Xianlong and the others, he wouldn't be able to live. He might as well take a gamble now. As long as the weapon forging sect killed Lu Ming, he might still have a chance to live. The people from the weapon forging sect charged towards Lu Ming in a frenzy. Scram! Lu Ming roared. With a sweep of his spear, several experts from the weapon forging sect were sent flying. Lu Ming moved and rushed towards the depths of the weapon forging sect. Save me! Xianzhong shouted. Shut up! If you shout again, I'll kill you! Lu Ming shouted. Go ahead. We're going to die anyway. Kill me. Xianzhong made up his mind and shouted. Whoosh, whoosh. Just then, another group of people rushed towards them. This time, there were more than 10 people and they were all martial kings. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to explain and sent them flying. Soon he was near the meeting hall of the weapon forging sect. Bastard, you're courting death. At this moment, a cold bellow was heard. Immediately after, a few extremely sharp attacks slashed toward Lu Ming. They were 2 sabers. Father, save me. Xianzhong was overjoyed when he heard the voice. Clang, clang. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and swept his spear to block the attack. However, his body shook violently and he couldn't help but retreat 1,000 meters. Greater success, King. Lu Ming's face changed. Xian Yuan appeared in front of him with a few spiritual weapons floating beside him. Xian Yuan's face was extremely cold. He rushed towards Lu Ming at lightning speed without any hesitation. With a wave of his hand, the 2 sabers turned into 2 cold bolts of lightning and slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, 3 spears appeared in a flash and pierced through the void towards Lu Ming. The moment he made his move, he unleashed a barrage of attacks. Xian Yuan had a bad feeling when he saw Xianzhong in Lu Ming's hands. He had to kill Lu Ming quickly. 1,000 dragons kill! With a shake of his spear, hundreds of tricolor true dragons roared and flew out. On average, there were nearly 100 tricolor true dragons pouncing on each spiritual weapon. Break! Xian Yuan shouted coldly as he controlled the spiritual weapons. A terrifying aura burst out from the spiritual weapons. Bang! Bang! The tricolor true dragons exploded one by one and turned into nothingness. The 5 spiritual weapons continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his spear tightly to block the 5 spiritual weapons. Clang, clang, clang. Although the 5 spiritual weapons were blocked, the terrifying force tore through Lu Ming's defense and almost tore his body apart. He was pushed back a few thousand meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. A greater success, King Realm Level 7 Martial King is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. He had already sensed that Xian Yuan's cultivation was Level 7 Martial King. Still not dead? Kill! Xian Yuan shouted angrily. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his expectations. Xian Yuan, if you want your son to die, keep attacking. Lu Ming blocked Xianzhong in front of him and shouted. Father, father, save me. Xianzhong screamed in fear. Xian Yuan's expression kept changing. The next moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold and there was a flash of determination. He waved his hands and the 5 spirit weapons turned into 5 bolts of lightning and charged toward Lu Ming. 2 of the spiritual weapons went straight for Xianzhong. No, no! Xianzhong shouted. How cruel. You even killed your son to silence him. Lu Ming's expression changed. He used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and retreated quickly. Stop! At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Several spiritual weapons tore through the air and collided with Xian Yuan's spiritual weapons. Clang, clang. The violent collision resounded in the sky. Xian Yuan's spiritual weapons were bounced back. A figure appeared in the sky. It was Xianlong Whoosh. Behind Xianlong were other elders of the crafting sect, including Xian Xiang. Master Lu Ming? What's going on? Xian Xiang was confused when she saw Lu Ming and Xian Zhong in Lu Ming's hand. Sect leader, Lu Ming, that little bastard, broke into the crafting sect and tried to kill Zhong. Luckily I found him. I suggest we attack now and kill him. Xian Yuan shouted with a cold look in his eyes. Ha, Xian Yuan, you've done something wrong. Are you afraid that I'll say it, so you want to kill me? Lu Ming laughed. Kid, what are you talking about? Chapter 557. However, Xianlong moved and stood in front of Xian Yuan. I believe Brother Lu wouldn't attack Xian Zhong for no reason. Why don't we listen to what's going on? Let's get to the bottom of this. Xianlong said. Sect leader. Xian Yuan panicked. All right, that's enough. Xianlong waved his hand. The coldness in Xian Yuan's eyes intensified. He knew that he could not kill Lu Ming with Xianlong's help. Stealthily, he gave one of the elders a look. That elder nodded slightly, and then slowly retreated, disappearing into the darkness. No one noticed. Brother Lu, what's going on? Xianlong looked at Lu Ming and asked. Yes, Master Lu Ming, what's going on? How is Xian Zhong? Xian Xiang asked as she looked at Xian Zhong in Lu Ming's hand. Sect Master Xian, before I left the crafting sect, I ran into this Xian Zhong and one of his senior brothers. They tried to kill me on the way. Lu Ming said. What? Xian Zhong, how dare you? Xianlong roared. Xian Zhong, you? How could you do such a thing? Xian Xiang also looked at Xian Zhong with disappointment. Xian Zhong lowered his head. His eyes were full of disappointment, but he didn't say anything. Nonsense, you bastard. You're the one who wanted to kill Zhong. Xian Yuan shouted again. Shut up, old man. You're brainless, but do you think others are brainless too? I barged in from the outside and everyone saw it. Based on what you're saying, I barged in first and took Xian Zhong away. Then, I brought Xian Zhong out and barged in from the outside so that you could stop me? Lu Ming shouted. Xian Yuan's face turned red. He just wanted to pin a crime on Lu Ming. He did not expect there to be so many loopholes. He could not bring himself to say anything. Xian Yuan, are you the one who ordered this? Xianlong's face turned ugly as he looked at Xian Yuan. Wait a minute. Sect leader Xian, killing me on the way is just a small matter. Just now, I heard something from Xian Zhong that is a big matter. Lu Ming shouted. Hearing this, Xian Yuan's expression changed drastically and he slowly stepped back. Something big? What is it? Xianlong asked. Grand Elder Xian Yuan has already colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect. In 2 days, he'll join forces with the Heavenly Corpse sect to take down the crafting school. Lu Ming shouted. These words were like rolling thunder, exploding in the minds of everyone in the crafting school. What did you say? Xianlong's face was filled with disbelief. The others also looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. This was too shocking. Sect leader Xian Zhong said it himself. Lu Ming said, Nonsense. Venomous slander. Sect leader, Lu Ming is trying to drive a wedge between us. I suggest that we kill him immediately. Xian Yuan roared. Xian Yuan, you still dare to quibble? But you're really ruthless. You even wanted to kill Xian Zhong just to shut me up. He's your biological son. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he said to Xian Zhong, do you still want to help such an unscrupulous father hide it? When the Heavenly Corpse sect takes down the crafting school, everyone you know will die. What's the point of living then? Also, there's nothing between me and Xian Xiang. On the contrary, she told me that she likes you, but you always misunderstood her. Lu Ming's words made Xian Zhong tremble slightly. He raised his head and looked at Xian Xiang. Xian Zhong, what's going on? Tell me. Xian Xiang shouted. Xian Zhong's eyes flickered. Then he looked at Xian Yuan and said, "Father, let's stop. We've made great contributions to the crafting school for generations. I believe that the sect leader and the elders will forgive us. Let's stop." Xian Zhong's words were like thunder. Everyone looked at Xian Yuan in unison. "Xian Yuan, how dare you?" Xian Long roared, his hair and beard fluttering. "Bastard, you're so useless. You can't achieve great things because of your personal feelings. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you." Xian Yuan looked at Xian Zhong coldly. Then he looked at Lu Ming and sneered, "Little bastard, you ruined my plan. I'll make sure you die a horrible death." As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Yuan retreated hastily. "Oh no, he's leaving!" Lu Ming shouted. "Stay!" Xian Long roared and chased after Xian Yuan. "Xiang Xiang, please forgive me. Please forgive me!" Xian Zhong shouted. Xian Xiang looked at Xian Zhong with disappointment. Then her face turned cold and she said, "This time, if it wasn't for Lord Lu Ming, you and your father would have colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect and attacked the crafting school. How can I forgive you?" Xian Xiang turned her head and did not look at Xian Zhong. Xian Zhong was in despair. Clang, clang. At this moment, Xian Long and Xian Yuan had already exchanged a blow. Xian Yuan retreated quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, there were sounds of something breaking through the air around the crafting school. Pitch-black coffins appeared all around the crafting sect. "The Heavenly Corpse sect is attacking! The Heavenly Corpse sect is attacking!" There were shouts and screams from all directions. "Ha, now, you're all going to die." Xian Yuan laughed maniacally. "Damn it, activate the array, activate the array." Xian Long roared. However, in the next moment, there were explosions and screams around the crafting school. At the scene, several elders suddenly moved to assassinate the other elders of the crafting school. In an instant, those several elders were killed on the spot. "You?" Xian Long roared, his eyes spitting fire. Obviously, these people had all betrayed the crafting school. "Ah, Xian Long, I've been in the crafting school for many years. How can there be no one?" Xian Yuan sneered. "Traitor, traitor, kill them." The crafting school was in chaos. There were shouts and screams. At this moment, the coffins of the Heavenly Corpse sect opened and zombie guards flew out. They rushed into the crafting school and started a war. In an instant, the crafting school was engulfed in the flames of war. "Xian Yuan, you deserve to die." Xian Long roared and pounced on Xian Yuan. "Don't think that I'm afraid of you." Xian Yuan roared and started a war with Xian Long. Both of them were Martial King Realm Greater Success Kings. The battle was intense. "Xian Long, hand over the dark steel heavy sword and I'll leave your corpse intact." An old zombie guard wearing a black robe silently appeared not far away and said coldly, "So you want the dark steel heavy sword? You want to go to the ancient desolation city?" Xian Long seemed to have thought of something and his face changed. "Hee, hand over the dark steel heavy sword. I know it's in your storage ring." The old zombie guard roared. "Brother Lu, take Xiang Xiang away." Chapter 558. Leave? I still want her blood as a guide. How can I let her go? Capture that girl for me. Be careful, don't kill her. The old zombie guard waved his hand. Immediately, several zombie guards controlled the refined corpses to charge at Xian Xiang. "Kill!" Xian Xiang roared and controlled several spirit weapons to charge at the zombie guards. At this moment, Lu Ming threw Xian Zhong onto the square of the forging sect. With a flash of his figure, he dashed toward a few zombie guards and refined corpses. With a sweep of his long spear, the few zombie guards exploded one after another. "Kill that brat!" The old zombie guard shouted, and more zombie guards rushed toward Lu Ming. There were at least 10 zombie guards with 20 refined corpses. Iron chains covered the sky and wrapped around Lu Ming and Xian Xiang. "Go!" Lu Ming pulled Xian Xiang and retreated, avoiding the entanglement of the iron chain. At this moment, there were battles everywhere. There were battles between the Forging Sect disciples and the Sky Corps sect's zombie guards. There were also internal conflicts within the Forging Sect. "Damn traitor!" Lu Ming saw that on the square below, an angry forging sect disciple chopped off Xian Zhong's head. In the end, Xian Zhong died in the hands of the forging sect disciple. Xian Xiang also saw all of this. She bit her red lips and her eyes were red. She didn't make a sound. Capture that girl. Around them, a group of zombie guards controlled the refined corpses and charged toward Lu Ming and Xian Xiang. Why do they want to capture Xian Xiang? Just now, Sect Master Xian shouted about the ancient Desolation City? Could it be the ancient Desolation City in the eastern part of the profound heaven continent? Lu Ming's mind raced. A battle sword pierced through the void and cut off the heads of 5 or 6 zombie guards. It was Xian Long. He controlled the battle sword to help Lu Ming and Xian Xiang. Lu Ming, take Xiang with you. Hurry and go to Tianxian City. I'm counting on you. Xian Long shouted. In the forging sect, only Xian Long and Xian Yuan were kings. The other elders were all kings. None of them had the strength of Lu Ming. At this moment, Xian Long could only ask Lu Ming for help. All right. Lu Ming agreed. He pulled Xian Xiang and quickly retreated. No one can leave? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! A series of iron chains pierced through the air, entangling towards Lu Ming and Xian Xiang. Scram! Lu Ming bellowed, and a 1,000-meter-long spear light swept out. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The spear light was penetrated by the iron chain, and the iron chain continued to wrap around them. Great success, Monarch. Lu Ming's heart trembled. That was definitely a great success, king-level refined corpse. With me here, you want to leave? How is that possible? Hee. Behind him, a middle-aged zombie guard was controlling 2 refined corpses. They emitted a terrifying aura as they pressed towards Lu Ming. Lord Lu Ming, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Xian Xiang shouted. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Xian Xiang and rushed in another direction. However, the iron chain had blocked all paths of retreat. Boom, boom. Lu Ming exchanged a few blows with it. His body shook violently, and blood spilled out of his mouth. With his current combat strength, there was still a gap between him and a great success king. Just as there was a divide between the 3rd and 4th level Martial King realm, there was also a divide between the 6th and 7th level Martial King realm. The 7th level Martial King realm belonged to the Great Success King realm. Their combat strength was 2 levels higher than the 6th level Martial King realm. Whoosh, whoosh. The iron chains flew across the sky, attacking Lu Ming continuously. Clang, clang. At this moment, 2 battle swords flew over and knocked the iron chain away. It was Xian Long who was controlling the swords to help. Xian Long, how dare you be distracted while fighting with me? You're courting death. Xian Yuan shouted coldly, and his battle weapon flew out. Xian Long was hit by Xian Yuan's spear, which pierced a bloody hole in his shoulder. If Xian Long had not dodged in time, it would have pierced his heart. Father! Xian Xiang was shocked and worried. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the middle-aged zombie guard appeared behind Lu Ming and grabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly turned around and stabbed out with his spear. The middle-aged zombie guard was also a Great Success King realm 7th level Martial King realm. Although the zombie guard's combat strength was not strong, he was still stronger than Lu Ming. Bang! With one blow, Lu Ming's body was sent flying backward. Not good. Lu Ming could not help but let go of Xian Xiang's hand. Whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, several iron chains wrapped around Xian Xiang and pulled her far away. I got the girl. Now I need the dark iron heavy sword. The old zombie guard sneered. He was also a Great Success King realm expert, and he was controlling the refined corpse to kill the elders of the crafting sect. The elders were killed by his refined corpse one after another. Xiang Xiang. Xian Long roared and controlled 3 swords to cut at the iron chains that wrapped around Xian Xiang. However, the refined corpse that wrapped around Xian Xiang was a Great Success King realm expert. How could Xian Long save her? The iron chains flew out and knocked the 3 swords away. You dare to be distracted? Xian Yuan revealed a cold smile. Xian Yuan took advantage of Xian Long's distraction and attacked fiercely. Whoosh, This time, one of Xianlong's arms was chopped off by Xianyuan. Xianlong roared like a mad lion. "Huh, I got the storage ring." Xianyuan was overjoyed and threw Xianlong's arm to the old zombie guard. Xian Xiang anxiously roared in the distance. Bang! Lu Ming sent several lesser success King Realm refined corpses flying with his spear and charged toward Xianlong. "Kid, you want to save her?" The middle-aged zombie guard controlled a refined corpse and blocked Lu Ming's path. "Die my ass." Then smash. Lu Ming patted Dandan. Shwa. Dandan flew out and rapidly enlarged, smashing toward the middle-aged zombie guard's face. Bang. The middle-aged zombie guard could not dodge at all and was directly smashed in the face. He screamed as his face was almost smashed. He frantically retreated while controlling the refined corpse to block in front of him. What a meticulous plan. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. Originally, he wanted to use Dandan to ambush and kill a greater success King Realm zombie guard. However, this zombie guard immediately controlled the refined corpse to block in front of him, so he did not have the chance. Lu Ming dashed past them and toward Xianlong. At this moment, Xian Xiang was surrounded by a bunch of refined corpses. Even if he wanted to save her, it was already too late. At this moment, Xianlong was in danger. One of his arms was chopped off, so he was not Xianyuan's opponent at all. Bang! Lu Ming's aura was like a rainbow. He was simply invincible under the greater success King Realm. No zombie guard or refined corpse could stop him. This kid is courting death. The old zombie guard's eyes were cold as he controlled a greater success King Realm refined corpse to charge toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he himself also charged toward Xianlong. Not good. Extreme Dao Strike. Lu Ming became one with his spear and turned into a spear light. The refined corpses and zombie guards in front of him were all sent flying. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared not far from Xianlong. However, at this moment, the old zombie guard and Xianyuan had already surrounded Xianlong. Xianlong was already at a disadvantage. Now that he was surrounded, he was instantly hit and his body was covered in blood. Then smash! Lu Ming shouted. Chapter 559. Bam! Dandan hit Xianyuan first. Xianyuan screamed miserably. Even though he was a grand completion king, his face was smashed into pulp by Dandan's attack. How could Xianlong let go of this opportunity? Traitor, die! Xianlong controlled 3 swords and slashed at Xianyuan. Clang, clang. Xianyuan only managed to block 2 of the swords in his panic. He couldn't block the third one. The third sword cut off Xianyuan's head. A greater success king was killed just like that. But at the same time, the old zombie guard's claw pierced through Xianlong's chest and grabbed his heart. Damn it! Lu Ming roared and smashed Dandan at the old zombie guard's face. The old zombie guard screamed and quickly retreated, but it was still smashed by Dandan, smashing it beyond recognition. Shwa! Lu Ming rushed over, grabbed Xianlong, and quickly broke out. At the same time, his true Yuan swept Xianyuan's corpse into the Temple of Paragon. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming swept out his spear, and the refined corpses were sent flying. Lu Ming continued to rush out. Damn it! Stop him! Stop him! I want him to die! The old zombie guard screamed and controlled the greater success king refined corpses to surround him. This time, the Heavenly Corpse sect had taken action in advance. Only 2 of their king-level masters had come. There were no king-level masters blocking Lu Ming's path. Without a phenomenal success king, no one below the phenomenal success king level would be able to withstand Lu Ming's attack. The refined corpses were sent flying like sandbags. Extreme Dao Strike. In the end, Lu Ming unleashed an Extreme Dao attack and dashed out 5 miles away. He then took a deep breath and circulated his true Yuan. He took a step and appeared 10 miles away. Chase! The old zombie guard roared and controlled the greater success king refined corpses to chase after him. However, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps and instantly disappeared. A few minutes later, Lu Ming had rushed out nearly 10,000 miles. Xianlong kept coughing up blood, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Lu Ming chose a secluded place, landed, and placed the profound dragon on the ground. Little brother Lu, I beg you, you must save Xiang Xiang. Xianlong coughed up blood as he spoke. His heart had been crushed, and he had relied on his powerful physical body and profound cultivation to stay alive. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have died from such injuries. Sect leader Xian, let me heal you. Lu Ming placed his palm on Xianlong's back and a majestic true energy flowed into Xianlong's body. Lu Ming's true essence was the battle dragon's true essence, which was extremely effective. After a while, Xianlong's face regained some color. Little brother, don't waste your Zhenyuan. Your heart has already exploded, and there's nothing you can do. Little brother, let me tell you a few things. Xianlong panted. Sect leader Xian, please speak. Lu Ming said. If I'm not wrong, the Heavenly Corpse sect must have taken the Xian family's dark iron heavy sword and kidnapped Xiang Xiang. They must have gone to the ancient desolation city in the east, opened the ancient desolation tomb in the ancient desolation city, retrieved the corpses in the tomb, and refined them into peerless corpses. They must have gone to the east. Little brother, I beg you, help me save Xiang Xiang. After speaking, Xianlong struggled to kneel before Lu Ming. Sect leader Xian, what are you doing? I promise you I will save Xiang Xiang. Lu Ming said firmly. Good, that's good. Little brother, this storage ring was given to me by Xiang Xiang's mother. Can you pass it to her on my behalf? Xianlong took off his storage ring and passed it to Lu Ming. Don't worry, sect leader Xian. Lu Ming means what he says. Lu Ming took the storage ring and kept it. Sect leader Xian, what's your relationship with the ancient desolation city? Lu Ming was curious. Lu Ming remembered that the peerless genius of the ancient desolation city, Xian Feng, also had the same surname as Xianlong. The Xian family of the blacksmith sect used to be a branch of the Xian family in the ancient desolation city. There were 2 dark iron heavy swords in the Xian family. It was said that once the 2 dark iron heavy swords were combined and the ancient desolation tomb was opened, it would be a disaster for the Xian family. So, 10,000 years ago, our branch left the ancient desolation city with the dark iron heavy sword and came here to prevent the 2 dark iron heavy swords from combining. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Corpse sect knew about it. They will definitely bring Xiang Xiang to the ancient desolation city to get the other dark iron heavy sword. Once the ancient desolation tomb is opened, the Xian family will be finished. Xianlong explained. Xianlong's life force was getting weaker and weaker. There was nothing he could do. Little brother, I'll leave Xiang Xiang to you. In the end, Xianlong uttered his final words. His life force dissipated and he died. Sighed. Lu Ming sighed. He dug a hole at the side and buried the mystic dragon. However, he did not leave a tombstone. If the Heavenly Corpse sect found the tombstone, they would probably refine the corpse into a corpse. Don't worry, sect leader Xian. Since I've promised, I'll do my best to fulfill it. Lu Ming cupped his fists and flew into the sky. He retracted his aura and flew back to the blacksmith sect. Quick, take everything you can. Quick! Lu Ming heard shouts as he approached the blacksmith sect. Lu Ming flew into the sky and looked down. However, he did not see any trace of Xian Xiang. Not only that, he did not even see the 2 greater success king zombie guards. Where did they take Xian Xiang? Lu Ming pondered. After a while, some zombie guards flew towards the north. Lu Ming followed them from a distance. They flew towards the north for at least a few 100,000 miles. There was a huge mountain filled with smoke in front of them. The zombie guards all flew into the mountain. Lu Ming stopped a few 100 miles away. He did not dare to go any further. He guessed that it was one of the Heavenly Corpse sect's bases in the Tianxian domain. There were definitely many experts there. If he got too close and was discovered, he would be in danger. Lu Ming found a secluded place and hid himself. Could Xian Xiang have been brought here? Or has she left for the east? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. Whatever. I'll wait here for 2 days. If I don't see Xian Xiang, I'll head east. Dandan, stay here and keep watch. Let me know if anything happens. I'll cultivate first. Lu Ming placed Dandan on the ground and entered the Temple of Paragon. Xian Yuan's corpse was on a platform in the Temple of Paragon. Lu Ming did not want to waste the essence blood of a greater success king. The 9 dragons bloodline appeared and devoured Xian Yuan's essence blood. Lu Ming took off Xian Yuan's storage ring and waved his hand. A wisp of flame appeared and burned Xian Yuan's corpse to ashes. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began refining Xian Yuan's essence blood. The essence blood of a greater success king was too dense. Lu Ming used it all to strengthen the 9 dragons bloodline. Chapter 560. A new silver chakra appeared. 7th chakra, 7th level king class bloodline. After refining so much blood essence, the 9 dragons bloodline finally rose to the 7th grade of king class. 7th level king class bloodline was the same level as Xian Yanqing's bloodline. It had surpassed most of the geniuses in Tianxian domain. It was said that the bloodline of the Saint Star was above 7th level king class. Other than him, no one else in Tianxian domain had reached 7th level king class. Hoo-hoo, the 9 dragons bloodline opened its mouth and inhaled. The devouring power was terrifying. The power of devouring has increased by 2 times. Now, even a greater success king would be affected by the power of devouring. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Indeed, the devouring power of the 9 dragons bloodline had greatly increased after reaching 7th level king class. I wonder what kind of changes will happen after I advance to the divine bloodline? Lu Ming thought. It was said that the divine bloodline had incredible power. It was mysterious and terrifying. Martial artists had the chance to awaken their bloodline for the 3rd time after reaching the Sea of Spirit realm. Martial artists had 3 chances to awaken their bloodline in their life. However, not every martial artist could awaken their bloodline for the 3rd time. The 3rd bloodline awakening was completely different from the previous 2. It was not fixed but random. It depended on one's comprehension, luck, and talent. Some martial artists awakened their bloodline at the 1st level of the Sea of Spirit realm, some at the 2nd level, and some at the 3rd level. Some even at the Spirit Embryo realm. Most people would never be able to awaken a 3rd bloodline in their entire lives. The probability was terrifyingly low. Out of 10,000 martial artists who reached the Sea of Spirit realm, only one could awaken their 3rd bloodline. However, once the 3rd bloodline was awakened, it would be terrifying. This was because the 2nd bloodline of those who could reach the Sea of Spirit realm was usually above 3rd level king class. The 3rd bloodline would definitely be higher than the 2nd bloodline. Some people could even awaken their divine bloodline and soar to the sky. However, Lu Ming had the 9 dragons bloodline. Even if he couldn't awaken his 3rd bloodline, his 2 bloodlines could become divine bloodlines in the future. He was looking forward to it. Let's see what's happening outside. Lu Ming walked out of the Temple of Paragon. Danden's body was flashing, but it didn't seem to be moving. Continue to wait. What's that? At this moment, Lu Ming saw a few light spots flying toward the east from the mountain in the distance. However, they were too far away. Given Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see them clearly. Let's go to the east. Lu Ming grabbed Danden and headed toward the east. After about 10,000 miles, Lu Ming. It's Xian. From afar, Lu Ming saw more than 10 zombie guards and dozens of refined corpses. The woman in the middle was Xian Xiang. These corpse guards didn't hide in the coffins, as if they were afraid of causing unnecessary trouble along the way. After all, Xians or not. So many. Lu Ming couldn't see through at least 3 of the zombie guards. They were all kings in the Great Accomplishment stage. There were at least 6 kings in the Great Accomplishment stage. This wasn't something that Lu Ming could fight against. Lu Ming could only follow them from afar and wait for an opportunity to attack. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was very cautious. Even when they were resting, there would be a king in the Great Accomplishment stage guarding Xian. Lu Ming couldn't attack at all. Just like that, more than 10 days passed. They were getting closer and closer to the east. The ancient Desolation City had always been mysterious in the east of the Tianxian domain. It was said that the ancient Desolation City didn't belong to this world and wasn't built by the people of this world. Instead, during the ancient times, the ancient desolate city fell from the sky. There was a strange aura in the ancient Desolation City. Other martial artists couldn't cultivate or raise their cultivation in the city. Only the Xian family members could cultivate in the ancient Desolation City. Therefore, other than the Xian family members, no one else lived in the ancient Desolation City. The Xian family didn't have many people in the ancient Desolation City, but they were all peerless geniuses. Today, there weren't only people from the Xian family in the Xian family's meeting hall. There were also people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Fire Palace Master, Earth Palace Master, and Thunder Palace Master were all in the ancient Desolation City's meeting hall. Apart from them, there were also some protectors from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. They were all powerful people. Recently, more and more people from the Heavenly Corpse sect have appeared in the east of the Tianxian domain. Could it be that the Tianxian branch palace in the central region is at a disadvantage? The Earth Palace Master said. Especially the ancient Desolation City. There are Heavenly Corpse sect's corpse guards coming to harass us. Therefore, the Palace Master sent us to help. The Thunder Palace Master frowned. Could it be that the Heavenly Corpse sect's target is the ancient Desolation Tomb? Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man whose eyes were like lightning. At this moment, he spoke with a frown. This person was the ancient Desolation City Master and also the Xian family's family master. Beside him stood a youth. It was Xian Feng. Ancient Desolation Tomb? The Thunder Palace Master and the others were puzzled. According to our Xian family's ancient records, the ancient Desolation City descended from another world. The ancient Desolation Tomb is where the corpses of unparalleled experts are buried. Our Xian family's ancestor entered the ancient Desolation Tomb by chance and merged with a drop of blood from one of the corpses. That's how he was able to cultivate in the ancient Desolation City. I suspect that the Heavenly Corpse sect wants to open the ancient Desolation Tomb and seize the corpses. The Xian family's family master said. There's actually such a thing? The Earth Palace Master, Thunder Palace Master, and the others were dumbfounded. In the past, they thought that it was just a rumor. Then we can't let the Heavenly Corpse sect succeed. If the Heavenly Corpse sect really obtains the corpses of unparalleled experts and refines them into refined corpses, it will be a great catastrophe. The Earth Palace Master said. Don't be afraid. It won't be easy for them to open the ancient Desolation Tomb. They need 2 keys. Our ancient Desolation City only has 1 key. The other key was taken away by another branch of the Xian family 10,000 years ago. The ancient Desolation City's city master said. That's good. The few of them heaved a sigh of relief. A few days ago, the Heavenly Corpse sect would occasionally attack. But these few days, the Heavenly Corpse sect has gone into hibernation. I wonder what their goal is? The Fire Palace Master said. No matter what their goal is, we just need to prepare our defenses. The Thunder Palace Master said. After that, the crowd continued to discuss for a while before dispersing one by one. Only the ancient city master was still frowning. Feng, if anything happens, you must escape. Your life is more important. Do you understand? The ancient city master instructed. Father, Xian Feng wanted to say something but stopped. Remember, our Xian family can't end here. This time, I have a bad premonition. The ancient city master said. Chapter 561. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Bush. Early in the morning, there were sounds of something breaking through the air. There were at least 1,000 coffins flying towards the ancient desolate city from all directions. Not good, the Heavenly Corpse sect has launched an attack. There are so many coffins. A scream came from the ancient desolate city and spread throughout the city. Prepare to meet the enemy. The ancient desolate city lord appeared in the air and ordered loudly. In the ancient desolate city, there were at least a few thousand people running. Bush. More than a dozen figures appeared beside the ancient desolate city lord. They were the Thunder Palace Lord, Fire Palace Lord, and some other experts from the ancient desolate city. What's going on? Why did the Heavenly Corpse sect launch an attack today and send out so many people? The Earth Palace Lord roared, full of doubts. Perhaps the person the Heavenly Corpse sect is waiting for has arrived. The ancient desolate city lord sighed. What do you mean the person they are waiting for has arrived? Who are they waiting for? Everyone was puzzled. Ka, over 1,000 coffins opened, and corpse guards appeared in the air, carrying refined corpses. He, ancient Desolace city lord, hand over the black iron heavy sword and let us open the ancient Desolace tomb. We can consider letting you go. An old zombie guard sneered. Dream on. Even if you get my black iron heavy sword, you can't open the ancient Desolace tomb. The ancient Desolace city lord said. Really? Do you think we don't know? We have already investigated clearly. There are 2 keys to the ancient Desolace tomb. If we don't get them, why would we attack? Bring them here. The old zombie guard waved his hand and a zombie guard appeared with a beautiful young woman. This woman was Xian Xiang. This is the descendant of the Xian family that left 10,000 years ago. We have already gotten the key. As long as the 2 keys are combined, we can open the ancient Desolace tomb. Hand over your black iron heavy sword. The old zombie guard sneered. The ancient Desolace city lord's face was extremely ugly. You want me to hand it over? Impossible unless I die. The ancient Desolace city lord roared. Stubborn. Since that's the case, kill. The old zombie guard waved his hand. The zombie guards controlled the refined corpses and charged towards the ancient Desolace city lord. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. Thousands of guards controlled more than 2,000 refined corpses to attack the ancient Desolace city. Although the ancient desolate city's Xian family did not have many people, they still had several thousand. Together with the reinforcements from the Heavenly God Palace, they engaged in an intense battle with the Heavenly Corpse sect. Boom! Boom! The Thunder Palace Master, the Fire Palace Master, the Earth Palace Master, and the ancient Desolation City Master all released powerful auras that were as dazzling as 4 small suns. With a wave of his hand, flickering lightning and blazing flames spread out in all directions. Dozens of refined corpses were instantly torn apart. For 9th layer martial kings. Good, after killing them, I can refine another 4 powerful refined corpses. A sneer was heard. Then, 4 figures pounced toward Hallmaster Lei and the others. Among the 4 figures, 2 of them were gigantic demonic beasts. They were demonic corpses, and their bodies exuded a powerful aura. 2 of them were human corpses, but they wore armor and held spears as they charged towards the Thunder Palace Master and the others. These 2 refined corpses were completely different from the other refined corpses. The Thunder Palace Master and the others did not dare to be careless and engaged in a fierce battle with these refined corpses. For a moment, it was a draw. Screams could be heard from all over the ancient desolate city as people were killed. Lu Ming was hiding on a mountain peak outside the ancient desolate city. So many experts. I didn't expect the Heavenly God Palace to send a few palace masters. Including the original strength of the ancient desolate city, there are 8 great perfection kings. Lu Ming pondered as he sensed the auras in the distance. Apart from the 3 palace masters, the Heavenly God Palace also had 2 great perfection kings. As for the ancient desolate city itself, it also had 3 great perfection kings. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect had clearly come prepared. They had sent more than 8 great perfection kings. Including the refined corpses they controlled, their strength was clearly above the ancient desolate cities. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he would not be of much use if he participated. I'll wait and see. I'll take the opportunity to save Xian Xiang. Lu Ming made up his mind. He hid there, retracted his aura, and remained motionless. As time passed, the battle became even more intense. People were constantly being killed in the ancient desolate city, and the smell of blood permeated the entire city. As for the Thunder Palace Master and the other great perfection kings, they were under even more pressure. Apart from the 4 refined corpses from before, there were even more refined corpses attacking them. Immediately, they were at a disadvantage. Charge! Let's join forces and charge out. The Thunder Palace Master roared. No, if we charge out, everyone else will die. Moreover, the ancient desolate tomb cannot be opened. The ancient desolate city master roared. At this time, we can't care so much. If we don't charge out, we will all die. The Thunder Palace Master roared. He regretted taking on this mission. However, The ancient desolate city master and the fire palace master did not listen to him. Damn it. The thunder palace master roared. With a wave of his hand, thunder rumbled and struck forward. The two refined corpses attacking him were forced back. He then charged forward, wanting to break out of the encirclement. You actually ran away. The fire palace master roared. A bunch of fools. Who is willing to stay here and die? The thunder palace master sneered and charged forward. However, shio. Iron chains appeared and two powerful refined corpses appeared, blocking the thunder palace master's path. Behind him, the two refined corpses charged forward. There was no way out. Ah, damn it. The thunder palace master roared and was forced back. I have already sent a message to the palace master to ask for reinforcements. As long as we can hold on for an hour, the palace master will be able to arrive. The fire palace master shouted. There is a way. We can retreat to the edge of the ancient desolate tomb. Our Xian family has been inscribing inscription arrays around the tomb for generations. After so many years, the inscription arrays there have become quite powerful. We can retreat there and activate the inscription arrays. We can definitely hold on for an hour, the ancient desolate city master said. All right, let's do that. The fire palace master and the earth palace master both agreed. The thunder palace master helplessly followed them and charged into the ancient desolate tomb. Gather, gather. We will retreat to the ancient desolate tomb together. The ancient desolate city master roared as he retreated. He gathered the remaining members of the Xian family and retreated to the ancient desolate tomb together. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect tried their best to stop them. There were killings everywhere and not many people could shake off their opponents to join them. In the end, only a few hundred people rushed to the edge of the ancient desolate tomb. Activate the array. The ancient desolate city master roared. His eyes were filled with pain. Once they activated the array, the people in the other parts of the ancient desolation city would only die. However, they had no choice but to do so now. Chapter 562. A light screen appeared in front of the city master of the ancient desolation city. Boom, boom, boom. Those powerful refined corpses were constantly attacking the light barrier. The light barrier was constantly trembling, but it didn't break. It firmly blocked the attacks. Damn it, attack! A greater success. King Zombie Guard roared and ordered the other zombie guards to control the refined corpses to attack. However, the inscription array was extremely strong and couldn't be broken in a short period of time. City Lord of the ancient desolate city, are you so heartless as to hide inside and watch your clansmen get killed? An old zombie guard appeared and sneered. Miserable cries could be heard all around. They were all from the Xian family. Kiki, the ancient city lord, clenched his teeth and tears welled up in his eyes. Ah, damn it. The other Xian family members, such as Xian Feng, who had entered the array, stared outside with red eyes. Don't kill those Xian family members yet. Take them down and kill them here. The old zombie guard ordered. Soon, the Xian family members were injured and brought to the ancient city lord's tomb. City Lord, save us. Some of the more cowardly ones begged. However, the ancient city lord clenched his fists and didn't say a word. It was said that once the ancient city lord's tomb was opened, there would be a disaster. Kill! The old zombie guard ordered. Bush. The iron chain was like a long spear that pierced through the Xian family members and killed them all. Damn it. Xian Feng and the others roared. Soon, more Xian family members were brought in and killed. Not only the Xian family members, but even the Fire Palace Lord and the others were furious. Open the inscription array and hand over the black iron sword. Then we can spare their lives. The old zombie guard sneered. Don't even think about it. The ancient city lord roared. His eyes were red and filled with killing intent. All right, continue to kill. Then more Xian family members were brought in. Father, save me. A loud shout came from a beautiful girl in her 20s. Minta. The ancient city lord shouted. So this is your daughter. Good. City Lord of the ancient desolation city, I wonder what it would be like for you to watch your daughter copulate with a hero of the Heavenly Corpse sect in public? I'm really looking forward to it. You, go and take off her clothes. I'll leave this cushy task to you. The old zombie guard pointed at a pale-faced middle-aged zombie guard. Thank you, Elder. The middle-aged zombie guard was overjoyed. His eyes shone with a lustful light as he walked towards the beautiful woman. No, don't come over. Despair filled the beautiful woman's face. Bastard, you damned bastard. The Fire Palace Master roared. Xian Feng roared and was about to rush out, but he was slapped back by the city lord. Remember, don't let them enter the desolate ancient tomb. Guard it with the great formation and wait for rescue. The city lord of the ancient desolation city scolded Xian Feng. Then, his eyes turned cold and he dashed out of the formation towards Xian Min. Father. Xian Feng roared. Hee, you're finally willing to come out? Take him down. The old zombie guard waved his hand and a few greater success kings controlled the refined corpses to attack the city lord of the ancient desolation city. Kill! The city lord of the ancient desolation city emitted a blazing light. He slashed down with his battle sword and the middle-aged zombie guard was cut in half. The sword chi slashed out and a refined corpse of the martial king realm was cut in half. The city lord of the ancient desolation city's aura was much stronger than before. A secret technique that burns one's essence, chi, and soul. Do you want to die? The old zombie guard roared. The city lord of the ancient desolation city burned his essence, chi, and soul. It was a secret technique of the Xian family. His battle strength skyrocketed, but he would definitely die in less than 10 minutes. Min, follow me. I'll bring you out. The city lord of the ancient desolation city said to the beautiful woman. He grabbed her hand and dashed out. Stop him! The old zombie guard roared. Immediately, the experts among the zombie guards attacked. 5 refined corpses that were equivalent to martial king realm cultivators charged towards the city lord of the ancient desolation city. Get out of my way! The city lord of the ancient desolation city held his sword with one hand and his aura was shocking. He slashed out and a martial king realm corpse was sent flying. It was almost cut in half. The city lord of the ancient desolation city's battle strength skyrocketed after using the secret technique that burned his essence, chi, and spirit. He was infinitely close to a peak king realm cultivator. The sword chi swept out and several martial king realm corpses were sent flying. There were even 7 or 8 zombie guards that were swept by the sword chi and killed. The city lord of the ancient desolation city rushed out with Xian Min. Back off. Let's work together to control the dragon corpse. The old zombie guard roared. Whoosh! A huge coffin flew down from the sky. This coffin was hundreds of meters long and more than 50 meters wide. It pressed down on the city lord of the ancient desolation city. Break! The city lord of the ancient desolation city slashed out and the coffin exploded. However, a huge creature emerged from the coffin. Its winding body was hundreds of meters long and covered with scales. It had 2 horns on its head and 4 claws under its abdomen. It was the corpse of a flood dragon. At least 10 zombie guards flew onto the flood dragon corpse. Their bodies were filled with corpse chi. These 10 zombie guards were all at the peak king realm. At this moment, they were controlling the flood dragon corpse together. Suddenly, the flood dragon corpse let out a huge roar. The roar formed a huge storm that rushed toward the city lord of the ancient desolation city. Not good. The city lord of the ancient desolation city's face changed drastically. He slashed out with his sword and the bright sword chi split the storm apart. However, his body also retreated rapidly. The flood dragon corpse moved and its 200-meter-long body rushed toward the city lord of the ancient desolation city. At the same time, it clawed down. Its speed was as fast as lightning. The city lord of the ancient desolation city roared and slashed out with his sword. However, it was useless. The sword chi was scattered by the flood dragon claw. The flood dragon claw hit the city lord of the ancient desolation city heavily. The city lord of the ancient desolation city was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the light screen of the inscription array in front of the ancient desolation tomb and spat out blood. As for Xian Min, needless to say, she was torn apart by this attack. How could this be? The city lord of the ancient desolation city roared. He couldn't bear it. Dad Mikul. Xian Feng also roared. Inside the array, everyone's faces were filled with despair. The Sky Corpse sect even had a Flood Dragon Corpse. From the previous exchange, the Flood Dragon Corpse was too powerful. Its battling power was unparalleled. It was probably close to the Sea of Souls realm. Could this inscription array block it? The old zombie guard waved his hand and collected a strand of Xian Min's blood. He sneered, "We have the blood of this descendant of the Xian family. All that is left is the black iron heavy sword. Continue to attack." The old zombie guard waved his hand. The Flood Dragon Corpse continued to attack. The city lord of the ancient desolation city tried his best to block out the attack. However, the difference was too great. He was beaten until he spat out blood. All of the bones in his body were broken. He laid on the ground and his chi was weakening rapidly. "Get the hell back!" Xian Feng roared and wanted to rush out. However, he was stopped by the city lord. The old zombie guard walked to the city lord of the ancient desolation city and took the storage ring of the city lord. The next moment, a black iron heavy sword appeared in the hands of the old zombie guard. 2 keys in hand. Now attack this array. Chapter 563. The Flood Dragon Corpse rushed forward and bombarded the inscription array. The inscription array trembled violently like water ripples. Inside, many people revealed looks of fear. Boom, boom. In less than 10 minutes, the inscription array let out a terrifying roar and burst. After a violent tremor, the inscription array collapsed. The inscription array was broken. Sigh, it's useless after all? The desolate city lord sighed. Then, his life was extinguished. Gather together and defend with all your strength. The Fire Palace lord roared. More than 100 people retreated to a corner and gathered together, cautiously staring at the people of the Sky Corpse sect. At this point they could only fight to the death. Damn it, am I going to die here today? The Fire Palace lord roared in his heart, extremely unwilling. Hee. The old zombie guard led a group of experts and Xian Xiang to the front of the desolate ancient tomb. They were now in a vast square in front of the desolate ancient tomb. The desolate ancient tomb was like a magnificent palace. It was hundreds of meters high and incomparably huge. Surround them first. It won't be too late to kill them after the door of the desolate ancient tomb opens. The old zombie guard ordered. Just in case, if they killed the people of the Xian family, no one would ask if there were any problems when the desolate ancient tomb was opened. With a wave of his hand, a force appeared and cut a wound on Xian Xiang's arm. A trace of blood was attracted to the old zombie guard's hand. Xian Xiang cried out and cold sweat flowed down. "You guys, guard here and stop them. You guys, follow me to open the desolate ancient tomb." The old zombie guard ordered. Immediately, a group of experts, including the Flood Dragon Corpse, were left behind. The old zombie guard led some experts and walked towards the desolate ancient tomb. At this time, no one noticed that a figure wearing a zombie guard's black robe silently appeared behind several zombie guards. This person was of course Lu Ming. He killed a zombie guard and changed into the zombie guard's black robe. He came in from the back without being noticed by the other zombie guards. Now, the battle in the desolate ancient tomb was basically over. The Xian family had suffered a crushing defeat. Basically, all of them were dead. Only a few people in the square of the desolate ancient tomb remained. Hee, little girl, behave yourself. When the desolate ancient tomb is successfully opened, I'll send you on your way. A LV7 Martial King Realm zombie guard grabbed Xian Xiang's arm and sneered. On Xian Xiang's arm, blood flowed, making her face pale. Now! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. A portion of the experts followed the old zombie guards to the desolate ancient tomb. The remaining experts controlled the Flood Dragon's corpse and stared at the Fire Hall Master and the others. There weren't any experts beside Lu Ming. That king who had caught the Xian Xiang was the strongest. Lu Ming's figure flashed past several zombie guards. Then he brazenly launched an extreme strike. The spear light turned into a streamer of light, streaking across the void like a meteor. It struck towards the zombie guard's head with peerless speed. That zombie guard never even dreamed that someone would launch a sneak attack from behind. Before it could even react, its head was pierced by Lu Ming, and it died on the spot. Phew! Lu Ming appeared beside Xian Xiang and took a deep breath. He then pulled Xian Xiang and soared into the sky. Who's there? Courting death. At this moment, the other zombie guards finally reacted and let out roars. Several iron chains pierced towards Lu Ming. Stay here. On the Flood Dragon's head, a LV-9 Martial King Realm zombie guard let out a furious roar. His figure flashed with an unbelievable speed. Before Lu Ming could even execute the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps, he had already closed in on Lu Ming. A mighty corpse chi was fired in Lu Ming's direction. Bang! Lu Ming thrust his spear forward with all his might, colliding with the corpse chi. However, his body was knocked back 1,000 meters, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming! It's Lu Ming! At this moment, the Fire Hall Master and the others let out cries of disbelief when they saw Lu Ming's appearance. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect to see Lu Ming here. Furthermore, Lu Ming's strength was unbelievably powerful. He had managed to kill a 7th-layer Martial King Realm zombie guard with a sneak attack, and was even able to resist the attack of a 9th-layer Martial King Realm zombie guard. Although the 9th-layer Martial King Realm zombie guard had not used much of its strength in a hurry, it was still terrifying enough. Due to the delay, the surrounding zombies rushed toward Lu Ming, trying to surround him. Extreme Dao Strike. Lu Ming dashed toward a direction where there were no experts around. The Extreme Dao Strike knocked away more than 10 zombies and zombie guards. Trying to run away? Stay here. The LV-9 Martial King Realm zombie guard dashed forward and chased after Lu Ming. Attack! Break out of the encirclement. At this moment, the Fire Hall Master let out a roar. They were trying to take advantage of the opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Courting death. The zombie guards on the Flood Dragon yelled. They controlled the Flood Dragon's corpse to attack the Fire Hall Master and the others. However, a few of them had gone to the desolate ancient tomb, and the LV-9 Martial King Realm zombie guard had chased after Lu Ming. There were only 5 of them left. It was extremely difficult to control the Flood Dragon's corpse, causing its movements to become slower than before. Damn it! The LV-9 Martial King Realm zombie guard could only turn around and fly toward the Flood Dragon's corpse to help control it. Without the pursuit of the greater success King Realm zombie, Lu Ming was unstoppable. He knocked away more than 10 zombies in a row. Master Lu Ming, how is my father? Seeing Lu Ming, Xian Xiang's eyes lit up as she asked weakly. I'll tell you later. Lu Ming channeled a stream of true yuan to stop Xian Xiang's bleeding and rushed out with all his strength. It seemed that Lu Ming was about to break out of the encirclement. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion could be heard coming from the direction of the desolate ancient tomb. Boom! 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 Then, a series of violent explosions could be heard, causing the entire desolate ancient city to shake violently. In the next moment, a bright beam of light shot up into the sky from the desolate ancient tomb, straight into the clouds. That is. At that moment, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. When the beam of light dissipated, a huge stone gate suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. This stone gate stood between heaven and earth, straight into the clouds. It was simply too huge. A vast and boundless heaven's might was emitted from the stone door. The gate of heaven, the gate of heaven. Lu Ming exclaimed. This huge stone gate was very similar to the gate of heaven that Lu Ming had encountered in the Qianjiang waters. Even its aura was almost the same. However, the stone gate in front of him was extremely huge, many times bigger than the gate of heaven that he had seen in the Qianjiang waters. How could this be? How could such a huge gate of heaven appear here? Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying suction force erupted from the gate of heaven. Oh no, I'm going to be sucked in. Lu Ming was shocked. He realized that he could not rush out. A powerful suction force was acting on him from the gate of heaven. Chapter 564. Not good. Thunder Hall Master, Fire Hall Master, and the others also rushed out frantically, but it was useless. They couldn't rush out at all. They were attracted by the gate of heaven and slowly flew towards it. The experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect controlled the Dragon Corpse to fly out, but it was useless. It was also attracted by the gate of heaven. This time, not only did the gate of heaven not erupt any treasures, but it also sucked them in. Rumble. At this moment, the ancient Desolation City shook violently. Everyone was shocked to find that the ancient Desolation City actually left the ground and flew towards the gate of heaven. The entire ancient Desolation City was about to be sucked away. It was too shocking. How could this be? How could this be? At the entrance of the ancient Desolation Tomb, the old zombie guard screamed. They had just opened the door of the ancient Desolation Tomb and this scene appeared. It was completely different from the rumors. But no matter how they struggled, it was useless. They kept getting closer to the gate of heaven. Suddenly, the suction force in the gate of heaven erupted violently and instantly increased by dozens of times. Lu Ming only felt an irresistible force pulling him towards the gate of heaven. On the side, Xian Xiang also followed. Everyone, including the entire ancient Desolation City, flew towards the gate of heaven at an extremely fast speed. Buzz. When Lu Ming flew into the gate of heaven, he felt the world spinning. His vision turned black and he didn't know anything. He seemed to be floating in endless darkness. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming woke up and a ray of sunlight pierced his eyes. Not good. Lu Ming suddenly got up and found himself lying in a mountain forest. Where is this? Lu Ming hurriedly looked around. There was no one around, and Xian Xiang was not by his side. All around him were huge ancient trees. However, the ancient trees around him were too huge. The 1,000-year-old ancient trees he had seen before were far inferior to these big trees in front of him. Here, any ancient tree was more than 10 meters in diameter. It was incomparably huge and went straight into the sky, blocking the sun. What is this place? Is this the world inside the gate of heaven? Lu thought, what a rich heaven and earth spirit chi. Lu Ming realized that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was extremely dense. Even if it couldn't be compared to Tianxian City, it wasn't too far off. One must know that the profound Sky City was built on top of an enormous spiritual eye. Whatever, let's go find Xian Xiang and the others first. Lu Ming rose into the air and stood high in the sky, observing the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there were ancient trees like this everywhere, extending all the way to the horizon. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Caw! Lu Ming hadn't even flown 50 miles when he heard a sharp cry. Above his head, a huge fiendish aura pressed down on Lu Ming. A huge bird charged at Lu Ming. What a big bird! Lu Ming looked up and was given a big fright. This huge bird had a wingspan of at least 50 meters, and its claws gave off a metallic luster as they swiped at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. His wind and thunder spear appeared, exploding with all his strength as he thrust his spear at the giant bird's claw. Clang! The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Sparks flew in all directions where the wind and thunder spear collided with the giant bird's claw. Lu Ming felt a huge force as heavy as a mountain rushing toward him, causing his body to fall rapidly. Lu Ming stepped on a branch with the tip of his foot, and a huge force was unleashed from the tip of his foot toward the big tree below. Bang! The big tree exploded, sending wood fragments flying in all directions. This huge bird is so powerful. Lu Ming felt that although this huge bird was only equivalent to the peak of the 6th layer Martial King realm, the force it unleashed was not any weaker than Lu Ming's. Could it be a mutated beast with the bloodline of ancient divine beasts or ferocious beasts? Lu Ming was startled. Many demonic beasts possessed the bloodline of ancient divine beasts or ferocious beasts, which made them extremely powerful, far stronger than demonic beasts of the same level. The serpent dragon was a typical example, as it possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, making it extremely powerful. Any serpent dragon had the strength of a Martial King realm cultivator. The strong ones were even more terrifying. Sweet. The huge bird seemed to be infuriated after failing to kill Lu Ming with its attack. It let out a shriek and flapped its wings, causing a gust of wind to sweep toward Lu Ming once again. How bold, extreme Dao strike. The spear pierced through the air and penetrated the giant bird's body. Bang! Following a loud explosion, blood splattered everywhere. The spear penetrated one of the giant bird's feet. The giant bird let out a furious shriek in pain, before flapping its wings rapidly and flying into the distance. It was trying to escape. This giant bird is definitely a mutated beast. How powerful! Despite being only a 6th-layer martial emperor, it was only slightly injured by my extreme Dao strike. Lu Ming exclaimed. Previously, no one below the greater success stage of the martial emperor realm was able to resist Lu Ming's extreme Dao strike. However, this giant bird was only slightly injured. While Lu Ming was immersed in his thoughts, a shocking sight took place. Suddenly, 2 enormous tentacles stretched out from the forest below the giant bird and wrapped around the giant bird. The giant bird let out a terrified shriek, but it was useless as it was dragged down. The next moment, the shriek came to a stop. What? What kind of monster is this? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Before Lu Ming could calm his thoughts, a shocking roar could be heard coming from the distance. Following this, Lu Ming saw a black dot dashing toward him. The black dot enlarged rapidly, which turned out to be a giant ape. The giant ape was definitely over 200 meters tall, like a mountain. Bang! The giant ape stomped its foot on the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. A strong gust of wind swept the place, causing the ancient trees to explode into pieces. The giant ape reached out its hands and grabbed a giant octopus from the woods. It was obvious that this octopus was the one that had killed the giant bird. He pinched the octopus to death, then opened his mouth and bit off one of the octopus tentacles. He chewed on it a few times and swallowed it. The giant ape let out a deafening roar and stomped its feet, causing the ground to rumble. The giant ape's body shot into the distance like a cannonball, turning into a black dot and disappearing. Nest, 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 what the hell is this place? Lu Ming withdrew his aura and hid behind a large tree branch in the distance, cold sweat dripping down his back. That giant ape was too strong, infinitely close to the Sea of Spirit Realm. It had even reached the Sea of Spirit Realm. With such strength, it was already a peak overlord in the Tianxin region. It seems like I should keep a low profile in this place. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Lu Ming landed on the ground and withdrew his aura. He chose a direction and ran carefully. Wasn't flying in the sky courting death? If he was discovered by a powerful demonic beast, he wouldn't even be able to fill the gaps between its teeth. Indeed, there were countless powerful demonic beasts living in this land. Lu Ming ran for about 1,000 li and encountered a dozen powerful demonic beasts. None of them were below the Martial King realm. There were even 2 that were not weaker than the giant ape from before. Is that the profound crystal pit? Chapter 566. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to find profound crystals in this place. Judging from the aura, it should be a water attribute profound crystal. Lu Ming had no use for it, but he could take it out to exchange. Without further ado, Lu Ming picked up a saber and began to dig. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, his digging speed was extremely fast. In just half an hour he had dug out a big pit and found 30 water attribute profound crystals. Of course, they were all low-grade profound crystals. There were no mid-grade ones, but Lu Ming was already satisfied. It was just a profound crystal pit. 30 profound crystals was already not bad. Could this be a plane that no one has ever come to? Like the scaled demon plane? Lu Ming guessed inwardly. Then, Lu Ming continued to move forward. Of course, his speed was not very fast. He was afraid that he would accidentally intrude into a powerful demonic beast's territory. However, several hundred li later, Lu Ming stopped again because he found another profound crystal pit. In just a few hundred li, there was actually another profound crystal pit. Lu Ming was shocked. Moreover, this profound crystal pit was a wind attribute profound crystal. Lu Ming could use it. Without thinking too much, he continued to dig. This time, he dug out 29 profound sense crystals of the wind element. After putting them away, Lu Ming continued to move forward. In the following journey, Lu Ming was shocked. There were so many profound crystals in this mountain forest. He ran for about 10,000 li and came across 9 profound crystal pits. Wind, fire, lightning, earth, a total of 7 attributes. In total, he found more than 200 profound crystals. Haha, this is simply a holy land. How many profound crystals can I find if I turn this place upside down? Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. However, Lu Ming found a problem. There were no spiritual herbs in this place. Occasionally he saw a few stalks, but they were all grade 1 and grade 2. High-grade spiritual herbs seemed to have been plucked. There's a profound crystal pit. At this time, Lu Ming found another profound crystal pit. Just as Lu Ming was about to dig, he felt a strong sense of danger. The hair on his body stood on end. Danger! Lu Ming did not hesitate. His figure soared into the sky and landed on a tree branch. A beam of sword aura flashed past and a bottomless hole appeared at the spot where Lu Ming had been standing earlier. Little bastard, your reaction is quite fast. An old man's figure appeared with a sneer. Old man, it's you? Lu Ming's eyes. This old man was the Thunder Palace Master. What? Surprised to see me? Let's see who will save you today. Thunder Palace Master's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. You think you can kill me? Lu Ming sneered. Hee, Lu Ming, I have to admit that you are indeed very lucky. You were ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect midway. Everyone else is dead, but you are still alive. I thought you had died long ago. The Thunder Palace Master sneered. Could it be that you're the one who informed the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming asked. That's right, it's me. Lu Ming did not expect the Thunder Palace Master to admit it. Boom. A strong killing intent erupted from Lu Ming's body. His voice was cold as he said, Old man, I didn't expect it to be you. Earlier, when he had asked that question, it was merely a casual question to test the waters. He had never thought that it would actually be the Thunder Palace Master. He had always thought that the one who betrayed the Heavenly Corpse sect was the Sheng clan. That's right, it's me. I was the one who leaked your information to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Look at how good I am. I found dozens of people to accompany you in death. Unfortunately, you didn't appreciate it. However, it's the same if I send you down now. The Thunder Palace Master sneered. Old man, I'll definitely kill you. Lu Ming's killing intent soared to the sky. This old man actually sacrificed so many Empyrean divine guards in order to kill him. He was simply insane. Kill me? Dream on. The Thunder Palace Master yelled as the aura of a 9th-layer martial king burst out. With a wave of his hand, a thunderous sword appeared in his hand. Then, smash. Lu Ming patted Dandan. Dandan was sent flying toward the Thunder Palace Master. Buzz, buzz. The Thunder Palace Master glared at Dandan with a bolt of lightning the size of an arm. However, it was useless. Dandan rushed past it and continued to smash toward the Thunder Palace Master's face. The Thunder Palace Master's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated and threw out a slap. The slap was too fast. Dandan could not dodge it. Dandan was sent flying far away. What's the use of these unorthodox skills? The Thunder Palace Master yelled. Lu Ming sighed. The Thunder Palace Master's cultivation was too high. Even Dandan's sneak attack was useless. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned around and ran away with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Since he was not a match for the Thunder Palace Master, he could only retreat first. Wanna leave? Stay. The Thunder Palace Master bellowed furiously. Moving his body, he charged toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. His speed was as fast as Lu Ming's. Buzz, buzz, a thunderous sword slashed toward Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust out his spear. A tricolor true dragon flew out and pounced on the thunderous sword. The thunderous sword pierced through the tricolor battle dragon and instantly destroyed it. However, the thunderous sword did not stop and continued to shoot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned solemn as he blocked with his spear. Ding! With a loud explosion, Lu Ming's body was sent flying like a cannonball. He heavily slammed into the ground and created a deep pit. Lu Ming coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body was injured. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had already comprehended the thunder concept and had already cultivated it to the late stage of first-level initial success, which offset a portion of the power of thunder and lightning, he would have been seriously injured by this move. 9th layer Martial King Realm, powerful indeed. I can't fight against him now. But Lu Ming did not hesitate as he rushed out of the pit and ran forward with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. I told you, you can't escape. The Thunder Palace Master's voice was cold as he chased after Lu Ming. The Thunder Palace Master had comprehended the thunder intent and his speed was too fast. Lu Ming could not escape at all. Boom! Lu Ming and the Thunder Palace Master exchanged blows. This time, it was even more miserable. His body was emitting smoke and almost turned into charcoal. It was as if his body was about to split open. Lu Ming rushed out of the pit and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He looked at the Thunder Palace Master with murderous intent. Run, why aren't you running? Let's see where you can run to. Today you will die. The Thunder Palace Master walked over step by step with incomparable coldness. Today, it's not certain who will die. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness as the thunderous power emitted from his forehead. He was preparing to control the Thunder Cauldron to deal a fatal blow to the Thunder Palace Master. After using the Thunder Cauldron, he would definitely be weakened. This place could be said to be extremely dangerous. However, at this point there was no other way. Dandan flew back and emitted light beside Lu Ming. Chapter 567. What's going on? This little bastard is only a 4th layer Martial King. No matter how much of a genius he is, he shouldn't be a threat to me. Why do I feel threatened? Could it be that he has some treasure on him? The Thunder Palace Master's mind spun rapidly as his eyes became vigilant. This little bastard must be killed today. His talent is too shocking. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be the one to die the next time we meet. The Thunder Palace Master's eyes turned cold as he prepared to attack. Right at this moment, 2 earth-shattering roars resounded, causing the earth to violently tremble. An ocean-like pressure came crashing down with a loud bang. What's going on? The Thunder Palace Master's expression changed drastically. Not good. Lu Ming's heart also trembled. Boom! Suddenly, dust filled the air as a gale blew. 2 enormous creatures appeared not far away and were madly fighting. It was an enormous black tiger that was over 100 meters tall and 300 to 400 meters long. It was like a small mountain. It was fighting with a giant ape. It was very similar to the one that Lu Ming had seen previously. It was extremely tall and big. The 2 behemoths fought each other crazily. They rolled and rolled toward Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. The Thunder Palace Master's expression changed drastically as he turned around and ran. Lu Ming did the same. They had just run 1,000 meters when the place where they were fighting was trampled by the 2 beasts. The ancient trees collapsed and turned into a mess. A gale blew, almost blowing Lu Ming away. Lu Ming cast the concept of wind and made use of the power of the gale to run, increasing his speed by a notch. The Thunder Palace Master couldn't care less about killing Lu Ming. Running for his life was more important. The 2 beasts were too terrifying. The Thunder Palace Master didn't doubt that if he was hit by one of them, he would definitely die. The 2 were running for their lives. The battle between the 2 beasts shocked the other beasts and they also ran for their lives. The forest was in chaos. Bang, bang, bang. Beside Lu Ming, a mammoth that was dozens of meters tall ran past and almost flattened Lu Ming. This mammoth definitely had the strength of a peak king. Good chance. 9 dragons used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. In a flash, he grabbed the long hair on the mammoth's tail and crawled into the long hair to hide. The fur on the woolly mammoth's tail was 7 to 8 meters long. Lu Ming could not see a single strand of fur as he hid inside. The 2 giant beasts continued to fight, rolling and rolling without a fixed direction. Not long after, Lu Ming heard the rumbling sound getting further and further away from the mammoth. In the distance, The Thunder Palace master swept his gaze over with a gloomy expression. That little bastard got away again. The Thunder Palace master snorted coldly and left carefully. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming estimated that they had run at least tens of thousands of miles. At this time, the mammoth slowed down. Lu Ming retracted his aura and slipped down from the mammoth's tail. Could it be that we're almost out of the forest? Lu Ming discovered that the surrounding trees were much smaller and not as big as before. Lu Ming walked in a certain direction for several thousand li and discovered that they had indeed exited the forest. In front of him were layers upon layers of mountains and mountain ranges. The terrain of the forest before was relatively flat and there were almost no mountain ranges. However, there were only mountain ranges in front of him. What is this place? Apart from demonic beasts, there is not a single person or any other race. Lu Ming frowned. He then retracted his aura and ran towards the mountain ranges. Fortunately, Lu Ming did not encounter any powerful demonic beasts in these mountains. If there were any, their strength was relatively low. Could it be that all the powerful demonic beasts are in this forest? Lu Ming relaxed a little. He then flew into the sky and sped up. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, Lu Ming came to a halt. He flew back and landed on a small mountain peak. This is a profound crystal mine? Lu Ming sensed carefully and discovered that this mountain was emitting a strong intent realm aura. Moreover, it was the aura of wind intent realm. This was actually a wind attribute profound crystal mine. Lu Ming was ecstatic. There should be at least several hundred pieces of power Upanishad crystal in the load, and there might even be mid-grade power Upanishad crystal. Most importantly, these were wind attribute profound crystals. With these crystals, Lu Ming's wind intent realm could improve rapidly. Lu Ming started digging crazily. 3 hours later, Lu Ming had dug out an entire mountain. The harvest was plentiful. There were 330 low-grade profound meaning crystals. Most importantly, there were 2 mid-grade profound meaning crystals. 2 mid-quality profound meaning crystals of wind element. I'm rich. Lu Ming wanted to laugh out loud. This place is really full of treasures. Continue to search and see if there are other profound crystal mines. Lu Ming searched crazily. True enough, there were no powerful demonic beasts in this piece of land. Lu Ming sped up. Soon, he discovered a small profound crystal mineral vein tens of thousands of miles away. Another profound crystal mine. Before, in the forest, there were profound crystal pits. Now, this place is a profound crystal mine. I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming was in a good mood. Originally, he was a little depressed because of entering this strange place, but now, all of that was swept away. This profound meaning crystal mine was a metal attribute profound meaning crystal mine. In the end, Lu Ming excavated more than 400 metal attribute profound meaning crystals and 2 middle-grade metal attribute profound meaning crystals. Continue. Lu Ming felt that he couldn't stop at all. Half an hour later, Lu Ming stopped on a mountain peak, frowning. The mountain underneath was dug out completely. From the faint aura of intent domain in the air, it should be a small load of power Upanishad crystals. But it was dug out by someone else. I wonder if it's someone from the Heavenly Corpse sect. This time, the majority of the people here were from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Seems like I'd better be careful. Lu Ming's figure flashed, leaving this place. An hour later, he stopped in front of a mountain peak, wild joy on his face. This mountain peak was filled with powerful lightning intent realm. It was a thunder attribute profound crystal mine. Thunder attribute profound crystals were something that Lu Ming could use. Clang, clang. Lu Ming started to dig. Hee, our luck is really good. Another profound crystal mine. This time, we're really rich. Lu Ming hadn't even dug twice when a cold and dry voice sounded. Bush, bush. 2 coffins flew over, and 6 figures walked out of them. 2 zombie guards and 6 refined corpses. Their bodies emitted powerful auras. Great completion kings, all of them are great completion kings. Lu Ming's face changed. This time, about a dozen of the Heavenly Corpse sect's great masters had entered this place. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming encountered 2 of them. Kid, Are you from the Xian family or the Empyrean Divine Guards? You're unlucky to have met us. Hand over your storage ring obediently, and we'll leave your corpse intact. Chapter 568. Come and get it yourself if you can. Lu Ming said coldly. Brat, you're overestimating yourself. I'll kill you first. One of the zombie guards said coldly. Then, one of the zombies pounced on Lu Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. 7 or 8 chains swept toward Lu Ming like poisonous snakes. Lu Ming swept out his spear and collided with the chains. His body was sent flying backward. No, although these 2 zombie guards are 7th level Martial King, they're still kings in the greater success stage. I'm no match for them now. I can only retreat. Although he was unwilling, the fat meat in his mouth was about to fly away. He had no choice as he was weaker than them. Lu Ming turned around and used the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps. In a few flashes he was far away. The 2 zombie guards were stunned as they couldn't catch up. This brat is pretty fast. One of the zombie guards was unwilling. Forget it. Let's not care about him. Let's dig out the profound crystals first. This place is truly a peerless treasure ground. I've never heard of such a place before. If we can bring these profound crystals out, we'll be rich. The other zombie guard's eyes lit up as he controlled the zombies to start digging. Lu Ming flew for 10,000 miles and stopped at a secluded place. Looks like I'll have to increase my strength first. Otherwise, I won't be a match for these kings in the greater success stage. Only by increasing my strength can I obtain better resources. Heavenly Corpse Sect, Palace Master Lei Ji, just you wait. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon. With a wave of his hand, a pile of wind attribute esoteric crystals appeared. Now, as long as the wind attribute esoteric crystals reached the first level of the lesser success stage, Lu Ming's cultivation could continue to increase. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed a mid-grade wind attribute esoteric crystal. Lu Ming wanted to start with the mid-grade esoteric crystal. Placing the Enlightenment Ancient Tree beside him, Lu Ming entered a state of emptiness and pinched the esoteric crystal. Bang! The medium-grade Upanishad crystal of wind class shattered. Wisps of intent domain emerged, circling Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend. The effect of a mid-grade profound crystal was astonishing. 2 days later, Lu Ming's concept of wind broke through to level 1 minor accomplishment. However, the effect of the profound crystal was still there. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. His wind mentality had reached the middle stage of level 1 lower tier, and the effect of the mid-tier profound sense thread finally disappeared. Then, Lu Ming took out a low-grade profound sense crystal and continued to comprehend. Comprehending in the Temple of Paragon was not as effective as comprehending in Tianxian City. After spending half a month and using up more than 300 wind profound crystals, his wind concept had only reached the peak of level 1 lesser success. Shaochen was just 1 step away from great perfection of first rank, the same as the state of fire. Lu Ming opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Now, my wind and fire concepts are just 1 step away from great perfection of first rank, and my thunder concept has reached the late stage of lesser success of first rank. It won't affect my cultivation anymore. Let's start to improve my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals appeared and exploded. The 9 dragons' bloodline devoured them and refined them into true origin. The 3 intents were almost balanced, and there was no resistance. Lu Ming's cultivation began to improve rapidly. However, after reaching LV4 Martial King, the number of supreme spiritual crystals required to improve his cultivation was terrifying. From the early stage of LV4 Martial King to the middle stage of LV4 Martial King, Shaochen had consumed a total of 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals. That was 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals to improve his cultivation. After refining 600,000 supreme spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the peak of LV4 Martial King. Then, after refining another 500,000 supreme spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the early stage of LV5 Martial King. After refining 1,100,000 supreme spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation had only improved by one level. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to afford it. However, Lu Ming remained calm. He continued to take out supreme spiritual crystals and began to devour them. LV5 Martial King required even more supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming refined 900,000 supreme spiritual crystals to reach the peak of LV5 Martial King. Then he refined 80 supreme spiritual crystals to break through to the early stage of LV6 Martial King. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He refined another one. 5 million supreme-grade spirit crystals and cultivated to the peak of the 6th level Martial King realm in one go. This was already his limit. Because he had not broken through the heaven and earth realm, it was impossible for his cultivation to break through. In total, he had refined 4,300,000 supreme spiritual crystals in 7 days. If anyone knew this, they would be scared to death. Refining 4,300,000 supreme spiritual crystals in 7 days and improving his cultivation by a few levels was simply inhumane. Of course, this was all thanks to the 9 Dragons bloodline's advancement to the 7th level Martial King realm, which greatly enhanced its devouring and refining ability. The peak of LV6 Martial King realm, the true qi is too abundant. Lu Ming felt like he was spitting out true qi as soon as he opened his mouth. How strong am I now? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. When the 3 intents of heaven and earth reached the lesser success stage, the power of the 3 intents of heaven and earth was comparable to the perfection stage of a single intent. Together with his current cultivation of LV6 Martial King realm, Lu Ming had no idea how strong he was. Either way, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill a 7th level Martial King realm cultivator at the greater success stage. I might as well cultivate the 3 skills of the Dragon God and improve my strength to the maximum before leaving this place. Lu Ming pondered. In this place, Lu Ming had a huge advantage, which was that he could quickly convert the ultimacy crystals into strength. No matter how many profound meaning crystals the others had, they would not be able to use them as quickly as Lu Ming. Furthermore, even if their intent level had improved, their cultivation level would not improve as quickly as his. This was because the speed of refining the crystals was far slower than his. Therefore, Lu Ming was not afraid that the other's cultivation would increase rapidly. Lu Ming planned to improve his strength to the maximum, then go out to dig for ultimacy crystals and kill the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect to take their ultimacy crystals. Under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, the speed of learning martial skills was 10 times faster than normal. In just half a month, Lu Ming had cultivated the 3 skills of the Dragon God to the 4th level. Lu Ming's ability had improved by another notch. Let's go, it's time to harvest. With a thought, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and turned into a beam of light, disappearing in a flash. Lu Ming did not control his speed at all, flying wildly in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled more than 100,000 miles. On the way, Lu Ming saw 5 or 6 ultimacy crystal mines that had been mined. Lu Ming did not stay in this area and flew further away. 5 hours later, Lu Ming finally saw a figure. Hurry up, after mining this ultimacy crystal mine, let's go find the next one. Not far ahead, a shout came from a distance. Around 30 zombie guards were controlling refined corpses to mine a load of power Upanishad crystals. This time, there were many people from the Heavenly Corpse sect, nearly 1,000 people. The 30 corpse guards were only a small portion. Lu Ming appeared above the profound crystal or vein, a cold smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 569. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, the zombie guards were startled. Who's there? Kid, it's you. You're courting death. A few cold shouts were heard. The 2 zombie guards at the 7th level Martial King realm recognized Lu Ming instantly. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 2 powerful refined corpses of LV7 Martial King realm blocked Lu Ming's path of retreat. They had learned their lesson this time. They had blocked the path at the beginning, fearing that Lu Ming would escape again. It seems like you've had a great harvest recently. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a fiery glow. As far as he knew, The people of the Heavenly Corpse sect rarely practiced the 9 common intents. The Heavenly Corpse sect mostly practiced a special intent, known as the intent of death. Therefore, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect would never use the ultimacy crystals they had excavated. Most of them were stored in their storage rings, waiting to be exchanged for resources. Not bad, kid. Too bad, you can only be envious. Kill. A 7th-layer Martial King zombie guard let out a hollow laugh and uttered a sudden roar. Bush, bush. The 2 7th-layer Martial King zombie guards behind Lu Ming immediately attacked Lu Ming. In front of them, another 7th-layer Martial King zombie was controlling 2 zombies to surround Lu Ming. This time, it's you who are going to die. The Wind Thunder Spear appeared in his hand as he lashed out. A full moon appeared in the sky. Bang, 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 bang. The spear glow accurately struck the 4 7th-layer Martial King zombies. The 4 zombies were sent flying like 4 cannonballs, crashing into a few mountains 10,000 meters away. Explosions could be heard as dust filled the air. The mountains collapsed from the impact, sending debris flying everywhere. All the zombie guards were astounded, especially the 2 7th-layer Martial King zombie guards. They could no longer sense the presence of the 4 zombies. In other words, the 4 zombies had been destroyed. How was this possible? Zombies had copper skin and iron bones, which were impenetrable. Even an 8th-layer Martial King expert would not be able to destroy a 7th-layer Martial King zombie so easily. However, Lu Ming's spear had destroyed 4 7th-layer Martial King zombies. The 2 7th-layer Martial King zombie guards' faces turned pale. Let's go! Without hesitation, the 2 7th-layer Martial King zombie guards fled into the distance. It's too late to run away. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind the 2 zombie guards. The long spear smashed toward the 2 of them with the force of Mount Tai. 1,000-meter-long, incomparably huge spearlight crushed down on the 2 zombie guards. The 2 zombie guards were trying their best to counterattack. However, the zombie guards' combat power was weak. How could it stop Lu Ming? Bang! The spear glow was the 2 7th-layer Martial King zombie guards. Run, run! When the other zombie guards saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits and fled in all directions one after another. Devour! The 9 dragons' bloodline flew out and roared. A terrifying devouring force burst out from its mouth and covered the zombies. What's going on? Why can't I run anymore? My essence blood is flying out. Save me! The zombies screamed in horror. However, the next moment, swoosh, swoosh, drops of blood essence were devoured by the zombies and flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline. Once the blood essence was devoured, their vitality was gone. More than 30 zombie guards had all falling to the ground. The 9 dragons' bloodline devoured the blood essences of the 2 7th-layer Martial King Realm Corpse guards. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and his true essence formed many thin threads. He took off the storage rings of the zombies and put them away by Lu Ming. Let's find a place to refine the blood essence and then count them. With a move, Lu Ming left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and started to refine the blood essence. This time, Lu Ming used all the blood essence to improve the second bloodline. The blood essence of 2 7th-layer Martial King zombies and more than 30 other zombies was extremely rich. Soon, the second bloodline vibrated slightly and the 7th silver chakra appeared. 7th level Martial King bloodline. The blood essence of a Martial King at the greater success stage was indeed extraordinary. Buzz. The second bloodline vibrated slightly and the clouds covering the stone steel seemed to have thinned. There was a blurry word on the top of the stone steel. Lu Ming opened his eyes wide and looked at it carefully. Suppress. There seemed to be the word, suppress, at the top of the stone steel. Suppress? Is this stone steel called the suppress something steel? Lu Ming was curious. It was a pity that he could only vaguely see this word. He could not see the other words. It will all appear sooner or later. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Then he took out the storage rings of the zombies and started to count them. There were a total of 33 storage rings. Lu Ming first checked the storage ring of a 7th-layer Martial King zombie guard. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Piles of power Upanishad crystals were piled up in his storage ring. There were too many of them. There were at least 500 of them in each pile. Not only were there profound crystals of the 9 common intents, but there were also some special intents. For example, Star Profound Crystals, Berserk Profound Crystals, etc. There were a total of 13 types of profound crystals. Of course, the number of special profound crystals was much less, but there were still more than 100 of them. There were a few metal boxes next to these profound crystals. Lu Ming opened them and found that they were all middle-grade profound crystals. There were a total of 30 middle-grade profound crystals. Lu Ming almost drooled. My nest, this place is really a peerless treasure. Lu Ming's eyes emitted a fiery light. He then checked the other storage rings. There was no doubt that the 2 7th-layer Martial King zombie guards had the most profound crystals, but the other 30 zombies also had a lot of profound crystals. In the end, Lu Ming found that there were about 20,000 profound crystals. Yes, there were more than 20,000 profound crystals and 108 middle-grade profound crystals. I'm rich, really rich. If these profound crystals were taken to Tianxian City, the whole city would be shaken. Except for the profound crystals, Lu Ming did not count the rest. He was too lazy to count them now. He would count them later when he had time. Killing these Heavenly Corpse sect zombie guards is the fastest way to get profound crystals. If I were to dig them myself, how long would it take? Lu Ming decided to go out and hunt the zombies to get the profound crystals. Not long after, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and searched the area. Unfortunately, within 100,000 li, he only encountered a small group of zombie guards. The strongest one was only a 5th-layer Martial King, and was easily killed by Lu Ming. This small group only had a little more than 1,000 profound crystals. It seems that I have to search further away. Chapter 570. Bang, bang. Half a day later, explosions could be heard above a mountain more than 100,000 li away. A few figures were fighting fiercely. Extreme Dao Strike. Puchi. A middle-aged zombie guard was pierced through the forehead by Lu Ming's spear and died unwillingly. It seems like I should have no problem killing a peak 8th-layer Martial Emperor Realm zombie guard with my Extreme Dao attack. However, zombie guards are still weaker than ordinary cultivators. With my current strength, I'm still no match for a 9th-layer Martial Emperor Realm Greater Success Stage zombie guard. Lu Ming put away his spear and pondered. Dozens of corpses were lying on the ground below, all of which were zombie guards. Not long ago, Lu Ming had come here and encountered these zombie guards, and a battle had broken out. The leader of these zombie guards was actually a zombie guard at the peak of the 8th Martial King realm. Lu Ming unleashed all his combat power to kill all these zombie guards. His true yuan swept across and collected all the storage rings. Lu Ming found a place and started counting. The harvest this time was even greater than the last time. All the profound crystals added up to almost 30,000 pieces. Crazy, too crazy. Even with Lu Ming's calmness, his heart could not help but tremble. Profound crystals were not something that could be measured by price. If he took them out, countless people would fight for them. Now, should I cultivate first or hunt down the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming pondered. I'd better cultivate first. It seems that I won't be able to go back for a while. I might as well reach the greater success stage in one go. That way, I won't be afraid of anyone except those giant beasts in this place. Lu Ming made up his mind and took out a Thunder Profound Crystal. He planned to comprehend the Thunder intent first. After all, his Thunder intent was lagging behind the other 2 intents. He planned to use a low-grade Thunder Profound Crystal to raise his Thunder intent to the peak of the first-level minor success stage, then use a mid-grade Thunder Profound Crystal to break through to the first-level greater success stage. Bang! Lu Ming crushed a Thunder Profound Crystal, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend. However, in less than a minute, Lu Ming opened his eyes. What's going on? Why did the intent domain in the crystal disappear for no reason? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with bewilderment. When he was cultivating just now, he discovered that he couldn't absorb even the slightest trace of the concept. It had completely disappeared. One more time. I want to see what's going on. Lu Ming took out another piece and crushed it. This time, Lu Ming did not start comprehending, but carefully observed. In the end, he was dumbfounded to discover that all of the concept threads flew towards the space between his eyebrows and were absorbed by the thunder cauldron in his sea of consciousness. Nest, it can't be, right? Lu Ming was flabbergasted. Sure, Yen hadn't used the Thunder Upanishad crystal before, so he hadn't noticed this problem. This thunder cauldron was actually fighting with him for the concept of thunder thread. Lu Ming didn't give up. He crushed a few more thunder profound crystals, but the result was the same. Lu Ming crushed another crystal, but the lightning cauldron didn't react at all. Nest, you don't have to do this, right? XXXX. Lu Ming was speechless. He felt an urge to vomit blood. Like this, wouldn't he have to honestly comprehend the concept of thunder? He couldn't use the profound crystals to speed up his cultivation. His plan to crazily increase his cultivation was going to be ruined. Because no matter how fast he comprehended the other concepts, it was useless if the concept of thunder didn't catch up. Heavens, why are you playing with me like this? Looking at the huge pile of thunder profound crystals in his storage ring, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh. Then, Lu Ming's consciousness appeared in his sea of consciousness. Looking at the thunder cauldron, he gnashed his teeth. He wished he could throw this thunder cauldron away. But it was just a thought. Not to mention whether he could do it or not. Even if he couldn't bear to do it. Forget it, I'll just honestly comprehend it. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the thunder cauldron and began to comprehend the concept of thunder. Fortunately, the Enlightenment ancient tree was placed next to Lu Ming. Even if he was in his sea of consciousness, it was still 10 times more effective than usual. After all, his sea of consciousness was only in the space between his eyebrows. Lu Ming calmed down and began to comprehend the concept of thunder. Even without the profound crystals, with the help of the thunder cauldron and the Enlightenment ancient tree, Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of thunder was incomparably fast. It was 100 times faster than others. 10 days later, Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of thunder had reached the peak of the first level. But breaking through to the first level wasn't so easy. He needed to accumulate experience. At this time, Lu Ming had already been here for over a month. I have to quickly find a way to leave. There's only 3.5 months until Senior Apprentice Sister Mulin's and the Sacred Star's wedding. Lu Ming frowned. But right now, he was still at a loss as to how to leave. Lu Ming decided to look for a way to leave while hunting the zombie guards. After leaving the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming flew in a straight line in one direction. At this time, Dandan, who was hanging from his hair, flew out. Its body glowed and trembled slightly. Then, it flew quickly in a direction. What's going on? What did Dandan find? Lu Ming was a little confused. He flew after Dandan. After flying for about 10,000 miles, a huge mountain covered in dark red fog appeared in front of them. The surroundings of the mountain were deathly silent. There were no plants, no living creatures. That mountain peak was filled with a dark red mist. One look and one could tell that it was an evil being. Dandan flew to the mountain, trembling slightly. It seemed to be very excited. Then, it flew into the mountain. Lu Ming also flew in. Kill! When Lu Ming came into contact with the dark red fog, earth-shattering screams rang in his mind. He realized that the scene around him had changed. It had become a purgatory on earth. Millions of corpses were lying on the ground. Blood flowed like a river. Countless powerful beings were fighting. Lu Ming saw a true dragon flying in the sky, but it was torn in half by a demonic shadow as tall as the sky. Lu Ming saw a phoenix flying across the sky, but its wings were cut off by a demonic shadow. A human expert slashed open the sky with his sword, but he was killed by a demonic shadow with a punch. Unimaginable scenes appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. The terrifying killing intent almost made Lu Ming's mind collapse. At this time, Lu Ming felt a force pulling him. The surroundings changed. He was still at the edge of the mountain. The 9 dragons' bloodlines surrounded him. The devouring power erupted and blocked the dark red fog. Lu Ming let out a long breath. The dark red fog was too strange. It was so dangerous just now. Lu Ming almost had a mental breakdown. What was that scene just now? Was it a real battle that happened in history? Lu Ming was curious. Dandan. Then, Lu Ming rushed into the mountain with the protection of the 9 Dragons bloodline. Chapter 571. On the peak, there was a broken wing. There was a divine light shining on it, which was extremely mysterious. Most importantly, this wing was very similar to the scene Lu Ming saw just now. A phoenix's wing was cut off. This was a phoenix wing. Lu Ming felt that his heart was about to jump to his throat. What was a phoenix? It was an ancient divine beast, an existence on par with the true dragon. It was an invincible existence and extremely powerful. It had been extinct in the divine wilderness continent for many years. But now he actually saw such a wing here. What made Lu Ming dumbfounded the most was that Dandan was actually eating this wing. She saw Dandan grow to 100 meters tall. On the eggshell, there was a huge crack, and she was biting the wing bit by bit. Moreover, it was very fast. Dandan ate more than half of the wing in a few bites. Even the feathers on it were not spared. Damn, leave some for me. Lu Ming shouted and rushed forward. But as soon as Lu Ming approached, he felt a terrifying aura acting on his body. Waves of tearing pain came. Lu Ming felt that his body was almost torn apart. Shocked, Lu Ming hurriedly retreated. What a terrifying aura. This might really be a phoenix wing. After countless years of death, its aura has not dissipated. Ordinary people can't get close at all. Lu Ming thought in shock. But Dandan, that beast, was not affected at all. It was still eating. Soon, the whole wing was eaten by Dandan. Only a few feathers were left. Beast! Lu Ming screamed at the top of his lungs. But after Dandan finished eating, it returned to the size of a human head and fell on the peak, motionless. But its surface was emitting a faint light. After the wing was eaten, the terrifying aura also disappeared. Lu Ming walked over. Dandan! Lu Ming patted Dandan, but Dandan did not move. Could it be that this fellow has eaten too much and needs to digest it? Lu Ming hugged Dandan with both hands, trying to lift Dandan up. However, he found that Dandan was heavier than a mountain and could not be lifted at all. Lu Ming was speechless. It seemed that he would have to wait here for a while. Lu Ming looked around. He discovered that there were still a few feathers left on the mountain peak. Lu Ming hurriedly ran over to pick them up. There were a total of 5 feathers, each about half a meter long. They were the shortest on that wing. They were considered mixed feathers, which was why they fell off. Even so, the 5 feathers were sparkling and translucent. They were fiery red in color, as if they were polished from fiery jade. An astonishing aura was emitted from them. Lu Ming had to use all of his strength to resist. This is also a supreme treasure. I'll keep it first. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and put away the 5 feathers. Then he looked around, but unfortunately, he did not find anything else. Forget it. I'll cultivate while waiting for Dandan. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and continued to comprehend the thunder essence. Every day, Lu Ming's comprehension of the thunder essence improved by leaps and bounds. This cultivation lasted for half a month. Lu Ming had the help of the ancient tree of enlightenment and the lightning cauldron. Half a month of cultivation was equivalent to more than 4 years of cultivation for others. Lu Ming felt that his thunder essence was about to break through to the greater mastery of the first level. He was only a step away. At this moment, Lu Ming sensed that something was amiss outside and left the Temple of Paragon. At this moment, Dandan's body was emitting a strong light. It was as bright as a small sun. A terrifying amount of life essence rippled out. Crack. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard a slight crack on Dandan's body. A small crack appeared. Could it be that Dandan is about to hatch? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Dandan was spat out from the gate of heaven. It was very mysterious and was not afraid of any energy attacks. It had a huge appetite. It could even eat the heavenly tribulation and phoenix wings. Lu Ming had always been curious. What was Dandan? What kind of creature would it be when it hatched? Now, the answer was finally going to be revealed. Crack. Another sound came from the eggshell. Treasure. There's a treasure here. Suddenly, an excited shout was heard. "Ha! This treasure is not ordinary. It's ours." The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as dozens of zombie guards appeared with refined corpses. "Brat, this treasure is not something you can see." A zombie guard saw Lu Ming and controlled a refined corpse to attack Lu Ming. "All of you must die." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Among the dozens of zombie guards, those who were below the level of a phenomenal success king had their blood essence devoured by Lu Ming and died an unnatural death. The remaining 2 zombie guards, one of them was a 7th-level martial king while the other was an 8th-level martial king. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze, their eyes full of horror. What martial skill was Lu Ming using? He had killed dozens of zombie guards with a single move. Lu Ming stepped forward and charged at the 2 zombie guards. Bang! Bang! In less than 10 moves, the 2 zombie guards were killed by Lu Ming. All their storage rings fell into Lu Ming's hands. Meanwhile, more cracks appeared on Danden's eggshell. Lu Ming stared at Danden while refining the blood essence. A few minutes later, with a bang, the eggshell cracked completely. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. A fist-sized turtle appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. The turtle stood with legs like a human, and its 2 front legs were like human hands. It stretched its waist. "Ah, I've finally come back to life. Experts of this world, tremble. Beauties of this world, open your hearts and wait for my arrival. Haha." The little turtle could speak human language and roared at the sky. However, its voice was very young, like a 3-year-old child. It sounded very funny. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched and his lips trembled. What the hell? What the hell hatched from the eggshell? It was one thing to hatch a turtle, but it was actually a talking turtle, an extremely narcissistic one? Lu Ming was completely speechless. After a while, he said, "Danden." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "What Danden? If you call me Danden again, I won't spare you. In the past, I was a turtle under the eaves, so I endured it. But in the future, you better behave yourself." The little turtle scolded with its 2 front legs on the turtle shell like a peerless expert. It was just that its young voice didn't have the slightest deterrence. "Danden, what are you? You can talk as soon as you were born. Where are your parents?" Lu Ming was extremely curious. "Junior, shut up. Let me tell you, I am the leader of the top 10 war beasts. I have been invincible since ancient times. I live as long as heaven and earth and shine as bright as the sun and the moon. Where did my parents come from?" I said, "If you call me Danden again, I will be angry with you." The little turtle stretched out a claw and pointed at Lu Ming, his eyes wide open. "Top 10 war beasts? Danden, what is that?" Lu Ming asked curiously. Chapter 572. The pair of tortoise eyes rolled around twice, as if it was deep in thought. After a while, it let out a few dry coughs and said, "Back then, I went through a fierce battle and was severely injured. I had no choice but to turn into an egg. After countless years, I was reborn. As I have just been reborn, my memories are still incomplete. As for what the top 10 battle beasts are, I can't remember them clearly." "You can't remember?" Lu Ming looked at Danden suspiciously and said, "Then you should be very strong, right?" "Ahem, didn't I tell you that I was seriously injured back then? Now that I have just been reborn, I haven't recovered much of my strength." Danden put a turtle claw to its mouth and coughed a few times in a very human-like manner. "Danden, you're not fooling me, are you?" Lu Ming looked at Danden with a face of disbelief. Danden was very intelligent before. Lu Ming suspected that Danden had learned to speak before it was hatched, so after it hatched, it pretended to be an expert and fooled him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. As for the rebirth of the strong and the top 10 battle beasts, he didn't believe it at all. "Boy, you dare to doubt me. Well, in order to convince you, I will give you a good fortune now." Danden put its hands behind its back and looked unhappy. "What good fortune?" Lu Ming laughed. "Previously, I felt that there was a place not far away with a treasure. Now, I will take you to get it and convince you." Danden snorted coldly. "What treasure?" Lu Ming was very curious. "Hee hee, If I'm not wrong, it should be the mysterious yellow silicon earth. It can absorb all the energy of heaven and earth, transform it into its own energy, and cultivate peerless spiritual herbs. Dandan smiled proudly. What? Mysterious yellow silicon earth? Is it true? Lu Ming was shocked. The mysterious yellow silicon soil was a kind of peerless treasure. It was produced at the beginning of the world. It was a peerless divine soil used to cultivate spirit herbs and spirit medicines. In ancient times, even in ancient times, the most powerful people in the world would use mysterious yellow silicon to cultivate spiritual herbs. However, Xianhuang silicon was extremely rare. It was usually sold in taels. Even a tael could be sold for a sky-high price. Lu Ming immediately thought of the Tao Comprehension ancient tree. If he had the profound yellow silicon, then the problem of cultivating it would be much simpler. Now, the clear spring water stored in the jade box of the Tree of Enlightenment was almost empty. Finding spiritual liquid to cultivate it was of utmost importance. Come with me. Dandan smiled proudly. With his hands behind his back, he stepped into the air and flew towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. Although Lu Ming was skeptical, he still followed him. About 50,000 li away from Lu Ming, within a radius of 1,000 li, there was nothing but desolation, not even a blade of grass grew. Two figures were flying in the air. If Lu Ming was here, he would be able to recognize them at a glance. One of them was the Temple Master of Thunder and the other was the Temple Master of Fire. Hey, there's a medicinal fragrance coming from that direction. Suddenly, the Temple Master of Fire stopped. Medicinal fragrance? The Temple Master of Thunder was a little confused. It can't be wrong. I usually do alchemy part-time and am extremely sensitive to the smell of spiritual herbs. It's not far ahead. The Temple Master of Fire said. There aren't many spiritual herbs in this world. It's definitely extraordinary that there are spiritual herbs in this barren land. Let's go and take a look. The Temple Master of Thunder's eyes lit up. The two of them moved forward quickly. Soon, a mound appeared in front of them. The medicinal fragrance was coming from that mound. Around the mound, it was also barren. However, there were 7 stalks of spiritual herbs growing on the mound. That's the 7 knots grass. What's going on? Why is it emitting such terrifying medicinal properties? The two of them were shocked when they saw it. This was because the 7 knots grass was a very common spiritual herb. It was a level 1 spiritual herb and to them, it was trash. However, the 7 stalks of 7 knots grass in front of them were crystal clear. They were surrounded by a divine glow and emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. They were not level 1 spiritual herbs but level 6 spiritual herbs. Furthermore, they were level 6 spiritual herbs of the highest grade. What kind of place was this? How could a level 1 spiritual herb become a level 6 spiritual herb of the highest grade? Mysterious yellow silicon soil. That's the mysterious yellow silicon soil. The Temple Master of Fire looked below the 7 knots grass. His eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Below the 7 knots grass was a type of soil that was red and yellow in color. Terrifying spiritual energy was emitted from the soil. This was the mysterious yellow silicon soil. What? The mysterious yellow silicon soil. The Thunder Palace Master was also shocked. His eyes were wide open, and immediately after, a burning greed appeared in his eyes. Looking at the area, it was about 1 meter square. How much did it weigh? One must know that in the outside world, in a small domain like the Tianxian domain, it was impossible to find a treasure like the mysterious yellow silicon soil. Only in some of the larger domains, the mysterious yellow silicon soil could be found. However, it was extremely rare and sold by the price of 2. However, no one knew how much it weighed here. I'm rich. I'm rich. The Temple Master of Fire was grinning from ear to ear. Compared to the mysterious yellow silicon soil, the 7 stalks of upper-level 6-7 knots grass were not as eye-catching. Old Man Hua, since we found it together, how about we split it equally? The Temple Master of Thunder said. All right, no problem. The Temple Master of Fire nodded his head and stared at the mysterious yellow silicon soil. Old Man Hua, you are more proficient in refining medicine. You will be in charge of digging the mysterious yellow silicon soil. I will stand guard at the side. The Temple Master of Thunder said. All right. The Temple Master of Fire nodded his head and flew toward the mound with a burning gaze. At this moment, a sinister look flashed across the Temple Master of Thunder's eyes. A lightning sword appeared in his hand and he stabbed it toward the Temple Master of Fire's back. The Temple Master of Fire never expected that the Temple Master of Thunder, whom he had known for a few hundred years, would attack him. He was caught off guard and was stabbed directly. Pucci. The lightning sword pierced through the Temple Master of Fire's chest. The Temple Master of Fire let out an earth-shattering roar. A flaming lion appeared and pounced toward the Temple Master of Thunder. The Temple Master of Thunder pulled out his sword and retreated 1,000 meters to avoid the flaming lion's attack. Why? The Temple Master of Fire turned around and looked at the Temple Master of Thunder with bloodshot eyes. Hee, such a big piece of mysterious yellow silicon soil. Isn't it a pity to split it equally between the two of us? Wouldn't it be great if I kept it alone? Also, I've been eyeing the profound crystals in your storage ring for a long time. The Temple Master of Thunder sneered. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The Temple Master of Fire roared. I deserve to die? Ha, the one who will die now is you. The Temple Master of Thunder laughed maniacally. Lightning flashed on his body and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Stop! At that moment, a furious roar could be heard as a figure dashed toward them at a rapid pace. The figure appeared and it was Lu Ming. On his shoulder stood the little turtle, Dandan. Chapter 573. Lu Ming. Little bastard, it's you? As soon as Lu Ming arrived, the Fire Palace Master and the Thunder Palace Master exclaimed. Lu Ming glanced at the Fire Palace Master and sighed. The Fire Palace Master's heart had been pierced by the Thunder Palace Master. Moreover, the Thunder Palace Master was ravaged by the Thunder Palace Master. There was no way he could save himself. If not for the Fire Palace Master's profound cultivation, he would have already died. Lu Ming, leave quickly. Leave quickly. The Fire Palace Master shouted. Where should I go? Lu Ming, you still dare to appear. Last time, you were lucky enough to escape. This time, you're still as stupid as before. Ha! You're really courting death. The Thunder Palace Master laughed heartily. He laughed heartily. This time, not only could he obtain the mysterious yellow silicon soil, but he could also get rid of Lu Ming. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not reply, but sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Dandan, you said that you're a peerless expert. Can you kill this old man with a slap now? Lu Ming asked. Cough cough, didn't I tell you? I've just been reborn, and my strength hasn't recovered yet. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. But you have to believe me. When I was at my peak, I could kill thousands of Sea of Spirit Realm warriors with a single breath, let alone this kind of trash. Even if it was a martial emperor expert, I could kill them with a single slap. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming proudly. Lu Ming was speechless. Kill! Suddenly, the Thunder Palace Master shouted. With a flash of lightning, he slashed at Lu Ming with his sword. Berserk Lion bursting flames. The Fire Palace Master roared as a blazing aura erupted from his body. A huge flaming lion rushed out and charged at the Thunder Palace Master. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. Boom! With a loud boom, the Thunder Palace Master floated back. Lu Ming and the Fire Palace Master also floated back dozens of meters. The Fire Hall Master coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as his body trembled. He was unable to float in the air and fell to the ground. Senior! Lu Ming waved his hand, and his quintessence wrapped around the Fire Hall Master, bringing him to the ground. Lu Ming, run! You're no match for him. The Fire Hall Master roared as blood spurted out from his mouth. There were even traces of lightning in the blood. Old man Hua, you're about to die. If you still want to attack, you'll only die faster. You don't have to ask him to escape. Do you think he can escape from me? The Thunder Palace master sneered, his eyes cold. Old man, the one who will die today is you. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold. There were no living beings here. Lu Ming decided to take a risk and use the Thunder Cauldron to kill the Thunder Palace master. I was the one who died. Haha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. The Thunder Palace master burst out laughing. Following this, his face darkened as he yelled, "Die!" Buzz buzz, thunderbolts gathered in the heavens and earth, forming a giant thunderbolt sword that slashed down at Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Boom. Lu Ming's cultivation was fully unleashed as the three-colored intent merged together and he thrust out his spear. A huge tricolor dragon flew out, roaring furiously. Boom. With a loud explosion, Lu Ming's body shuddered as he retreated rapidly. However, the thunderbolt sword of the Thunder Palace master was blocked by Lu Ming. Not far away, the Fire Hall master was dumbfounded. He had not expected Lu Ming to be able to block the attack of the Thunder Palace master. Impossible! How is this possible? The Thunder Palace master yelled in disbelief. In such a short period of time, Lu Ming's cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the LV6 Martial King realm and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. The Thunder Palace master's heart trembled. He had lived for a few hundred years and had never seen such a terrifying genius. No, such a terrifying monster. Even Yen Kuang-tu, the genius who had shocked the eastern wilderness 100 years ago, was not this terrifying. Kill him. If I don't kill him, I will die. The Thunder Palace master's heart was filled with fear. It was the fear that Lu Ming had brought to him. As expected, he is still a little weaker than a LV9 Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. With his combat strength, he could easily kill a peak LV8 Martial King realm martial artist. However, there was still a gap between him and a LV9 Martial King realm martial artist. Lu Ming, I have a way to increase your strength and kill that old man. At this moment, Danden's voice was heard. What is it? Lu Ming asked. I am the head of the top 10 battle beasts and have lived for a very long time. Not only am I invincible in terms of combat strength, but so is my inscription Dao. I will now inscribe an inscription formation on your body that will make your true origin go berserk in an instant and double its strength. In this way, you will be able to suppress that old man. Moreover, this method will not have any side effects. Danden explained proudly. Nonsense, hurry up. Lu Ming yelled. Take a few moves first and I will inscribe it. Immediately, Danden's front claws shone brightly as it waved them around. Sizzle, with a flash of lightning, the Thunder Palace master turned into lightning and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant, slashing down with his sword. Clang. Lu Ming blocked with his long spear, but his body was knocked back continuously. Thunder kill. The Thunder Palace master used his killing move. The thunder sword stabbed out and the air was instantly scorched by the power of thunder and lightning, forming a space zone. Extreme strike. Clang. Two powerful attacks clashed together. At the point where the spear and sword collided, a blazing light burst out. It was even brighter than the sun. Swish. Lu Ming's body shook violently. His blood and chi were in turmoil as he was sent flying a few thousand meters away. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Danden, are you done? Lu Ming asked. Cough cough, wait a minute. I failed just now. Danden coughed dryly. Nestle. Lu Ming wanted to curse. Danden was too unreliable. He actually failed to inscribe the inscription. Was he trying to trick him? Nestle failed again. Danden muttered. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only fight back and fight with the Thunder Palace master. Explosions continued. After 5 to 6 moves, Lu Ming's body was in pain. Adai. The Thunder Palace master was in a frenzy. The aura on his body was getting stronger. Danden, are you done? Lu Ming asked again. If not, he planned to use the Thunder Cauldron to kill the Thunder Palace master. I'm done. Danden laughed. At this moment, Lu Ming's body suddenly emitted rays of light. Lines of gorgeous inscriptions appeared on Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt the true yuan in his body circulating crazily. Compared to before, it had increased by more than twice. So strong. Lu Ming felt that he was filled with endless energy. At this moment, the Thunder Palace Master attacked again. Kill. Lu Ming roared and pulled out his spear. Buzz. The space shook violently. The spear formed an arc and heavily struck the Thunder Palace Master's battle sword. Bang! Chapter 574. How is this possible? The Temple Master of Thunder Palace exclaimed in disbelief. He racked his brains, but he could not figure out how Lu Ming had suddenly become stronger. Could it be some kind of secret technique? The Temple Master of Thunder Palace thought quickly. Below, the Temple Master of Fire Palace was also dumbfounded. Nest, I almost forgot. The cultivation technique that Lu Ming cultivates is not to be underestimated. When he uses this inscription, his strength will increase by more than 2 times. Dandan muttered. Kill! Lu Ming performed the 9 dragon sky stomping steps and appeared in the sky above the Temple Master of Thunder. He looked down from above and smashed his long spear toward the Temple Master of Thunder. Boom! Under Lu Ming's violent true essence, the spear radiance was as heavy as a mountain and smashed toward the Temple Master of Thunder. The Temple Master of Thunder roared and condensed a lightning giant with a lightning sword in his hand. He was like a god descending from the heavens as he slashed his sword upward. Boom! Lu Ming's spear radiance was unstoppable and exploded. The lightning giant collapsed and the violent force blasted onto the Temple Master of Thunder. The Temple Master of Thunder was like a meteorite as he smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of meters wide and dozens of meters deep. In the next moment, the Temple Master of Thunder rushed out of the huge pit. At this moment, the Temple Master of Thunder's hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and he looked extremely miserable. Old man Jing, you finally have a day like this. Since Yen Kuangtu 100 years ago, another peerless genius has appeared in the mysterious sky east. The Temple Master of Fire Palace laughed heartily. Immediately after, the vitality in his body slowly dissipated and finally returned to nothingness. The Temple Master of Fire Palace left in laughter. Damn it! The Temple Master of Thunder roared and then turned to run. He knew that he could no longer kill Lu Ming and could only run. Want to run? Kill. Lu Ming performed the 9 dragon sky stomping steps and chased after him. His long spear trembled and spear radiance burst out. The Temple Master of Thunder had no choice but to turn around and desperately resist. Watch me! Dandan leaped up from Lu Ming's shoulder and roared. Then, its 4 limbs and head retracted into the turtle shell. The turtle shell spun in the air and smashed towards the Thunder Palace Master's face. The Thunder Palace Master shot out countless lightning bolts, but they were useless against the tortoise shell. The tortoise shell passed through the layers of lightning bolts and smashed towards the Thunder Palace Master's face. Thunder Palace Master was already experienced. He quickly retracted his hand, wanting to slap Dandan away. However, Dandan spun in the air and quickly dodged Thunder Palace Master's palm. Bang! A tortoise shell slammed into the Thunder Palace Master's face. The Thunder Palace Master let out a blood-curdling scream as he retreated. A clear mark of a tortoise shell had appeared on his face, and blood was flowing out from it. Extreme Dao Strike. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and used his Extreme Dao Strike, piercing through the Thunder Palace Master's heart with his spear. The Thunder Palace Master roared, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Be on your way. The long spear trembled, and a violent force exploded, tearing the Thunder Palace Master's heart and organs into pieces. I can't accept this. The Thunder Palace Master roared as he breathed his last. The evils you bring upon yourself are the hardest to bear. Lu Ming snorted coldly. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and devoured the Thunder Palace Master's essence blood, following which he took off the Thunder Palace Master's storage ring. Lu Ming stepped forward and arrived before the Fire Palace Master. The Fire Palace Master had already breathed his last, but there was a carefree smile on his face. Lu Ming sighed. The dignified East Branch Palace Master had died in the hands of the Thunder Palace Master, who was also a Palace Master. It was truly lamentable. Senior, rest in peace. I've already killed that old man, Palace Master Lei. Lu Ming muttered. He used his true yuan to absorb the Fire Palace Master's storage ring. Then, he dug a hole and buried the Fire Palace Master's corpse. Mysterious yellow silicon soil. Lu Ming looked at the mound. How is it? I wasn't wrong, right? There is mysterious yellow silicon soil here. It can be considered a great fortune for me to guide you. However, the 7 stalks of 7-knot grass belong to me. Dandan placed its 2 front paws on its turtle shell and looked proud. Its black eyes stared at the 7 stalks of 7-knot grass. No, I can't give you the 7-knot grass. Lu Ming rejected it directly. What? You can't give it to me? Lu Ming, you ingrate. I was the one who guided you to find the mysterious yellow silicon soil. Do you know how precious it is? Also, I was the one who helped you deal with the Thunder Palace Master. Don't you know how to repay me? I was severely injured and needed the spiritual grass to recover. Are you that petty? Dandan was enraged. It pointed one of its claws at Lu Ming and spat out a bunch of words. Lu Ming was speechless and said, I'll give you 1 stalk. No, 2 stalks. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming immediately agreed. Dandan grinned as if it had been cheated by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming dug up the 7 stalks of 7-knot grass and gave 2 stalks to Dandan. Dandan picked them up and ate them as if they were carrots. It looked like it was enjoying it. Lu Ming was speechless. He didn't believe that Dandan was a peerless expert. Then, Lu Ming took out a huge pill furnace. This pill furnace was found in the storage ring of someone else. Lu Ming put all the mysterious yellow silicon soil into the pill furnace. 500 kilograms. There was a total of 500 kilograms of mysterious yellow silicon soil here. It filled the pill furnace to the brim. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If this amount of mysterious yellow silicon soil was released to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Countless inscription masters would go crazy. Lu Ming carefully planted the Enlightenment ancient tree into the mysterious yellow silicon soil. After planting it, Lu Ming waved his hand and a huge pile of spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers appeared in the air. These were all low-grade spiritual herbs that he had obtained from others. Most of them were level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4 spiritual herbs. They weren't of much use to Lu Ming. Lu Ming pressed his palm and a majestic true yuan exploded. The spiritual herbs were instantly destroyed and turned into dust. Then, Lu Ming's true yuan turned into 2 true yuan giant hands that grabbed the spiritual herbs and squeezed them. Drops of spiritual liquid appeared and dripped onto the mysterious yellow silicon soil. The mysterious yellow silicon soil could turn the spiritual liquid into its own energy to nourish the spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs planted on it. After squeezing a few thousand spiritual herbs, Lu Ming stopped and kept the mysterious yellow silicon soil in the Temple of Paragon. Dandan, do you know where this is? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. At this moment, Dandan had already finished eating the 2 7-knot grass. It was lying in the air with its 2 front paws on its head and its legs crossed. It had a leisurely expression on its face. I don't know. Although the aura of this world feels familiar, I was too badly injured back then and forgot about it. Dandan said leisurely. Lu Ming pursed his lips. He knew this would happen. This guy was too good at bragging. With a flash of his figure, Lu Ming flew in the same direction as before. He continued to look for a way out. Wait for me. Chapter 575. This land was extremely vast. Lu Ming flew for 3 days straight, covering a distance of several million li. Along the way, Lu Ming did not find any profound crystal veins that could be excavated. Although this land was rich in profound crystals, they were limited. Some regions had more, while others had less. Along the way, Lu Ming found many traces of excavation. Obviously, they had been excavated. During the flight, Lu Ming converted all of the Thunder Palace Master's essence blood into bloodline power. Although the essence blood of a 9th-layer Martial King was abundant, it still did not allow his 9 dragons bloodline to reach the 8th level of the Martial King realm. The amount of essence blood needed to level up one's bloodline was terrifying. Therefore, Lu Ming did not use the essence blood he had devoured to increase his cultivation. Instead, he used all of it to improve his bloodline. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a salty wind blowing. Lu Ming was startled and increased his speed. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from ahead, as if huge waves were sweeping across the sky. At the same time, the salty wind became stronger. As Lu Ming flew, the rumbling sounds became even more intense. It was simply deafening. Not long after, "Is this the ocean?" Lu Ming stood on a cliff and looked into the distance, dumbfounded. In front of him was a boundless ocean. Huge waves surged into the sky and were extremely violent. The lowest waves were a few hundred meters high. The tallest waves were even 1,000 meters high. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder rumbled and the wind howled. It was like the end of the world. Is this really the ocean? Lu Ming had never seen the ocean since he was young, but he had heard of it. However, he had never heard of the ocean being so violent. Not to mention ordinary people, even martial Dao experts would not be able to survive in the ocean. Lu Ming looked for a while. Occasionally, he could see huge sea beasts rolling in the ocean. Lu Ming frowned and looked for a while. Then, he quickly flew along the coastline. However, along the way, the ocean was the same. They were all violent. Lu Ming flew for 3 days. They were all the same. This coastline is circular. Could it be an island? Lu Ming speculated. Lu Ming, based on my experience, this should be an island. You are all tied up on an island. Dandan said. Island. If I rush out of the island, I might be able to see other people. Perhaps I'll be able to find a way back. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he flew towards the sea. Boom. Raging waves crashed against the shore and strong winds swept across. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He discovered that the astral winds on the sea were incomparably terrifying. They were like divine weapons that constantly slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used his quintessential essence to protect his body, but his quintessential essence consumption was extremely severe. At this rate, Lu Ming would not be able to fly far before his true essence was completely exhausted. Helpless, Lu Ming could only fly back to the coast. I refuse to believe that the seas in all directions are this violent. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to fly along the coastline. 10 days. Lu Ming had been flying for a total of 10 days. He reckoned that he had circled around half the island. However, all he saw was the same. It was extremely violent. This made Lu Ming rather speechless. Lu Ming was a little anxious. There were still 2.5 months until Mulan's wedding, but he still had not found a way out. Lu Ming, you can only focus on cultivating now. Perhaps one day, an outsider will come to this island. Then you will be able to leave. Dandan said. That's all I can do. Lu Ming sighed. No matter what, strength was the best way to go. Moreover, with his current cultivation, even if he could leave, he would not be a match for the sacred star. He would only be able to fight the sacred star if his strength increased and he managed to leave. After that, Lu Ming stopped at the coast and entered the Temple of Paragon to comprehend the lightning concept. Lu Ming's lightning concept had already reached the limit of first-level minor completion. After another 5 days, Lu Ming's lightning concept broke through and reached first-level major completion. This was a threshold. First-level major completion was the symbol of a major completion king. Lightning concept has reached first-level major completion. Now, I'll use profound crystals to raise the other 2 concepts. Lu Ming took out a mid-grade wind attribute profound crystal. Now that Lu Ming was rich, he planned to use a mid-grade profound crystal to break through. Crushing the mid-grade profound crystal, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to cultivate. 2 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Around him, the wind whistled, forming wind blades. First-level major completion wind concept. Moreover, it was at the middle stage of first-level major completion. The mid-grade profound crystal's effect was too powerful. Normally, mid-grade profound crystals were used by Sea of Soul Realm experts to cultivate and comprehend the second-level nature mentality. Therefore, the effect would naturally be huge for the first-level nature mentality. This was also the reason why Lu Ming had the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Normally, when a martial king used a mid-grade profound crystal, 70 to 80% of it would be wasted. Normally, no one would be so wasteful. However, Lu Ming had the Enlightenment ancient tree, so he only wasted 10 to 20% at most. Now, it's fire concept. Lu Ming took out another mid-grade profound crystal and crushed it, beginning to comprehend. 2 days later, his fire concept also broke through to first-level major completion, reaching the middle stage of first-level major completion. The three concepts had reached major completion. Lu Ming's fusion of the three concepts had reached a frightening level, completely surpassing the peak of a single concept. Moreover, Lu Ming could now break through to the major completion king realm. Major completion king realm. Lu Ming's eyes shone with incomparable expectation. With a wave of his hand, a pile of 200,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals appeared. With a shake of his Zhen Yuan, all the spirit crystals exploded. The Nine Dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked, absorbing all the energy of these spirit crystals. Soon, 200,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals were refined. Lu Ming took out another 200,000. The Zhen Yuan in Lu Ming's body became denser and denser, stronger and stronger. He began to break through to the 7th-level martial king realm. Rumble. The Zhen Yuan in his body was like the ocean outside, exploding wildly. Not enough, still not enough. When Lu Ming refined 1,400,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals, he realized that he was still lacking a lot. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and exploded 600,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals in one breath, swallowing all of them, and began to break through. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Lu Ming suddenly let out a long roar, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body, soaring into the sky. If not for the Supreme Temple, it would have stirred up the clouds in the sky. 7th-level Martial King Realm, Major Completion King Realm, finally. Lu Ming laughed. Now, he was finally standing on the same level as Sacred Star. Of course, Sacred Star had reached the peak of the 9th-level Martial King Realm a few months ago, and was only one step away from the peak King Realm. He could break through at any time. Lu Ming was still under a lot of pressure. But at least it was fast approaching. With a thought, Lu Ming came out of the Supreme Temple and appeared by the sea. Boom! Chapter 576. The spear light turned into a 3,000-meter-long giant spear, breaking through the gale above the sea and ruthlessly whipping the sea. In an instant, the 1,000-meter-tall giant wave was crushed. In the sea, a giant spear mark appeared, and the seawater collapsed, splitting into two sides. It was as if the entire sea had been split in half by Lu Ming's spear. Boom! After a few breaths of time, a shocking rumble came from the sea. The giant wave rolled over and covered the traces of the spear. My battle strength is at least 5 times stronger than when I was at the peak of the 6th level of the Martial King Realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Now, if he were to fight with the Thunder Palace Master, he was confident that he could kill him with a single spear strike even without the help of Danden's inscription. Now, let's cultivate the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps and the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God in this sea. After the 3 intents reached greater success, the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God could be cultivated to the 5th level. When the 3 intents reached the peak, he could cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God to the 6th level, reaching the peak. Then, Lu Ming focused on cultivating the 2 martial skills. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During this period, Danden stared at the sea in a daze every day, as if he was thinking about something. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly heard battle cries from afar. And the battle cries were approaching the sea. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's figure moved and flew in that direction. Danden hurriedly followed. In front, 5 figures were flying toward the sea. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with fear. Among the 5, 3 were experts of the Xian family in the ancient desolate city, and they were all at the level of King Realm. The other 2 were the 2 guardians of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. One of them had an extremely powerful aura, and he was actually at the 7th level of the Martial King Realm. The guardians of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were usually at the peak of the 6th level of the Martial King realm. Obviously, this guardian's cultivation had broken through during this period. However, his face was still filled with panic. "Ha, you can't escape." Behind them, dozens of zombie guards were chasing and laughing. They were unhurried, like a cat catching a mouse. One of the zombie guards had reached the peak 8th layer Martial Emperor realm. After running for a while, they were almost at the seaside. The sea is ahead. The two protectors of the Xian family and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were filled with despair. Let's see where you can run to now." A zombie guard burst into laughter. "Stop running. Today, all of you are going to die and become our refined corpses obediently." "Didn't that palace master of your Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace already become our refined corpse?" The zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 8th layer Martial Emperor realm sneered. "Today, you will be the ones to die." Suddenly, a cold voice came from the direction of the seaside. Everyone was taken aback. They looked in the direction of the sea and saw a beam of rainbow light flash by. In the next moment, a young man of about 20 years old appeared. His eyes were as cold as a sharp sword. It was Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, it's you? You're no match for them," a green-robed protector shouted when he saw Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming stepped forward and faced the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Another kid has come to die." A zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 6th layer Martial King realm sneered and controlled two refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming flicked his finger and 3 spear lights flew out, directly piercing through the glabella of the zombie guard and the 2 refined corpses. The zombie guard opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He had not expected Lu Ming's spear lights to be so fast that he could not block them at all. "Kid, you're courting death." The zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 8th layer Martial King realm roared with killing intent. The other zombie guards also surrounded Lu Ming. "What should we do?" The people of the Xian family and the 2 protectors stopped in the distance with complicated expressions. There are 2 King realm experts and 5 refined corpses. Lu Ming is definitely no match for them. "If we go up, we will be killed," a protector said. "That's right. Let's take this opportunity to leave," a middle-aged man from the Xian family said. As for the others, their eyes flashed with hesitation. "Let's go. Once Lu Ming is dead, we won't be able to leave," the middle-aged man from the Xian family urged. "But let's go." The others gritted their teeth. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A huge flood dragon emerged from Lu Ming's body. It opened its mouth and sucked. Drops of essence and blood flew out from the bodies of dozens of zombie guards and then fell to the ground one by one like raindrops. Only the 2 King Realm zombie guards were not dead, but their faces were also pale. The Xian family and the 2 protectors were in disbelief. "Damn it, how dare you kill the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect? You're courting death." The zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 8th layer Martial King realm roared and controlled the 3 refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. "That's the Earth Palace Master." Lu Ming found that one of the refined corpses was very familiar. It was the Earth Palace Master. This is one of the palace masters of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He was killed by our experts and turned into a refined corpse as a reward. What do you think? Isn't he powerful? The zombie guard with an 8th layer Martial King realm sneered. Lu Ming swept his long spear and the 2 corpses of the 8th layer Martial King realm were sent flying like cannonballs and smashed into the ground. Then, he took a step forward and the power of the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps exploded. The other 7th layer Martial King realm martial artist and his 2 refined corpses exploded. How could this be? The zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 8th layer Martial King realm screamed in fear. Not far away, the 3 people from the Xian family and the 2 protectors who were about to escape were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Lu Ming had killed the zombie guards who had made them run for their lives without any effort. He was unimaginably powerful. Gulp. The middle-aged man from the Xian family swallowed his saliva and was covered in cold sweat. "Don't come over." The zombie guard screamed and controlled the refined corpse of the palace master of the Earth Palace to block in front of Lu Ming. At the same time, he ran for his life. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure flashed. He passed by the palace master of the Earth Palace and appeared behind the zombie guard. He stabbed his long spear into the zombie guard's waist and came out from his dantian. True Yuan exploded and the zombie guard's dantian exploded, destroying his cultivation. Once his cultivation was destroyed, the corpse of the palace master of the Earth Palace stopped moving in the air. "Don't kill me!" The zombie guard screamed and begged for mercy. "Speak, where are the rest of you?" Lu Ming asked. "In a plane 100,000 miles ahead. I beg you, let me go." The zombie guard begged for mercy. Buzz. With a shake of the long spear, the zombie guard was torn into pieces. With a wave of his hand, dozens of storage rings flew into Lu Ming's hand and disappeared. "Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to grow so much in such a short time." At this moment, the 3 people from the Xian family and the 2 protectors flew over. One of the protectors said with a smile, "Yeah, I've lived for a few hundred years. Young hero Lu Ming is the strongest genius I've ever seen." Chapter 577. Lu Ming nodded calmly. Without saying anything, he flew to the corpse of the Earth Palace master. Although the discussion between the 3 from the Xian family and the 2 protectors was some distance away, Lu Ming still heard it. The characters of these 5 people were not good, so Lu Ming did not want to say more. The 5 of them looked at each other and followed behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and a surge of true yuan covered the body of the Earth Palace master, removing the aura and inscription marks left behind by the corpse refining sect. The Earth Palace master turned into an ordinary corpse. Then Lu Ming dug a hole nearby and buried the Earth Palace master. "Lu Ming, what do you plan to do next? Why don't you come with us?" One of the protectors said and looked at Lu Ming with hope. Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong. If Lu Ming could come with them, they would be much safer. "Sure, I'm going to the gathering point of the zombie guards. Do you want to come with me?" Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the 3 from the Xian family and the 2 protectors. "Going to the gathering point of the zombie guards? Are you crazy? There are more than 300 zombie guards there, and there are also 3 9th-layer Martial King zombie guards in the Great Success stage. They are controlling the dragon corpse. Going there is suicide." The middle-aged man from the Xian family yelled. "Oh, then you're not going?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Lu Ming, it's too dangerous there. You should go somewhere else with us and see if you can find a way out." One of the protectors said, "If that's the case, then go ahead." Lu Ming waved his hand and said, he did not have a good impression of these people. "Lu Ming, don't think that you can look down on others just because you have some strength. I'm not going to die with you." The middle-aged man from the Xian family said and turned to leave. The other 4 people's expressions changed and they left with the middle-aged man from the Xian family. Lu Ming smiled faintly, not caring at all. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the mound of the Earth Hall Master, then turned around and headed inland. 100,000 miles away, there was a plain. On the plain, there were many huge coffins. Corpse chi filled the air. This was the gathering point of the Heavenly Corpse Sect's corpse guards. "Who is it?" As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he was discovered. A zombie guard controlled 2 refined corpses to appear. "The people who will kill you." An icy voice sounded out. With a flick of his finger, a spear light shot out and nailed the corpse guard to death. "A sneak attack." A loud roar was heard, and the entire plain was in an uproar. Bush, bush. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as corpse guards and refined corpses flew out of the coffins. In a short while, several hundred corpse guards and even more refined corpses appeared in front of Lu Ming. "Alone? Why are you alone? You dare to launch a sneak attack alone? You're courting death. Attack! Kill him!" Some corpse guards yelled and controlled the refined corpses to pounce at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood motionless in the air. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 spear lights shot out. They were so fast that those below the Greater Success King stage couldn't react in time. More than 10 sharp blades pierced through the bodies, and more than 10 corpse guards were killed. Among them, there were even 2 sixth-layer Martial King experts. So strong. The other corpse guards were shocked and couldn't help but retreat. Get out of the way. This person is a greater success king. You're not his match. A shriveled voice sounded, and an old zombie guard appeared. Beside him were 2 middle-aged corpse guards.
What?
With 2 roars, 2 huge demonic corpses appeared in front of the old corpse guard. In addition, there were 2 strange refined corpses. They wore armor and held spears, which were different from the other refined corpses. However, they both emitted powerful auras. They were both 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses. Further behind, there were 2 ordinary refined corpses wrapped in iron chains. They also emitted powerful auras of 9th-layer Martial King. There were 3 9th-layer Martial King corpse guards and 6 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses. This could be said to be the strongest force among the corpse guards attacking the ancient desolate city. You're all here. Good, I don't have to find you one by one. Lu Ming said with a cold gaze. Little guy, you're so arrogant. Looking at your aura, you just broke through to the greater success king stage not long ago. How dare you say that you want to kill us? You're overestimating yourself. Kill. The old corpse guard sneered. Then, a huge demonic corpse roared and pounced at Lu Ming. The demonic corpse's eyes were blood red, and its body was filled with a murderous aura. It pounced forward, bringing with it a fierce wind. The wind thunder spear appeared in his hand and he swept it out. A huge spear light appeared, surrounded by 3 different wills of heaven and earth. Bang! The huge demonic corpse, like a doll, was swept away by Lu Ming's spear. The corpse guards around could not dodge in time and were sent flying by the huge body of the demonic corpse. Some corpse guards even exploded. So strong? All the zombie guards at the scene, including the 3 9th-layer Martial Emperor Realm zombie guards, stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. The 9th-layer Martial King demonic corpse was stronger than ordinary 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses. Its body was invulnerable and had infinite strength. However, it was easily swept away by Lu Ming's spear. It was too terrifying. Let's attack together and kill this man. The old corpse guard roared. Roar! With a roar, the 3 9th-layer Martial King corpse guards joined forces. The remaining 5 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses pounced at Lu Ming with shocking power. At the same time, some other corpse guards controlled the refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming uttered a roar as his true chi rumbled and his aura soared into the sky. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared as he opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, over 50 corpse guards nearby were devoured and fell to the ground. At the same time, he swung his spear like an invincible general. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses were swept away by him. Currently, Lu Ming's strength had surpassed the 9th-layer Martial King realm and was approaching the peak Martial King realm. Not good. Control the dragon corpse. The old corpse guard screamed as he and the other 2 9th-layer Martial King corpse guards backed away rapidly while performing hand seals, emitting a corpse aura.
What?
A dragon's roar could be heard as a huge dragon corpse ran out from the depths of the valley. 3 9th-level Martial King zombie guards flew to the head of the Flood Dragon's corpse. They controlled the Flood Dragon's corpse and charged toward Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's bloodline of the 9 dragons unleashed a terrifying devouring force, slaying over 50 corpse guards. Of course, Lu Ming did not let go of any of the storage rings. Die! The old corpse guard roared as the dragon corpse swiped at Lu Ming with its claw. The space seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and began to tremble violently. Wherever the dragon claw passed, the air rapidly compressed and exploded. Let's see how strong you are. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and stabbed forward with his spear. A tricolor True Dragon collided with the Flood Dragon's corpse. A shocking explosion was heard as a powerful force swept in all directions. Some of the corpse guards nearby were directly torn apart by the force and died on the spot. Chapter 578. After the tricolor True Dragon was defeated, Lu Ming's figure retreated 1,000 meters. His chi and blood surged as he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a strong power! This flood dragon was definitely a peak existence in the Sea of Soul realm when it was alive. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the flood dragon's corpse with a serious expression. This flood dragon's corpse was extremely strong and invulnerable. The 3 zombie guards did not display much of the flood dragon's strength, but the attack just now should have reached the peak king level. Previously in the ancient Desolation City, more than 10 king-level experts were controlling it together. That was how powerful it was, almost approaching the Sea of Soul realm. For this kind of powerful, refined corpse, the more people it controlled, the more strength it could display. So strong. On the flood dragon's corpse, the 3 zombie guards were also shocked. Continue. The old zombie guard roared and continued to control the flood dragon's corpse to attack Lu Ming. Do you think I will still fight force with force? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth revealed a trace of a mocking smile. His figure flashed as he rushed toward the other zombie guards. The devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline crazily erupted, and the zombie guards were devoured one after another, falling here. Damn it! On the flood dragon's corpse, the 3 zombie guards controlling it could not catch up with Lu Ming's speed at all. Lu Ming used the 9 dragon sky stomping steps. With one step, he covered 10 miles in a flash. Large numbers of zombie guards were harvested by Lu Ming like weeds. Soon, more than 200 zombie guards were killed by Lu Ming. A total of more than 300 zombie guards. How long had it been? More than 200 had died. The remaining zombie guards screamed in fear and fled in all directions. Suddenly, Lu Ming took 2 steps and appeared above the flood dragon's corpse in a flash. He stabbed his spear at a 9th-layer Martial King zombie guard. The zombie guard roared in fear and burst out with corpse chi, forming more than a dozen corpse chi shields in front of him. But it was useless. The spear pierced through and the shield exploded. The zombie guard's head also exploded like a watermelon. At this time, the flood dragon's claw reached toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept his spear and hit the flood dragon's claw. He borrowed the force and floated back. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Not good, let's go. Go. There were still 2 9th-layer Martial King zombie guards left on the flood dragon's corpse. They were terrified and did not dare to fight with Lu Ming. They controlled the flood dragon's corpse. Of the flood dragon's corpse. And of them did not dare to fight. If they did not escape. Or. There was a sneer on Lu Ming's lips. Those people ran to the sea in a panic. They were courting death. He was not in a hurry to chase them. He used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps to chase after the zombie guards in other directions. After a while, dozens of zombie guards were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming then chased toward the sea. He used the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. His speed was extremely fast. Soon, he saw the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect who were fleeing. He's coming. The old zombie guard's face was ugly. He frantically controlled the flood dragon's corpse to escape. Rumble! The deafening roar of waves came from ahead. The sea! The old zombie guard's face changed. The other zombie guards were in the same situation. Go to the sea! The old zombie guard roared. They had the flood dragon's corpse. They planned to rush into the sea and take a gamble. As long as they hid in the flood dragon's corpse, they might be able to survive in the sea. They rushed towards the sea at top speed, but when they reached the shore, they stopped. Boats. They saw boats. In the depths of the sea, they saw 3 huge boats sailing toward them. Even Lu Ming stopped in his tracks, a look of shock in his eyes. If there were boats, did it mean that they could leave this damned place? Lu Ming stopped chasing the zombie guards. The 3 boats were sailing toward them at high speed. They were getting closer and closer. Lu Ming and the others were more and more shocked. Those were not ordinary boats. They were clearly 3 warships. Each of them was extremely huge and shaped like an awl. The deck alone was more than 1,000 meters above the water. They were black and seemed to be made of a strange metal. Some strange creatures were engraved on them. Lu Ming had never seen them before. On the vast ocean, the terrifying waves and violent winds were completely ineffective against the 3 warships. The 3 warships came riding the wind and waves. Ah, we're saved. We can get out. Some zombie guards laughed wildly and rushed toward the sea in ecstasy. They were getting closer and closer to the sea. No, no. On Lu Ming's shoulder, Dandan had a suspicious look in her eyes and she kept muttering. What's wrong? Someone's coming. It means that we can leave this island. Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of expectation. No, no, I'm familiar with the aura of these 3 warships. It seems to be the aura of my enemy. Dandan whispered, as if trying to recall something. But he couldn't think of anything at the moment. Lu Ming, trust me. Retreat, it's dangerous. Dandan said with a rare solemn tone. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, revealing a look of contemplation. In the end, he retreated dozens of miles and appeared on a cliff, looking into the distance. At this time, the warships were getting closer and closer. As they got closer, they could feel the terrifying pressure from the warships. The flood dragon's corpse was huge enough, but in front of the huge warships, it was like a reptile. Rumble. The waves were broken, and the 3 warships stopped dozens of miles away from the sea. Many zombie guards looked at them eagerly. At this time, figures flew out of the warships and appeared in the sky above the sea. What's that? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing a look of shock. The figures that rushed out of the warships were not human at all. Although they were in human form, each of them was more than 2 meters tall and covered in black scales. In terms of body shape, they were somewhat similar to the scaled demons of the scaled demon plane that Lu Ming had seen before. The difference was that these figures had 2 sharp horns on their heads that emitted a sharp light, and there was a 3rd eye between their eyebrows. The general is right. There is indeed something strange happening on Horizon Island. Some reptiles have appeared. A burly 3-eyed creature spoke, and what he said was exactly the same as what Lu Ming and the others had said. How did these reptiles appear? Did they come from the primordial realm? It's very possible. Amazing, really amazing. The reptiles of the primordial realm actually came to the heavenly realm. Take them down and hand them over to the general. We must ask them how they came here. Maybe we can find the entrance to the primordial realm. Some of the other 3-eyed creatures spoke one after another. After that, about a dozen of the 3-eyed creatures moved and rushed to the shore. Then, with a wave of their hands, their claws rapidly enlarged and grabbed at the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. So strong. Chapter 579. He found that the dozens of 3-eyed creatures were all stronger than him. More than half of them were definitely peak-level kings, and the other half were simply terrifying. Their auras were deep like an abyss, and they were much stronger than peak-level kings. Sea Spirit Realm. Those were definitely peerless experts of the Sea Spirit Realm. It was terrifying that so many peerless experts of the Sea Spirit Realm had appeared all of a sudden. Oh no, run! At this moment, the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect were shocked. They screamed and fled frantically. But where could they escape? A giant hand covered in scales reached out and grabbed the dragon's corpse without any resistance, including the 2 9th-layer Martial Emperor Realm Corpse guards on it. They were grabbed by the 3-eyed creature like tiny insects and tossed into a jar. The bottle was not big, but it threw the 200-meter-long dragon into it. Stop, let's talk nicely. We're disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect. A zombie guard shouted. What Heavenly Corpse sect? A bunch of pathetic bugs of the primordial realm. The primordial realm will be conquered by our clan sooner or later. A tall 3-eyed creature laughed loudly. With a grab of its large hand, several corpse guards were caught and thrown into a bottle. Let's go! Lu Ming turned around and ran without hesitation. Being caught by these creatures would definitely not end well. Lu Ming's heart sank. Lu Ming had obtained some information from the conversation between the few 3-eyed creatures earlier. Heavenly Realm? Primordial Realm? Did this place belong to the Heavenly Realm? What was the Heavenly Realm? Wasn't this his original world? How could he go back? What were these 3-eyed creatures? Lu Ming had many doubts in his heart, but he could only run. If he was caught by them, he would definitely not end well. It seems that there are many bugs of the primordial realm on this deserted island. Let's move in groups and catch all of them. Don't leave a single one alive. A three-eyed creature with a terrifying aura ordered. Yes. The other three-eyed creatures obeyed. At this moment, the zombie guards had already been caught. The three-eyed creatures scattered and flew toward the island. Not only that, but another dozen three-eyed creatures flew out from a warship and flew into the island. Rumble. A three-eyed living being was flying at high speed behind Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly fast and the space was vibrating. However, he did not discover Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not fly in the air. Instead, he retracted his aura and flew close to the ground. I see you. The three-eyed being behind him roared and slapped out with its palm. A massive palm print slammed into Lu Ming's right side. Let's go, let's go. Immediately, several horrified roars sounded from that place. 5 figures appeared, frantically running away. Yeah, it's them. Those 5 figures were actually 3 people from the Xian clan and 2 protectors from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Obviously, the 5 of them also saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, save me, save me. The middle-aged man from the Xian family roared and approached Lu Ming. Nestle. Lu Ming roared in his heart. In order to survive, the other party actually wanted to drag him down. Originally, the three-eyed being did not discover Lu Ming. Now, he was discovered. Damn it. Lu Ming roared and soared into the sky. He executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and his speed increased explosively. However, this way, the risk of being exposed also increased greatly. Lu Ming, you're not saving us. You'll die a horrible death. Seeing Lu Ming leave, the Xian family's man shouted in despair. So noisy. A large hand grabbed the 5 of them and threw them into a bottle. Interesting worm, you run quite fast. Let's see if you can escape from my grasp. A cold light flashed in the three-eyed being's eyes as it chased after Lu Ming. Its speed was terrifyingly fast and was actually not slower than Lu Ming. Lu Ming, hurry, the other party is catching up. Dandan urged. I know. Don't be noisy. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to the extreme. 3 steps in a row, his speed was unbelievably fast. However, the three-eyed being was still following closely behind him. That three-eyed being is extremely powerful. Judging from its aura, it's infinitely close to the Sea of Soul realm. I'm definitely not its opponent. Once I'm entangled by it, when the other three-eyed beings arrive, I'll be dead for sure. Lu Ming's mind turned rapidly. Dandan, aren't you the reincarnation of a peerless expert? Is there any way? Lu Ming could only turn his attention to Dandan. Of course there's a way. I'll engrave an inscription formation on your body to conceal your aura. This way, your aura will be completely concealed, and the other party won't be able to sense you at all. Then, you'll find a place to hide, and I'll engrave another inscription formation to isolate your aura. Dandan rolled his eyes and said, Then hurry up. Lu Ming shouted. Then, Dandan waved its claws and began to engrave. Lu Ming continued to chase. Ha, Tanbu, you can't even catch up to a worm. Do you want me to help you? At this moment, a voice sounded not far away, and another three-eyed being appeared. You don't need to interfere. I'm enough. The three-eyed creature that was chasing after Lu Ming shouted. Oh, then I'll leave it to you. The other three-eyed being smiled and flew away. Lu Ming let out a long breath and continued to fly. Soon, he had flown hundreds of thousands of miles. Dandan, why aren't you done yet? Lu Ming asked. Cough cough, I just failed. Hold on a little longer. Dandan coughed a few times awkwardly. Fuck. Lu Ming was speechless. Along the way, Dandan had failed 5 times. Lu Ming seriously doubted whether Dandan could do it or not and whether it was tricking him. Hey, kid, what's with your expression? Are you doubting me? I'm one of the top 10 battle beasts. My battle strength is unparalleled. I'm proficient in inscriptions, alchemy, and refining. There's nothing I don't know. How dare you doubt me? If I wasn't injured back then, I could kill these ants with a blow of my breath. Dandan shouted. I believe you, I believe you. Hurry up. Lu Ming was speechless and could only grit his teeth and run. After a while, "Okay, I did it," Dandan shouted. There were lines of inscriptions on Lu Ming's body. They were extremely beautiful. "Is it really useful?" Lu Ming expressed his doubts. "Nonsense, of course it's useful. You can't sense it, but others can't sense a trace of your aura. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts can't sense it, unless they surpass the Sea of Soul Realm," Dandan said with a face full of confidence. "Okay, I'll believe you." Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to fly. Soon, a lake appeared in front of him. Lu Ming dived into the lake without thinking. The lake was very deep as 1,000 meters. After Lu Ming rushed into the lake, he quickly descended to the bottom of the lake and condensed a long spear in his hand. The long spear spun rapidly and drilled into the bottom of the lake like a drill. Chapter 580. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the hole, his true yuan burst forth, and the hole behind him collapsed. It was covered by the mud at the bottom of the lake, and it was impossible to see the hole at all. Lu Ming rushed to the bottom of the lake for no other reason than to use the lake water to block the three-eyed creature's vision. Boom! Not long after Lu Ming drilled into the bottom of the lake, the three-eyed creature arrived and directly rushed to the bottom of the lake, stirring up monstrous waves. However, when it rushed to the bottom of the lake, it did not find any trace of Lu Ming. Even his aura could not be sensed at all. "Damn it!" The three-eyed creature roared, and energy that was completely different from true yuan emanated from its body, wreaking havoc at the bottom of the lake. The lake water was turbulent, and countless creatures in the lake were killed. Blood dyed the lake red. Under the ground, Lu Ming activated his true yuan, spinning his true yuan spear, and kept drilling down. Rumble! A deafening roar came from above. Lu Ming knew that the three-eyed creature had arrived. Lu Ming did not bother to pay attention to it and drilled down with all his strength. His speed was extremely fast. Soon, he had drilled down a few hundred meters, and then he changed direction and drilled forward. After drilling for a few hundred miles, he dug out a cave underground. Lu Ming planned to stay here for the time being. "Kid, my inscription formation is not bad, right? Hee. Now, I'll carve a formation around this cave. I guarantee that the other party will not be able to find you even if they search this island." Dandan was extremely proud. Then, he began to carve inscriptions around the cave. Lu Ming let out a long breath, his brows furrowed tightly. This time, it was fortunate that it was not a Sea of Soul Realm three-eyed creature chasing after him. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to escape. He originally thought that he had seen the hope of getting out, but now, he was in despair. Also, how was Xian Xiang? With her cultivation, it would be disastrous for her to land on this deserted island. "Sect leader Xian, it seems that I have to let you down." Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Then, Lu Ming threw away all other thoughts and circulated the true dragon battle arts to heal his injuries. Previously, he had exchanged a few blows with the flood dragon's corpse and was slightly injured. About half an hour later, Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed. "Boy, the inscription formation has been carved. Don't worry." Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. "Dandan, you said earlier that you were familiar with these creatures. Think about it again and see if you can find any clues." Lu Ming said. Now, he could only place his hopes on this unreliable little turtle. "Sigh, I was injured back then, and there was a problem with my memory. I can't remember much, but I vaguely remember that they were my enemies. The place I lived in should be in this world, the Heaven Realm." Dandan frowned as he pondered. "Heaven Realm, what kind of place is the Heaven Realm? Could it be a plane?" Lu Ming said. "Of course not. I vaguely remember that the Heaven Realm should be a main world, and the world you are in should be called the Primordial Realm, which is also a main world. The two worlds are twin worlds. The two worlds complement each other. Heaven Realm? Primordial Realm? Twin worlds?" Lu Ming was confused. Could the so-called gate of heaven in my world be the gate to this world? Lu Ming guessed. He finally knew why Dandan was expelled from the gate of heaven. "Sigh, I don't remember much. Don't ask any more. When I remember, I will naturally tell you. Now, you should hide here for the time being and cultivate well," Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. For the time being, that was all he could do. Then, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of storage rings appeared beside him. There were more than 200 of them. Lu Ming hadn't counted the storage rings that he had obtained during this period. Since he had time now, he might as well count them. So many storage rings. How many arcane crystals could there be? Lu Ming was full of anticipation. Immediately, he counted them one by one. It took him more than a day to sort through all of them. Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. There were too many arcane crystals. Lu Ming counted. There were a total of 18 types of arcane crystals. The total number of arcane crystals was 230,000 pieces. Adding the 30,000 pieces he had before, there were 260,000 arcane crystals. 260,000 arcane crystals. What kind of concept was that? Lu Ming's heart trembled. Moreover, Lu Ming noticed that some people had very few arcane crystals in their storage rings, while others had a lot. This was normal. This island couldn't be filled with arcane crystals. Some places had more arcane crystals, while others had less. The area that Lu Ming had passed by earlier probably had more arcane crystals. 260,000 arcane crystals. Lu Ming estimated that more than half of the island's arcane crystals had fallen into his pocket. Among them, there were more than 15,000 arcane crystals of wind, fire, and lightning. There were more than 20 arcane crystals of the three types. So many arcane crystals were enough for Lu Ming to use for a while. In addition, there were more than 10 million top-grade spirit crystals. During this time, many people's intent had improved. They must have refined a lot of top-grade spirit crystals. Otherwise, there wouldn't only be so many. As for the other things, there were even more, piling up like a mountain. With so many arcane crystals, I don't have to worry about wind and fire. Cultivating them to the peak of the first level won't be a problem. However, the lightning intent will be a problem. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. The lightning cauldron would devour the lightning intent from the arcane crystals every time. This gave Lu Ming a headache. Otherwise, with so many resources, Lu Ming would be able to reach the peak king level in a short time. Now, Lu Ming could only focus on comprehending the lightning intent. As long as he could comprehend the lightning intent, his cultivation base would increase rapidly. Then, his consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming began to focus on comprehending the lightning intent. Time passed like the wind. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, rumbling sounds could be heard from the ground. Those three-eyed beings hadn't left yet. In this month, Lu Ming focused on comprehending the lightning intent. His progress was terrifying. A month of cultivation for him was equivalent to nearly 10 years of cultivation for an ordinary person. In such a long time, Lu Ming had comprehended the lightning intent to the peak of the first level greater mastery. He was only one step away from the peak of the first level. However, this step wasn't so easy to break through. After comprehending the lightning intent to this point, Lu Ming stopped and began to use arcane crystals to break through the wind and fire intent. Lu Ming directly used mid-grade arcane crystals. 7 days later, after using 2 mid-grade arcane crystals, his wind and fire intent had reached the peak of the first level. Now, let's start to increase my cultivation. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large amount of top-grade spirit crystals appeared. He began to use them to increase his cultivation base. The number of top-grade spirit crystals needed to reach the 7th level of the Martial King realm was even more terrifying. It required 800,000. He spent 2,400,000 top-grade spirit crystals to reach the peak of the 7th level of the Martial King realm. Then, he used another 2 million to break through to the 8th level of the Martial King realm. In this way, Lu Ming continued to improve. The speed of his improvement was enough to scare other cultivators to death. In half a month, Lu Ming used up all the top-grade spirit crystals he had. Lu Ming's cultivation base finally reached the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm.